This audiobook contains 34 censored sentences and 198 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Synopsis: It was the year 2800 of the Midgard calendar. Back then, there was an overlord who once reigned supreme and had come close to subjugating the world. Her name was Rufus Maffel, a great woman feared as the overlord of the Black Wings. She was too strong, too swift, and too beautiful. Yet, she was defeated by heroes who stood against her ferocity, and her ambition came to an end. Or so went the story of our protagonist's game character, whose body she now inexplicably possesses in a world 200 years after Rufus' fall. Follow our protagonist as she becomes needlessly feared by those around her and needlessly adored by her former subordinates as she blithely travels through this fantasy world. Chapter 1. A final savage boss appeared. Everyone froze in place. The king on his throne, the soldiers at their posts, and the royal magicians at court, as well as the 200-year-old advisor appointed by the king. Everyone was overwhelmed, captivated, and terrified. The flowing golden hair was tinged with a scarlet hue at its tips. The eyes that observed the surroundings were tinged with the scarlet color of a blazing fire. A pure white dress and a deep crimson coat complemented her clear and immaculate complexion. She was so beautiful that the difference in her level of perfection alone was enough to make viewers feel a sense of admiration, and her flawless appearance carried an elegant grace from beginning to end. Peeking out from under his coat was proof of his belonging to the flugel race. However, he possessed large, jet-black wings, the kind associated with taboo. As if they were welcoming the true king of the nation, everyone lowered their heads, trembling with fear. Lifting one's head was impossible. Looking ahead was forbidden. The servants' knees trembled against the ground as if they were paying their respects. Radiating an aura of domination and surrounded by the prostrate postures of numerous people, he truly was the appearance of a king. He carried the presence of a ruler around him, and every movement was made with conviction. And in the midst of this maelstrom, having forced the entire castle to submit without lifting a finger, the young woman smiled silently and thought to herself, "I'm in serious trouble. Why are all these strangers bowing to me? What on earth is this? Some kind of sick joke? What do they want from me? How did it get to this point? Someone help me." It was none other than the young woman herself, whose mental state was the most disordered. How exactly did things happen this way? I suppose I should explain this in order first. However, there is something I need to say before I explain. Actually, I am a man, a perfectly normal and healthy man. And with that in mind, I humbly request your audience. First of all, let's see. I was just playing games like any other day. Xgate Online, it was launched in 2027, and 6 years have passed since its launch. The game was set in the parallel world of Midgard. The original game had a simple melee and magic attack system, and over time, it evolved from an RPG to an open-world TRPG. It seems the original was also an online game, but unfortunately, I didn't own the console, so I never played it. Well, no, I did think about buying it. The DreamStation console, The DreamStation was a game console manufactured about 20 years ago, so it was quite difficult to obtain. And we didn't have any second-hand video game stores in our neighborhood either. Well, that's how it was. Unsurprisingly, the game created a beginner-friendly experience. The players primarily used swords or magic to fight. There were monsters, elves, fairies, and a wide variety of races throughout the map. A very common scenario, isn't it? After all, open-world RPGs focus on getting familiar with a game that can be enjoyed for a long time. At the time the game was released, I had acquired it on a whim when I was a high school student. I had no particular reason to do it, nor did any friend recommend the game to me. It was purely a whim. Somehow it caught my eye by chance, and it was free, so I thought I might as well give it a try. The result, total addiction. I became the so-called fanatic. Anyway, I dedicated all the time my schedule allowed to it, and all my free time to the game. Eventually, I even managed to get items from the store, so I even got a little side job I could do from home. Why work from home? If I left home, I wouldn't be able to play after all. Even the time he spent at school seemed wasted. And of course, I was a loyal member of the club of those who returned home. My happiness, and that of most gamers, depended on how quickly we could log back in. As the number of video game addicts grew, it seems that about 10 years ago a law was passed to regulate the distribution of online games. Subsequently, in accordance with the regulations, Xgate Online limited daily playtime to 10 hours. As a result, I was able to get the same amount of time as other addicts on my commute to school and maintain my status as one of the top players. I continued developing my character in the game. I leveled up in numerous character classes at a frantic pace. I also switched between various jobs within the game countless times. One of the most appealing aspects of the game was the extensive character customization. I believe there were 8,687,500 different customization options in total. The ability to freely combine these options allowed for an infinite variety of avatars. This fostered an even greater love for your own character. Using this system, the character I created, Rufus Mayful, was a young woman of the Flugel race. The Flugel were one of the many races in the game. They were a race capable of flight and possessed high-level basic skills, in exchange for not being able to learn all types of magic. They were also nicknamed the race of rulers, and were endowed with great charisma and the ability to tame monsters from birth. These abilities were reflected in the gameplay. Furthermore, Flugelhorns possessed an ability that nullified attacks from opponents significantly higher in level than you. Well, this ability became ineffective during boss battles. I trained with Rufus. I outfitted her with cash shop gear, and she would participate in every possible special event in the game. In a short time, I founded a nation. This would expand my character's influence. It started small, but it gradually grew. The game also included a feature that allowed players to wage a war. Two countries would fight with all their might, and the losing nation would be absorbed into the winner's sphere of influence. Rufus used this system at will and invaded numerous nations. Of course, even though it's called an invasion, both nations have to give their consent. However, if you were to attack without an agreement, you would simply be trolling online. In the blink of an eye, you would be shamed and hated by the entire community. There was one more special feature in the game. The novel system created in collaboration with one of the largest online fiction novel publishers. The system allows players to compile their actions into a formal story similar to a fiction novel. This is why I waged war. We have suffered a lot to fulfill this request. If you submitted them to the official website, the accepted narratives would appear on the homepage and be implemented in the game. If you paid the money, even a small achievement could become a glorious story. As a result, there were unique stories wherever you went in Xgate Online, and every player was a protagonist in the story. Furthermore, if there were a major turning point in the game, the event would be recorded in the history for free. Known to all players, my character, Rufus, even became a semi-official character in the game. She demolished all opposing forces, becoming the first supreme ruler to unite all of humanity under one sphere of influence. The Black Wings of Terror, Rufus Mayful. Yes, at one point, I had influence over the entire gaming world in the palm of my hand and created my own era. As expected, the Demon King and his followers could not become followers, but, with the exception of solo players, all players became citizens of the nation of Rufus. This became a significant event recorded in the aforementioned novel system. Presented alongside the Demon King as the final savage boss, I was often told you should replace the final boss and other similar comments. However, there was a problem. Frankly, the game was boring with only one supreme ruler. The much-anticipated war functionality became useless, and it became extremely difficult for novice players to establish their own nations. That's when I started a discussion with the top-level players and planned a massive event based on the players' suggestions. I even consulted a famous author on the publishing website and wrote about our own turning point in history. The story went like this. With her overwhelming military power, the supreme ruler Rufus invaded and unified the world. However, a group of heroes gathered from the farthest corners of the world. Taking advantage of the opportunity to rebel, They naturally confronted the great evil in the name of goodwill. Oh, brave heroes! I commend you for your great courage. Now is the time to break free from the chains of tyranny and overthrow the throne. Yes, I fully played the villain. Rufus then secretly divided his territory in two, and with Rufus leading the Imperial Army and the heroes at the head of the rebel forces, a battle of unparalleled proportions was fought. In short, I lost. I mean, all the important players were on the other team, you know? There was no way I could win. Even so, I stood firm until the end. Before I knew it, I was the only one left standing, but I continued to wreak havoc according to the desire of my heart. Our forces were made up of 80% low-level players who didn't stand a chance while facing off in one-on-one combat with the enemy commander. Well, at that point, I only had 2 HP left. Yes, damage received from a single attack. In a preemptive attack, we managed to deplete the opponent's stamina and health, but immediately afterward, they activated the change place ability. And then, they staged their glorious victory. They did it completely on purpose. And in the end, besides bombarding us with overwhelming attacks, they even managed to trap us in another dimension. Banishing an opponent to a subspace prolongs their resurrection time. That's enough. My health is at 0. Well, it would have been awkward to be defeated in silence. So before being sealed, I also read some great lines. Magnificent. That was magnificent, heroes. You have clearly demonstrated your overwhelming power. A group of your caliber could stand up to the Demon King. Or something like that. Well, yes. I was still a teenager. Defeated, Rufus went into hiding and the world was freed from her rule. This is how the event was portrayed in the full story. It gained a great reputation, receiving comments such as, "So, I'm okay with the story ending here. Good ending. Hey, don't forget the Demon King, huh?" Demon King? Oh, you mean the guy who hid until Rufus Sama was defeated. What was his name? And they're too cruel, XDDD. Although defeated, I felt satisfied to have completed a great event and surveyed the exhibit with a broad smile. The next day, when I tried to log in for the second time, an unknown character appeared on the screen. Her name was Alovenas, the creator of the world. Apparently, she was also, to put it bluntly, the goddess who governed the game. He often appeared in tutorials and in-game event announcements. His offensive prowess, hit points, and defensive power were undeniable figures, but he wasn't something you could just beat. Holy smokes. He had 999 billion hit points. You gotta be kidding me. Even bosses have a limit of around 1,000,000 hit points. That official crook showed up to tell me something. Would you like to be given a new role? I thought it might be an official message from the game. Rufus was currently listed alongside the Demon King as one of the main bosses in X-Gate Online. Naturally, the administrators couldn't just leave it at that. After being defeated so dramatically, logging in as if nothing had happened would be too. Well, you get the idea. Even I thought it would have been a bit disappointing. And if I simply went back to the game, what would happen to the story? In that case, this message was a blessing. So I answered with the yes option. I didn't know what kind of event it was, but I participated in every game event up to this point. Therefore, regardless of what kind of role it was, I would accept the challenge without reservation. Then my vision went dark. And now we have reached the current situation. I am surrounded by prostrate figures. A great weight settled over my barato, and a strange sense of emptiness lingered within me. A dress and coat enveloped my barato. My long hair framed my field of vision, and a pair of wings sprouted from my back. With strangely clear vision, I looked towards a distant window where the appearance of an absurdly beautiful girl was reflected. Did I become Rufus? No, absolutely not. I'm a man, you know? Rufus is a woman. Did you know that? You'd feel more motivated if I played as a cute girl than as an old man, right? For that silly reason, I spent a couple of hours customizing my own pretty girl. You know? But becoming that character is another matter entirely. My eyesight's gone, darn it. I don't quite understand the current situation. Is someone going to explain it to me? Hello. I knew my voice would change. That was to be expected. What arrogance in my tone. Somehow, when I try to say, "I'm sorry, I don't quite understand the current situation," I would greatly appreciate it if someone could explain it to me. The words came out of my mouth with an unnecessarily haughty tone. Isn't this the tone I used when I played the role of Luffy? What's wrong, children of humanity? Lift your heads. How long do you plan to stay kneeling? Or is it your usual pose? In that case, allow me to apologize for my ignorance. What's wrong? Please raise your heads. If you stay like that, I won't be able to handle it. Or, if you'll excuse the question, is that your usual stance? If so, I apologize for my lack of common sense. That's what I was trying to say. I sound too oppressive. Ugh, no matter how hard I try to say in this tone, it'll just sound arrogant again. What should I do? Ah, I see. It was my overwhelming skill. That ability is probably activated. I'm sure you could manage if you tried. Please calm down already. This is too much. Ugh, this situation is so stressful. Ah, I see. Excuse me, I was careless. It would be difficult to have a conversation like this. Overwhelming out. There wasn't a convenient window to be found, but somehow I solved the problem through intuition. As for whether my attempt was successful, the people who were prostrate before me finally raised their heads and cast their trembling gazes toward me. Vuvua, this figure. Impossible. So you were alive? The gentleman dressed as a Shinto priest said in a trembling voice. How rude. I don't remember ever dying before. Ah, but Rufus died the other day. Yes, we made an incredible miscalculation. An unforgivable error. Unforgivable. During the summoning of a hero, we undid the seal of the supreme ruler. Humph, I see. It seems this man knows who I am. Then let me explain the situation. It seems this man knows who I am. It would be a little better to ask him for an explanation. To reassure her, I smiled and gently informed her that I was harmless. Don't be afraid, son of man. I won't harm you or your countrymen. Just relax and start talking. But there's really nothing I can do about this arrogance, is there? The settings, you don't really need to remember the original game ran on the DreamStation console and eventually became a TRPG and also an MMO. It was not VR. Unlike all MMORPGs to date, this one was closer to a TRPG. For example, when changing classes, you could secretly retain the skills of your previous class. In collaboration with one of the largest online publishing sites, the player's actions and choices were recorded as a story. However, whether your actions were actually written down depended on how the authors felt about it. Players would submit drafts saying this is how it all happened. And if you were lucky, an author would pick them up and write them into a story. There were also authors who accepted money for their services, and it was quite possible to record your achievements by paying. However, not just anyone could become an author. The administration selected them carefully, and you rarely encountered a poor quality story. Although it lies in a gray area between a role-playing game, RPG, and an adventure role-playing game, TRPG. The game also includes elements of a novel, giving it the peculiar title of Monarch, massively multiplayer online role-playing game. This system had a great reputation among players who were passionate about character customization. However, many were not at all happy that their actions were scripted like a story. 6 years after its launch, the game has a total of more than 8 million players worldwide. It was fundamentally a free game, but as you progress through the game, they kept pressuring you to spend real money. The game was produced by Nintendo Corporation. Chapter 2. A final savage boss soars through the skies. The Black-Winged Ruler, Rufus Maffel. 200 years ago, in the year 2800 of the Midgard calendar, a supreme being who wore the appearance of a beautiful young woman distinguished himself. With a single flick of his arm, he could bring down dragons the size of mountains. In a matter of seconds, he could travel a distance of 1,000 miles. Unparalleled arrogance and cruelty. No matter who rebelled against her, she defeated them without mercy. The weak barely had the strength to stand in his presence. The strong were overwhelmed as easily as fragile pieces of paper and left by the roadside. As the only person the Demon King avoided, many scholars insisted that if she had continued to hold the reins of the world, the Demon King would have already departed from the realm of the living. She carried on with strength, and that power brought about the unification of the entire world. However, overwhelming power generated fear. It was a time when people weren't as weak as they are now. In a time when it was still possible to stand against Rufus, a group of heroes mustered their courage and emerged victorious. The people began to rise up in protest against the supreme ruler. I dare say this was the Barado. Since the beginning of history, that humanity was so united. Even though she was the dictator they opposed, only she was capable of achieving a feat of this magnitude. United by bonds of steel, the heroes broke through the defenses of the Overlord. After eliminating the 12 generals under his command, they were finally able to drag Rufus onto the battlefield. The battle lasted a day and a night. The overwhelming pressure exerted by Rufus forced the weak to their knees, crushing the will of 7 million of the 8 million warriors who were there to face her. Slashing, fiercely fighting on the border between Barado, Rufus faced off against a multitude of heroes at once. With wounds covering his Barado, he finally dealt a fatal blow to the heroes' forces. However, the heroes stood up again, and nurturing the power of hope, they once again set their sights on victory. What followed was an all-out attack by the heroes. Not even Rufus Maffel could emerge unscathed from this situation. But still she smiled, and with a pleasant smile on her face, she shouted, "Magnificent! Magnificent! My heroes, you have done well to surpass my abilities. I express my deepest respect for your unwavering courage and overwhelming strength. However, you must not forget the darkness that still lingers in this world. This group may have a chance against that Demon King, but if you lose that battle, the world will be plunged into even greater darkness than it is now. Whether your future holds hope or misfortune, I will see for myself in the darkest depths of hell." Thus, the era of Rufus Mafal's rule came to an end. The now overthrown ruler was then sealed in a separate dimension, never to set foot in this world again. Supposedly. So how exactly do I explain this? How am I supposed to explain the girl with black wings standing right in front of your eyes? So, how long are you going to make me wait? You didn't explain the situation to me, did you? The pitiful figure of the king's advisor sat opposite Rufus in the royal council chamber. Like the young elf who succumbed to the overwhelming pressure exerted by the supreme ruler during the battle 200 years ago, the advisor reflected to himself. When attempting to summon a hero, did divine punishment fall instead? But the benevolent goddess of Genesis, Alovenas, never. Reviving the Overlord in an attempt to summon heroes was a bit much. Ignoring the advisor's mental anguish, Rufus crossed his arms and thought, "These wings are going to be a real nuisance when trying to sit down." Several minutes passed before the handsome man with long ears managed to start speaking. At intervals, he would glance at me quickly and then immediately look away, trembling with fear. Somehow, little by little, he confirmed my approval and finally decided to speak. I have summarized the content in these 3 main points. After 200 years, the Demon King remains undefeated. I know. Let's summon a hero using the X-Gate system. Somehow, the final boss appeared instead of the hero. Here we are. So short. For this to take more than 10 minutes to explain, do I really come across as that scary? But I already had a slight feeling that this was all part of the game. On the other hand, I wonder how much Midgard has changed over the course of 200 years. The truth is, I'm a little excited by this dilemma. I'm an optimist, so as long as I can enjoy myself right now, frankly, I couldn't care less about the trivial details. I can explore the splendid world of X-Gate online in the body of the character whose creation I poured my heart and soul into. For online gaming addicts, this is already the greatest form of reward. That's right. The name X-Gate Online is derived from the magic of X-Gate, which was the basis of the game's magic system. The game dates back to before it became an MMO, and it seems the protagonist was an ordinary high school student. The protagonist was summoned through Gate X, and until he could defeat the Demon King, he would remain a resident of that world. Well, as an online game, practically all that remained of that story was the name and the mere existence of magic. It was pretty depressing. Now that I think about it, wasn't the appearance of the heroes around the year 3000 in the Midgard calendar? Oh wait, isn't it right now? I don't know if heroes from another world will appear, but if I ever get the chance to meet them, they'll definitely try to get their autograph. Yes. In that regard, I should probably reconsider my next course of action. That elf advisor and the king have been trembling in that corner for a while. The first thing I need to demonstrate is that I have no problems and am leaving as soon as possible. I see. Now I understand. So the Demon King is still strong. Isn't he tenacious? Since it was mostly my fault that he went from being the Demon King to being called the Demon King. LOL, I'm frankly relieved that he's still in good health. Then, when they tried to summon a hero, I appeared from the gotcha. How do I say this? Excuse me? Maybe I ruined the hero's debut in the story. Don't worry. At this point, I no longer intend to take drastic measures against this world. A body that has already tasted defeat is a body that has stopped dreaming. It's too late to try to achieve anything. See, can we believe those words? Affirmative. Although I was defeated, a battle of that magnitude has left me satisfied. Though I'm a little disappointed that those who overthrew me couldn't defeat the Demon King. Well, that's all right. And more importantly, I'd like to travel this world and admire it from afar. I'll let the heroes deal with the Demon King for now. Instead of embarking on an intrusive mission, I would prefer to explore the world of Midgard. I want to walk it with my own feet and see it with my own eyes. Honestly, I find it very difficult to contain my emotions and not let myself get carried away. A king without followers and an abandoned throne. Insisting on a monarchy now would be comical, wouldn't it? Overlord Rufus is no longer in this world. I'm little more than a child with shattered dreams. I have no desire to go so far as to proclaim myself the supreme ruler of this world as well. That's the direct path to getting a wanted poster. I simply want to live a carefree lifestyle, enjoying life to the fullest of its potential here. And I'll think about how to get back to my world while I'm at it. So there's no need to panic. Forget about me and keep summoning heroes or something. I will suffer a mental breakdown if I stay here any longer. I got up from my seat and opened a nearby window. It was a miracle how I learned to move the wings I had just received. Somehow, my body understood the fundamentals of flight. From a scientific perspective, a pair of wings can't support the weight of the human body in the air. However, my instinct gave me the green light anyway. Well, then I'll be going. If there's a chance, I'm sure we'll meet again. Wait. Ignoring the voice that called me, I flapped my wings. And with a push from my legs, my magnificent form rose to the heavens. In the blink of an eye, I lifted off the ground, and the castle shrank to the size of a grain of sand. Oh, flying. I'm flying, piercing through the skies and piercing the heavens. I wonder how I can express these feelings in words. Freedom, exactly, is freedom. The joy of removing the shackles of gravity. Without my feet touching the ground, I escaped to the boundless world that stretched above the clouds. Spinning, soaring, and gliding. I flew according to my heart's desires. From high above the clouds, I plummeted dangerously close to the ground. And just before touching it, I ascended back into the sky, where the earth stretched endlessly to the horizon. Here and now, these vast skies belong to me and to me alone. There were no crowds or traffic to get in the way. I can fly without limits and go anywhere humanly possible. Foo. It feels so good to fly through the sky like this. So, where do we go first? With so many options, I was overcome with indecision. Well, first of all, this country is not an option. If the elven advisor or the king were to order their citizens to capture me upon seeing me, it would be a real headache. After all, I want to travel the world in my free time. Wait, isn't that? I see, so there's still some left. Worried. It appeared in my field of vision. It was an obsidian black tower that pierced the skies. As if defying the heavens, the building stood majestically against the vastness of the sky. I will never forget its imposing presence. After all, it was the symbol of the influence we built together. The Maffel skyscraper. No, the foundation we built together. I suppose the first destination has already been decided. I redirected my flight course, flapping my wings. Calculating the distance to the tower was difficult because it was visible from almost anywhere on the map. It was probably quite a long distance to cover, but with my current skills, it wasn't a problem. After all, I had wings capable of taking me to heaven. I flew towards the tower with all my might. It was a good opportunity to test the limits of this body, and above all, I wanted to see what speeds I could reach. The landscape was passing by at tremendous speed, and the wind was squeezing my cheeks. Although I'm not entirely sure, it seems I was able to reach speeds that far exceeded that of a bullet train. In addition, I was able to make tight turns, and my vision remained perfect. Any bird that crossed my path, I could easily evade, and it took no extra effort to maintain my speed while making sharp turns. This is so satisfying. My heart feels light and carefree. I never thought something as simple as flying could bring so much freedom and satisfaction. However, everything eventually comes to an end. I arrived at my destination a few minutes after takeoff. As I stopped abruptly, great gusts of wind roared and the atmosphere shook around me. It was expected that the arrival of something the size of a human moving at such extreme speeds would be accompanied by such violent winds. In fact, the weak opponent would have been knocked down by the impact alone. This time I climbed. High above the clouds, I fixed my gaze on the top of the tower, where only a select few with finely honed flying skills could reach. According to the myth, when Icarus flew too close to the sun, his wax wings melted and he fell. But the quality of my wings is not comparable to that of common wax. Sunlight alone would not be enough to damage them. Many thousands of meters above the ground, I headed towards the only entrance. There were two ways to enter the building. The first was from a great height. The second was to open the door from the inside. Even I think it's a pretty useless design. As I recalled these memories, I entered the tower and headed towards the room reserved for the Guildmaster. Chapter 3 Nations in X-Gate Online, basically players with influence, were allowed to build a fortress for their guild. The most popular choice was a castle, but there were no particular restrictions on the appearance it could take. A few took the form of shrines and temples, and one fortress in particular was even designed as a cafe. While it's hard to imagine a coffee shop being the heart of a nation, it was something that was made possible within the game. And out of the countless options, the design I chose was a tower. In a short time, I fell into a trance and was fully exploiting the customization system. The tower was redesigned each time our influence expanded. Drawing inspiration from the minds of players with the best eye for art, the Tower of Maffel became one of the most imposing structures in the game. Even though it's abandoned, it's still so impressive. But as expected, after 200 years, the interior of the tower was covered in dust. However, the beautiful designs that decorated the skyscraper's interior peeked through the grime. As I walked straight ahead, a cracked but impressive crimson throne came into view. The broken windows were once beautiful stained glass. As I put a finger in a crack that ran along the wall, I remember the happy memories I created in that room. Everyone was here with me. Here we discussed how we would increase our influence. This was the place where we took our oath as guild members and considered our future expeditions. We partied until late into the night, drowning ourselves in wine. Wait a second. Why do I remember these moments as if I were there in person? Rufus was the one drinking wine in the game, not me. I just looked through my computer screen, right? What am I remembering in the first place? I only divided my territory into a few days ago. It's too soon to feel nostalgic about anything. Shoot, there's a possibility that my memories are merging with Rufus. If this continues, it'll end up confusing the game with reality. Even now, I find it difficult to distinguish between the two. Besides, how strange. This should be the first time I've seen this in person, but somehow it makes me feel very nostalgic. It makes me feel safe to be here. Nostalgia wells up in my chest. It was as if I had returned home after a trip around the world. A mysterious feeling. Am I going crazy? Or is my consciousness really merging with Rufus? It's impossible to know right now. Hey? My voice jumped out of my mouth in surprise. There, where no one but me was allowed to enter. Centuredo, her facial features were striking. An unfamiliar face. At least she wasn't among the guild members. I gave permission to set foot on the top floor of the tower. Who is she? And why is she here? Rupa-sama. Aren't you Rufa's Maffelsama? Shouting my name. He ran towards me and grabbed my hands tightly in his. The simple, sincere smile on her face was enough to express how blessed she felt to witness my return. Unfortunately, I don't recognize her at all. Who are you? How cruel! Have you already forgotten me? Have you forgotten Dina, your most loyal advisor? I've been waiting for your return in this tower for 200 years. You know? Dina? Counselor? What is this girl saying? Instead of an advisor, I had the members of my guild. And yet, none of them were named Dina. For starters, I never had an appointed advisor. Not to mention a young woman named Dina. No, she existed. That's right, now I remember. When I first built the fortress, I decorated the tower with various ornamental objects, and among them, I vaguely remember placing an NPC with the appearance of a little girl. Yes, characters were also included in the decorations of a fortress. They were simply wandering aimlessly around the camera they'd been assigned. Their sole purpose was to add depth to the background, but I'd gone to the trouble of placing one anyway. It was simply because I thought a fortress without a single enemy would be too lonely for my liking. Although I soon forgot all about it, I seem to have given it a name similar to Counselor of Rufa's and a peculiar backstory. However, it had no real offensive capabilities and, frankly, was just another decorative element, not even worth mentioning. Without realizing it, it became just another background element. And that girl, of her own free will, chose to spend 200 years of her life waiting for my return, regardless of whether I remembered her or not. She had remained true to the role she had been assigned and was still here, alone. Ah, I see. I remember now. Forgive me, Dina. To forget someone as important as you, something must be wrong with me. This is not a game. I was surprised by how naive my attitude towards this world had been until now. If I continue to treat this world like a game, I could ruin the lives of thousands of people. Forgetting an NPC in a game would only cause a couple of seconds of confusion. However, doing the same to a person with genuine emotions is an unforgivable insult to their existence. I congratulate you on your service. You did well to protect this place during my absence, Dina. I am not worthy of such praise. I will never again think of her as a human-shaped ornament, but as another individual. Hey, Rupa-sama, how did you manage to return to this world? It seems a nation a little further west was trying to summon a hero, but they made a mistake and sent me back from the separate dimension. Thanks to their recklessness, I could be here right now. Lavatin, that should be the country west of here. They've already shown signs of preparing to summon heroes. So that was, according to Dina, they have been working hard for some time to achieve that goal. Thank you very much for your efforts. And, how to put it, forgive me for your considerable difficulties. As you can see, I'm not very familiar with the customs of the modern world. However, I've heard that the Demon King is still in good health. That's right. Immediately after those hateful heroes defeated you, the heroes crumbled, the country was divided, and since then the Demon King has utterly defeated them. What a blunder. Ah, yes. Imsully, Dina. I suppose the dispersal of influence went according to plan. Or rather, the final battle was just a setup to unleash our influence. The collapse of Rufus Mafal's government would mark the beginning of a new era. Various actors would begin to expand their influence, aiming to become the next world ruler. And the Demon King should have been the last official boss. Unlike me, defeating him had undeniable merit. The Demon King had a 100% chance of obtaining a rare item. However, the countries would never form an alliance to defeat him. Rather, it would be worrisome if an enemy nation were to defeat the Demon King. Furthermore, incompetent allies would only bring you down. But that reasoning would only be valid if this were a game. In this case, I have absolutely no idea why humanity would crumble and lose to the Demon King. Firstly, to what extent was the game reflected in this world? Would a fight within the game with the Demon King influence the story of this world? Or do the events of this world occur independently of the game? The more I think about it, the more disoriented I feel. The mere fact that the game is reflected in this separate reality is already unusual in itself. What is the relationship between this world and X-Gate Online? A world similar to X-Gate would not be an adequate explanation for this absurdity. Mr. Rufus? Oh, excuse me. I was lost in thought. Dina, would you do me the favor of showing me around the world I left behind? Of course. If that helps Rufus-sama, then gladly. With a charming smile on her face, Dina answered without the slightest trace of hesitation. What a good girl. She really puts my heart at ease. Well, that's something I've taken off my list. I found something to protect. It's simple. Kind people are precious in any world. It's natural for a man to want to protect them. First, about the hated heroes who defeated you. Then, each of the 7 heroes, as they were called, decided to found their own nations. 4 of them have already died of old age, but the other 3, having lived longer, are still alive. Those 7 heroes were undoubtedly referring to the 7 players beside me, the best in the game. Each of them specialized in a different character class, and we had conquered numerous boss battles as a group. In other words, they were former members of my guild. I wonder how everyone is doing. Could those heroes be players like me? Or am I wrong? Of course, I hope it's the former, but I can't confirm anything without meeting them in person. So for now, let's make meeting those 3 people a goal as we travel through this world. The 12 heavenly stars are in good health. However, I only know the whereabouts of 6 of them. Of those, 2 have joined the Demon King to take revenge on the humans who defeated them. The 12 celestial stars. They were what we would call family. The class he had chosen had the ability to tame monsters and possessed an inherent skill that gave him the ability to turn a defeated opponent into an ally. 4 monster tamers who have little or no offensive power. It would not be an exaggeration to say that their ability to control a strong monster is a matter of life or death. I was lucky. A boss monster that only appeared during one event and a rare monster that almost never appeared. After taming these monstrous familiar creatures, I proceeded to place 12 of the most powerful monsters under Rufus' jurisdiction as his 12 generals. Then, I bestowed upon them the shameful title of the 12 celestial stars. I thought it would be great for a ruler to have something like the 4 heavenly kings under his command. I also went through a phase where I thought like that. 10. The Chinibu phase, laughing face. Well, actually I was also very interested in other things besides monsters, but that's a story for another time. You joined the Demon King, huh? Wow. Although I'm fully aware that my weakness is to blame for their actions, it's still a pathetic way to behave. I'll have to reprimand them quickly. Let's add one more goal to our trips. I will gather the 12 heavenly stars and take responsibility for subduing them. Well, actually the idea of the relatives I raised causing trouble for others made my stomach churn. I will stop them with brute force if necessary. Oomph. Dina, could you mark the current locations of the remaining 3 heroes and the 12 celestial stars on a map? Yes, of course. First, I need to find out if the 3 heroes are gamers like me. So, if the 12 heavenly stars are acting stupidly, I will stop them and get them back. Oh, right. We're also going to need a source of funding. For someone as broke as me, this is a priority. We'll have to find a way to raise money for our trips. I'm finished, Rufa-sama. I marked everything on this map. Thank you. Accepting Dinah's map, I reviewed the content. As for the heroes, the closest one is located in a country called Suval, which is about 1,400 kilometers north of our current location. The elf hero has settled here. In addition, the ram, Ares, prepares for Suval's invasion in a castle at the foot of a nearby volcano. What on earth does this sheep think it's doing? Anyway, this should be our first destination. I'm going to have to stop that sheep before it tears a burrito in my stomach. Oh my God, what a nuisance. However, I would be lying if I said I wasn't excited. Okay, now let's begin the job search. Some kind of explanation in the world of Midgard. Magical power and holy power are polar opposites. Magical power is closely linked to demons, and its purpose is to harm or curse. On the other hand, the holy attribute has a strong connection to the heavens and focuses more on healing and support. In simpler terms, magic, black magic, sacred power, white magic chapter for the city of Uteril is a city of trade and commerce. It is located just east of the country of Levatin and does not belong to any nation. Located between almost all major countries, It is a bustling city that attracts a wide variety of traders and travelers. Naturally, that includes adventurers too. In fact, when this was a game, this is where new players began their adventure. Despite the 200 years that have passed, Uteral remains as alive as ever. I felt relieved to see that even a small part of the world was still as I knew it. Yes, I feel somewhat attached to this place. Dina, it's difficult to move. Please hold on, just Barato longer. They'd recognize you right away. You don't want to attract attention, do you? While strolling through this charming city, I concealed myself fully under my coat, looking as suspicious as possible. Following Dinah's instructions, my wings were wrapped tightly around my body and a coat was placed over them. In addition, the crimson coat she was wearing had a comfortable hood attached to her back. Yes, this is definitely enough to hide my identity. But I think that, anyway, it's what makes me stand out. And I really can't move my arms in these clothes. What is this? Some kind of game? Well, Rufus Sama. First, securing funding for our travels is probably the biggest hurdle to overcome. Anyone would recognize you at first glance, so finding a suitable job is extremely difficult. You understand? After all, there aren't many people willing to hire a black-winged lord. But those were events from 200 years ago. In an age without images, I doubt anyone would recognize me. Naive. How naive, Rufus Sama. This trading city is where people from all over the world gather. You know, and long-lived races like elves are no exception. They may still remember it clearly. Upon hearing Dinah's explanation, I nodded in understanding. Now that I think about it, those races exist in this alternate universe. I myself am a member of one of those long-lived races. To begin with, it's rumored that the Flugels are descendants of angels. And, whether that's true or not, they boast an average lifespan of a ridiculous 1,500 years. That's why I'm able to maintain my youthful appearance even after 200 years. By the way, Rufus was 275 years old, so I guess he's 475 years old now. In human years, she would have been 14 years old when she was sealed and around 24 now. My outward appearance is that of a girl between 15 and 17 years old, especially those black wings. Even if they didn't recognize you, your wings stand out too much. For the Flugels, after all, those are taboo wings. They're usually black, aren't they? I bet I'm just a different kind of flugelhorn. As I mentioned before, the Flugels are descendants of the angels. They themselves believe the same and take pride in their white, pure, and immaculate wings. They even went so far as to insist that these wings were proof of his flukistery, and that his appeal to mates was determined not by his face or physical form, but by his wings. Apparently, a male would display his wings to a female to show her his affection. To put it bluntly, whether you're considered unattractive, overweight, have pimples, stink, or wear anime print t-shirts, as long as your wings remain completely white, you're very attractive. On the contrary, however refined your physical appearance may be, if your wings are stained, you will never be attractive. In this respect, my jet black wings are completely out of the question. They far exceed the jurisdiction of beauty and ugliness. At this rate, they'd only recognize me as a monster. In human terms, let's see. It's like having green skin, no eyebrows, and hair growing from your forehead instead of your scalp. Forget about beauty. They wouldn't even recognize me as another Flugel. Of course, I knew the backstory perfectly, and with that knowledge, I chose these black wings. The reason was very simple. Wouldn't Taboo's wings be the coolest thing ever? Yeah, needless to say, many other players thought the same, and jet black wings were not so uncommon. In contrast, the more eccentric designs included golden wings, gradients, and even players who took the liberty of choosing a different color for each of the feathers. Try to accept that I stood out, knowing that this is beyond difficult. If I stand out, what about those crazy Flugels with rainbow wings? This is not normal at all. Please, be a little more aware of yourself. Okay, I understand. Now stop yelling. Having made Dina angry, I shrugged. Oh my god. So this world is so different from the game that I can't even show off my wings, huh? This seems to be a bit of an inconvenience. Seriously, getting back to the topic. Despite your reputation, there's a job that practically anyone could take on. Adventurers. In other words, people who risk their lives to earn a living. Exactly. Reputation and social status are unnecessary. Anyone with the right mind and body can do it. Those who risk their lives to earn a living. The adventurers. It is an occupation that requires little more than a bit of determination to undertake. Money and social status are irrelevant. Anyone can accept requests, regardless of whether they are a slave or a criminal. In return, their safety is not guaranteed. Neither the agency nor the client is responsible if you are seriously harmed or lose your life while completing an application. Barado, you sink to the lowest rung of the social hierarchy, alongside the homeless and the unemployed who have nowhere to stay. People are constantly worried about where they will find their next meal. They're the type of people who, in their final moments, dream of drowning in gold and then die on the way. That's what it means to be an adventurer. Whereas in the game, you could revive indefinitely, and this reality remained a dark story. Rather, most players accumulated money and experience as adventurers and then progressed through the rest of the game. Therefore, the number of adventurers ranged from a couple of thousand to hundreds of thousands of players at any given time. And what about the social hierarchy? It was really just a bit of verbal abuse from the NPCs, so it wasn't a big deal. However, this is the reality. Death is the end of the road, and I'm sure that harsh acts of discrimination appear here that are omitted from the game. Will I be okay? This is the body of Rufus Maffel, so death is highly unlikely. But will I be able to bear to see blood? Can I, who can barely stand to see a cat or a pigeon run over by a car, really do this dirty work? To be honest, I'm anxious. We've arrived. This way, please. In response to Dinah's invitation, I entered the building after her. It was a somewhat dirty tavern, made of wood. The first floor was filled with various tables like in a cafeteria, and many thug-like figures could be seen sitting all over the place. As soon as we entered the building, several eager eyes fell upon Dina. However, with a suspicious individual me by her side, no one dared to approach. Yeah, that's it. This crummy atmosphere is definitely nostalgic. Now that you mention it, you were also an adventurer before you established your own nation, weren't you? Huh, didn't I just say something Barado out of line? Nostalgic? No, this actually brings back memories. As I said, it is common knowledge for most novice players to make their way as adventurers. I was also one of those players and completed a large number of applications during my time as such. However, I have never taken a single step in a tavern like this. And yet, I feel nostalgic. Shoot, it seems that I might be merging with Rufus after all. Welcome. Would you like to order something? Or would you prefer to stay overnight? We would like to accept an application. Miss, are you all right? The brusque, bald bar owner gave Dina a doubtful look. At first glance, Dina seemed unfit for battle with her thin build and gentle demeanor. In fact, if I were told that that girl was an adventurer, I would also question her sanity. Dina gave a charming smile in response to the confused shopkeeper. Oh, I won't be the one to accept the request. So that red guy over there, Centurado, if a rumor spread that no decent adventurer picks up their applications at that agency, their business would collapse after all. That's why the agency must confirm the extent of its employees' capabilities. That's what I understood from what Dina whispered in my ear. I positioned myself behind the shop, as instructed, where the bar owner was standing next to several identical stone statues. They all had unkempt beards and friendly smiles. If I'm not mistaken, these are stone golems produced by an alchemist. Alchemists use tools to create a wide variety of devices, and golems are just one example. As combat-oriented NPCs, golems serve as reliable allies for many solo players. Their strength varies depending on the raw materials and the skill level of the creator, but they rarely differ in level or status. Barado, golems can only be revived by their creator, so their remains are worthless. Additionally, once a golem chooses a target, it will continue fighting regardless of whether you like it or not. Sure, they're convenient, but there aren't many opportunities for lower-level players to use them. I also remember preparing a good number of golems to reinforce my defenses before the decisive battle against the heroes. However, They were nothing more than minor obstacles for high-level players. They'll have you fight these golems in a moment. The number of golems defeated and how efficiently you work will be taken into account for your evaluation. Understood. To express my will, I took a step forward. The coat was too tight and made my Barado clumsy. To be honest, this is a big obstacle, but, well, it should be okay. In a worst-case scenario, you'll deal with them through Barado, and if that doesn't work, I can always kick them. Ready? I'm ready when you are. Great. Let's begin then. With that, the golem's eyes lit up with life. Without delaying for a moment, I invoked a ranger skill, Observant Eye. It's a convenient skill that displays an opponent's level, remaining HP, and even stats if the user is skilled enough. Thus, the target's abilities were displayed as shown below. Stone Golem Level 5 Race. Artificial Life Form Horsepower. 68 SP. 0 STR. Strength 73 DX. Dexterity 36 VIT. Vitality 80 INT. Intelligence 5 AGI. Agility 27 MND. Willpower 5 LUK. Fortune 40 As you can see, they're small fish. These are opponents you can challenge in 30 minutes of gameplay. If you join a more experienced group, a single fight with a higher-level opponent could give you enough experience. All things considered, it seems that these golems were created for the sole purpose of testing your abilities. Rather, you'd be better off giving up on becoming an adventurer if you lose to these guys. I should probably check my own stats while I'm at it too. Honestly, the power gap is so big that I'm not sure how much I should hold back. Rufus Maphal Level 1000 Breed. Flugel Class Levels Warrior. 100 Sword Master. 100 Fighter. 100 Champion. 100 Monster Tamer. 100 Alchemist. 100 Forest Rangers. 100 Walker. 100 Acolyte. 100 Priest. 50 Weight. 50 Horsepower. 335,000 SP. 17430 STR. Strength 9200 DX. Dexterity 8750 VIT. Vitality 10,300 INT. Intelligence 8,300 AGI. Agility 10,778 MND. Willpower 9,550 LUK. Fortune 9280 Equipment Head. Right hand. Left hand. Torso. Dress of the Empress of Heaven. Nullity of Abnormal. State. HP Automatic Recovery Shoes. Speed Boots. Greater Speed of Movement Another. Shelter of the Seven Luminaries. 50 damage reduction to all attributes yes. Right now, this is simply bullying the weak. In that sense, it's not your imagination if my statistics seem a little abnormal. Although the maximum level was 1000, there are no upper limits for character stats. This means you can continue to improve your stats even after reaching the maximum level. Although status-boosting items were noticeably scarce, they weren't impossible to obtain. In fact, since HP boosts were especially easy to acquire, my health stats skyrocketed. By the way, an average Flugel has around 70,000 HP once it reaches the maximum level of 1000. This might give you an idea of what I had to go through to raise my HP to this level. As expected, I couldn't achieve stats comparable to those of the game's final boss characters, but I'm sure my stats surpassed those of many other boss monsters. My alias of the last Savage Chief was not at all an unfounded assumption. Speaking of which, it'll delve a little deeper into levels and class levels. Levels are simply the common levels. In role-playing games, they're a clear expression of the strength and combat experience that accumulate over time. This number has a limit of 1000, and there's not much you can do to overturn that rule. Even if you're stuck in a fight with multiple boss characters, it remains the only unbreakable rule of Xgate. Next, the class level. These indicate the level of each character class you own and have a limit of 100. This number increases in sync with the character's normal levels and influences how your skills develop, so they play an important role in character growth. For example, if you wanted to be a Vanguard but have been acting as a support for too long, you might find that your character's stats aren't suited to swapping roles. This is where the game tends to be a TRPG. Once you reach the maximum level for a class, the game will prompt you to change classes. Unless you choose a new one, you will not gain experience. regardless of the type of monster you face. There are two ways to solve this problem. The first is to act accordingly and alternate classes. By reaching level 1000, you'll have a character who masters 10 different classes. However, this doesn't mean you can't change classes before mastering the previous one. For example, I only leveled the Priest and Esper classes to level 50, which allowed me to include 11 classes. The second method makes use of the cash store. If you pay, the level cap is removed and you can continue leveling up your class to 200. However, you can acquire almost no additional skills. For example, the swordsman and fighter classes would surpass the offensive capabilities and hit points of a vanguard, which is an advantage of the cash shop. In addition, there are also players who seek to optimize the effectiveness of certain skills that depend on class levels. I didn't bring any class level beyond 100, wasn't able to discover any of the possible hidden classes or skills. The general opinion was that upgrading the class to level 200 was not a very smart choice. Well, I guess it doesn't matter so much now. Now, the moment had finally arrived to test my new abilities. Although there will be no resistance, it's an opportunity to sharpen my combat skills. Chapter 5. The last savage boss accepts a request. A golem's fist swings in the air. I brace myself for any attack, but his slow movements are slowly lulling me to sleep. So slow, too slow. What is that supposed to be? Some kind of punch from an anime protagonist brimming with hope, dreams, and the power of friendship? I could run to the supermarket, buy an apple, eat it, come back, and still arrive in time to stop the blow. What's with these half-hearted moves? Are they underestimating me? They're very rigid golems, aren't they? Expressing my displeasure, I gently jumped onto the golem. Then, with a tenth of my strength, I struck it on the head with my heel. The stone statue crumbled like a flimsy sheet of paper, completely losing its original shape. Fragile. Too fragile. A cardboard box would have won in a durability competition. Is it just me? Or is the ground too brittle? Owner, there's no need to hold back, you know? Could you make your movements more natural? Impossible. The golem was defeated in an instant. What has happened? Perhaps you weren't paying attention just now? Once again, I took into consideration the speed and strength of the golem. However, the owner's bewildered face tells a different story. I see. It's just me. It wasn't because the golems were too slow or fragile, but because I was too fast and too strong. My focus on the battlefield was so intense that it distorted my own perception of time. I see. So that was the extent of his power. That golem was level 5. That means the novice adventurer is also level 5. And in this world, that's an admirable display of strength. Conversely, I'm level 1000 and have particular confidence in my speed. Therefore, his top speed seems slow to me. The game mechanics work similarly. If the agility difference was too great, the lower-level player would never land a hit, even if the opponent stood still. It also accurately reflects my struggle with the golem. This won't even be enough to warm you up. I gently destroy 2 more golems with my feet. They give way almost without resistance, as if I were cutting through butter. I feel no accomplishment from these brief exchanges of blows. This isn't even a fight anymore. It's just a blatant fight with a predetermined winner. It's just a staged fight to show off the victor's power, and all that's gained is a feeling of emptiness, like squashing an insect with your heel. Anyway, this is an evaluation, so I have no choice but to continue. Although I'm not entirely sure what he can assess by seeing me running around aimlessly, I proceeded to crush the 3 remaining golems. I calmly kicked the last golem. Even so, the golem couldn't dodge it and fell lifeless to the ground. Let me retract what I said about this being my first battle experience. I have not yet experienced battle in this Barado. Too fast, too loud. What in the world is? The bar owner remained silent, his voice trembling. His eyes were clouded with fear. This is bad. It seems we've had a misunderstanding. Although I prefer not to draw too much attention to myself like this. Well, what's done is done. We'll try to keep that in mind next time. Rufus-sama, you're going too far. The level of combat is much lower than it was 200 years ago. You'll cause fear if you don't control yourself. Dina ran and whispered heatedly. Now I know that the level of fighting has fallen over time. Shouldn't you have told me that sooner? Ah, forgive-moi, Dina. It seems I've lost my gift in these 200 years. I've underestimated my abilities. Seriously, try to be a little more careful next time, okay? It seems that even using a tenth of my power is excessive. Next time, a punch to the forehead should be enough to deal with this type of opponent. Ah, but I can't move my arms. So kicking is my only option. I guess it'll just have to move as slowly as possible and kick as gently as possible. Anyway, how mysterious. Normally, the world around me doesn't move at the speed of a slow-motion film. However, as soon as I entered combat, the world around me slowed down. I was essentially able to seamlessly switch from a normal field of perception to one more suited to battle. Perhaps I was saved by Rufus' natural instincts. So what do you think? I think it was a flawless performance. Yes, that's right. You shouldn't have any problems with the applications. The application board is inside the tavern, so feel free to choose whichever one you prefer. After receiving the owner's approval, Dina and I returned to the bar to find a job board. However, after reviewing the available jobs, I discovered that none of them appealed to me. Frankly, I would prefer one task with a more generous reward to several smaller jobs. I want to get to Suville as soon as possible. An escort request for a carriage from Uteril to Suville would be ideal. In that case, I could earn some money while traveling to Suville, although I could fly alone in an instant. That would mean leaving Dina behind. With a carriage, I can easily take Dina with me. Or so I thought at first, but there's nothing good here, huh? There is no. Although there was a request for an escort, the carriage was headed to Levaten. Not to mention that Levaten is in the opposite direction from Suville. Unfortunately, we didn't find any requests that met my expectations. Ah, Rupa-sama. What do you think of this one? I glanced at the thin sheet of paper that Dina was holding for me. Request search for cat's difficulty. Reward. 100 eru for each cat found. All 12 of our house cats have escaped somewhere. Please look for them. 1,200 euros at most for finding 12 cats. What a bargain. Ah, well, it certainly is. 1,200 euros if the search goes well. It's certainly a bargain. The eru is the currency of this world. And if I'm not mistaken, 1 eru is equivalent to about 200 Japanese yen to US dollars. Basically, that means that by completing this job, we earn a total of 240,000 yen, 2,400 US dollars. Either the client is a huge cat lover or a wealthy nobleman. In either case, he lives a life of luxury. Incidentally, while that was the in-game conversion rate, the opposite could be true in reality. It's obvious that between in-game currency and real money, the latter has more value. In fact, you could get 10,000 euros worth of in-game equipment with 500 yen, 5 US dollars. That would make real money much more valuable. The world is a cruel place. Let's not do it. I'm not very good at searching. That's a beastman's job. And what about this one? Request for the subjugation of orcs difficulty. Reward. 1,500 euros. The orcs have built a nest near the village and have been doing whatever they wanted. Please help. Oh, really? That's quite a lucrative request. It's strange that no one's accepting it. I say I approve the job application. Dina withheld. I would have exterminated the orcs even without a reward. These creatures have a 3 chance of dropping orc meat, a health-boosting item. After all, orcs, also known as pork chops, back when this was still a game, they existed solely so players could easily gain experience. A truly fitting existence for their nickname. Especially for max-level players hoping to increase their hit points, orc extermination was a daily routine. Some players even camped at orc spawn locations. For these reasons, orcs became rare monsters. An orc's average lifespan dwindled to a mere couple of seconds. That's why it was impossible for them to lead a raid on a human village. They were quickly defeated and plundered from the moment they were born, let alone band together. Orcs were such pitiful creatures that you start to sympathize with lines of code. That these orcs moved, assembled, and attacked people. It's a profoundly moving moment for me. It's because there are no profits. What? Orc hunting is the personification of profit. That might have been true in Rufus Sama's case, but times have changed. Nowadays, a single orc can match the strength of a seasoned warrior. Exterminating a nest would be a task for the Order of Knights. And even then, there are heavy casualties. No one is willing to risk their life for a paltry 1,500 euros. So times change. Back then, adventurers lined up to accept such a request. Not to mention that mission rewards never dropped that low. I remember a similar request that paid 15,000 euros. The differences between the game and reality made me sigh. Orc hunting is nothing more than a pointless burden for the inhabitants of this world. However, players of the game would live the dream of being rewarded for defeating orcs. It's like being told, in addition to an all-you-can-eat coupon for a prime steak, we'll pay you 30,000 yen, US 300, for each additional slice you can eat. It's hard not to think it's too good to be true. Basically, it's okay if I destroy their nest, right? Of course. Okay, then let's accept this request. This will be our ticket to get food and money before we begin our journey. Yes, this time the orcs will definitely go extinct. Although it was my idea, I think I feel a little sorry for them now. This is a chance to earn money, get meat, and increase my HP all at the same time. If I let this opportunity slip away, I'm not qualified as a competitive player. With the written application in hand, I explained my plans to the bar owner and left the tavern. By the way, Dina. Yes. What is it? The village specified in the request is a half-day walk away. As we headed towards our destination, I decided to spend some time discussing my doubts with Dina. There are many differences between this world and my knowledge of the game. 200 years is no small amount of time, after all. You told me that the level of combat has declined over the last 200 years. I'd like to know more details. 200 years ago, when this was a game, I was undoubtedly the strongest player. At the top of the list, I'm certain no opponent could surpass me. However, that didn't mean my strength was insurmountable. Incredibly, there was no shortage of players who could challenge my authority. The game had 8 million active players in total, and around 20 of them reached the maximum character level, which is essential for being a competitive player. Sure, it requires some effort, but with a little perseverance, it's achievable. On the other hand, this alone isn't enough to be recognized as a high-ranking player. The real challenge comes later, efficiently collecting items that improve your stats when you can't level up. Therefore, only a small fraction of the mentally challenged players who ruin their health by playing appear as high-ranking players. Now that I think about it, the use of stat-boosting items doesn't seem to be common in this world. That would mean your growth would stop at the maximum level. But even so, it's no reason for the standards to drop so low. The next words that came out of Dinah's mouth left me speechless. Let us see. The country you mentioned earlier, Levatin, is also widely known as the nation of swords, and their SA sword saint famous for being the best swordsman on the planet. He should be around level 120. 120? Yes, 120. I doubted my own ears. Wait a minute, 120? The best swordsman on the planet is level 120? What's with that low number? I'm surprised he can call himself a sword saint. He seems like an arrogant beginner who decided to give himself a second name because he reached level 100. At least he should reach level 1000 before making a fool of himself. You must be joking. There's a limit to how low you can go, you know? You see, Rufus-sama. The strange ones were those of that generation. Think about it, please. There's only one life. Monsters capable of reaching level 1000 without dying are rare. Not to mention that the only way to get there is by fighting day after day like a madman. Training without rest is hardly enough to call it an act of madness. It was the heroes of that era who were truly insane. I feel disoriented, but I understand. In fact, level 1000 could only be reached because it was a game. You could simply resurrect after dying. There would be no consequences. It was possible because it was a game. But can we really say the same about reality? Hunting monsters all day, every day, and surviving that nightmare for over a year. How many people on the planet can accomplish such a feat? How many of those individuals still retain their sanity? With that in mind, even level 120 is an incredible achievement. The level of a lunatic on the verge of obsession. I was the one who was irregular. I see. In fact, it's considerably different from the world I knew. I am a lunatic and a monster in this world. Looking directly into the eyes of reality, a feeling of emptiness enveloped my chest. Chapter 6, Eru Village. It's a small village half a day's journey from the market town of Uteril. With no distinctive products, it's a quiet community. At least, that's what Dina told me. After escaping the shadow of the forest, a tiny village came into view. Several small wooden houses stood in a row, and lush fields stretched across the land. This could be a welcome change of scenery. Our client's specified address must be, that big building over there. Looking up from her application, Dina pointed to a particularly large building. It wasn't as big as a city residence, of course, but it was quite large compared to the other houses in the village. It was probably the village chief's house. Reaching the door, Dina knocked gently. "Excuse me, we're here to complete an application. Is the mayor home?" Dina told me to leave all the negotiations and planning to her, so I'm just here for show. You see, my arrogant tone would only irritate our boss after all. It's almost as if my mouth has a mind of its own. "Oh, I've kept you waiting. Now, please come in." The person who appeared in the doorway was an elderly man with gray hair. For a moment, his expression turned suspicious as he looked at me. However, he ushered us in without saying a word. The interior of the room was clearly dilapidated. The walls were covered with evidence of hasty repairs, and the wooden floor creaked with every step. The state of the mayor's house clearly reflected the town's dire situation. "Of course, have a seat." Gesturing us to sit down, the man leaned into a wobbly chair. It looked like it might collapse at any moment, but somehow it held his weight. Kind of think of it, if I were Beast Man, it probably would collapse too. "Okay, let's get down to business. We need to destroy the orc nest near the village. Is that right?" "Yes, but I haven't gone so far as to demand their destruction. If you manage to drive the orcs from the area, they'll gladly pay the reward. At this rate, the orcs will keep attacking the villagers. Our people taken, our workers lost, and families driven from their homes. With most of our crops stolen, we're cornered. Please punish those horrible swine." Naturally, while Dina was talking to the mayor, I was quite impressed by the lowlifes. The orcs, as always, are still very attached to their sordid way of life. Perhaps, just perhaps, that's why they were never included among the 7 main races and were instead labeled monsters. Has that ever occurred to you? Even vampires were humble enough to be accepted by other races. But when it comes to you pigs, well, it would make my job harder if you were decent people. So I'm strangely grateful. At least you'll know I'm doing the world a favor when I hunt orcs. Rest easy. The orc nest will surely be destroyed. Because of this guy. Dina pointed at me with a triumphant expression. "Hey, don't forget who's going to take on all this responsibility you're accepting." Well, what he says is true, so he'll nod obediently. On the other hand, the mayor gave me another doubtful look. "I beg you, please save this town." The village chief lowered his head. I never intended to refuse, but now I'm brimming with motivation. Promising to destroy the orc nest, Dina and I left the building. So what now? Do we exterminate them all at once? That sounds great, but we'll have to make preparations. It's entirely possible the orcs will attack the village while I'm gone. Defeating the orcs will probably be easy. After all, there's a difference in skill level. No matter how unprepared we are, we have no chance of losing to them. However, we will lose if the orcs decide to kill the mayor while we're away. If our client dies, we won't be able to collect our reward. And that's where the security guard comes in. A security guard? Yes, a single golem should suffice. It won't be very strong, but if it manages to slow down the orcs, it will have served its purpose. While giving this explanation, I gathered the necessary components from the ground. Then, harnessing the power of an alchemist's skill, a stone golem was produced. A golem's strength depends on the skill of its creator. To calculate its level, the alchemist class level is added to half of their total levels. For example, a golem created by a level 20 alchemist with 5 class levels will be level 15, 22.5. Furthermore, if that same alchemist had 20 class levels, they could create golems stronger than themselves. That's why golems are so effective for leveling up early in the game. At level 1, An alchemist can produce golems 5 times stronger than themselves. However, while the class level caps at 100, regular levels can reach 1000. This means golems lose their effectiveness late in the game. In the long run, even if I were to produce a golem, it would only reach level 600, 1200. Furthermore, materials also influence a golem's level. While a level 600 golem is viable with quality ingredients, level 100 is the maximum I can expect from the available materials. In short, it lacks the combat power needed to be useful to me. However, it should serve as a village guard. No, that's more than enough. Do you know how many millions of euros a level 100 golem is worth these days? So a road golem can fetch that price. Anyway, now we have a security guard. I ordered the golem to take down all the orcs that came near, and I left the village. The target is a single orc nest. The goal is the meat that permanently improves HP stats. Walking across the grass, we headed towards the spot indicated on the map. It was easy to find. Not only was it marked, but the pigs didn't even bother to hide. 2 chatty orcs stood guard outside a cave entrance. Although they were more or less keeping an eye on their surroundings, it was clear they were unprepared. It was the naivete of someone who had never considered the possibility of death. We found it. Ugh. These are repulsive images, no matter how many times I've seen them. The goddess Alovenas must also be mourning these failed creations of hers. You have a very sharp tongue. According to the church, the goddess is a merciful and loving deity who doesn't show favoritism, you know? That's a complete lie. It's just another one of those religious delusions. There's no doubt that a goddess also has likes and dislikes. As I listened to Dina cursing the orcs, I thought about how we could deal with them, approach them bravely, and kick them to death. Frankly, there's no reason to distrust the orcs. Even if we outright exterminate them, we'd easily win the battle. However, this method risks the orcs fleeing the area, using alchemist skills to eradicate the nest. I believe this is our safest option. Although I can't use offensive magic, my alchemist skills allow me to launch a large-scale attack. However, in this case, much of the valuable meat will be lost under the rubble. Use your abilities freely to quickly kill the orcs. This way, no orc will be able to escape, and I won't cause a commotion. This strategy prioritizes orc meat. Although we don't know how many orcs there are, 1 in 50 drops the item that improves their stats. This means that, with my small increase in luck, I can obtain approximately 3 items from 100 orcs. Orc meat is a dispensable item that randomly increases your HP from 100 to 300. In the worst-case scenario, 3 uses grant 300 HP. Minuscule, right? But if it's repeated countless times, it's not so insignificant. Okay, let's finish this quickly. Please crush them, Rufus Sama. I began creating objects with an alchemist skill. Using earth as a material, I would produce weapons. First, I would create about 30 swords. Then, using the Esper skill, Psychic Toss, I would keep them afloat. Honestly, I specialize more in melee combat. And 4 of the classes I've chosen are well suited to this type of combat, which proves it. Well, the Strider class is also quite melee-oriented, so I guess that makes 5. On the other hand, besides being unable to use offensive magic, range combat isn't exactly my strong suit. I don't have the Archer class, and my Esper class only reached level 50. However, with the help of the Alchemist class, it's not impractical. The Alchemist skill produces items from nearby materials. The items that can be created range from restoratives to defensive gear. This isn't limited to official items. With the right combinations, it's possible to create unique items. Although I've only created broadswords, I could forge weapons comparable to legendary gear. The Esper class is a class with psychic abilities. These abilities allow you to immobilize opponents and move objects without making direct contact with them. The Psychic Throw ability, one of the most typical of the Esper class, allows you to launch objects at enemies. Not only is it extremely compatible with the Alchemist class, but it's also incredibly fun to launch countless swords with your arms crossed. A total of 30 swords were aimed and hurled at the orcs. The blades struck them down, cut down their limbs, and punctured their hearts. In the blink of an eye, The former orcs took on the appearance of porcupines. They were unable to move. I emerged from the undergrowth, telekinetically extracting the swords from the corpses. Not to mention the 3 chance of getting them. Couldn't I get orc meat by dismantling them by hand? Oh, that won't do, Rufus Sama. Now the steak is damaged. Orc steak. The most tender part of the orc, which can increase your vitality, but if it is damaged even slightly, it loses its effect. Really? Yes. That said, orcs are quite agile in combat, so it happens fairly often. It said there's a 3 chance of defeating an orc without damaging the steak and retrieving it from the corpse unharmed. Did you forget all this while you were sealed away? After hearing Dinah's explanation, I was quite impressed. I see. That's 3%. To think that the probability of obtaining an item in the game could have such a fascinating explanation. But the important thing is that I understand that if I can skillfully defeat orcs, I can drastically increase the probability of obtaining items. Thank you for the explanation. It will be very helpful. I've wasted Barato. I doubt that after fighting the orcs so many times, they won't be in great shape, so cooking them is out of the question. Although these 2 orcs might be edible, we can't expect them to restore health. Barato. Orcs are quite tough to take down, so I don't recommend attacks aimed directly at their Barato. Blows to the head or neck are much Barato effective. Understood. You're quite well informed, aren't you? Hearing a fight in the cave, I threw a sword at the orc preparing for his turn. The pig was instantly struck down. As the Barato fell to the ground, Dina rewarded me with applause and a few words of praise. Then, after dismantling the carcass, I successfully recovered a perfectly cooked orc steak. Look, Dina, it was a success. I expected nothing less from Rufus Sama. If I were still myself, I wouldn't have been able to bear witnessing such a gruesome act, let alone taking the life of a living creature. In moments like these, I am deeply grateful for Rufus' mental fortitude. Well, there's still a lot of orcs. To fulfill the request, we will defeat all the orcs in the area. Chapter 7. The wild orc was thrown into total darkness. What are you? Joimba Gwa. It's someone from that village. Ga. Heh. You've made it this far. It's me, the strongest of the 4 celestial orc ki. Jaya. Oh, wait. My love. Please, it's Aya. Death swiftly claimed the lives of countless orcs who lay sprawled behind me. And as I ventured deeper into the nest, I fixed my gaze on the next visitors from beyond. Although I have also taken this opportunity to test a variety of skills. This instant defeat phenomenon has made it impossible to judge anything. Dina, how are things going on your end? This one is no good. It's ruined. She collected the cuts of meat from the fallen creatures, and, if they were intact, put them in a sack. Dina took care of the rest. Apparently, he's using transfer magic to deliver the remaining corpses to the tower. Looks like he's going to make jerky out of our fruits of labor. Although I appreciate having such a reliable secretary, we'll have a surplus of dried meat. I think we'll distribute most of it at the market. Anyway, they'll leave it to Diana. This should be our final destination. I kicked the door open. Despite the orc's startled reaction, the stone sword struck down the guards in seconds. In the ensuing confusion, the blades also felled an orc of a different color who was trying to flee. Only ordinary orcs drop orc meat. Therefore, I have nothing to do with an orc lord of variant species. His forces were defeated in battle. This should be the last one of them, right? Probably. Upon hearing Dinah's response, I exhaled. We have fulfilled the request, and my emotions remain undisturbed. In my current state, returning to Earth would be unthinkable. Someone who is indifferent to taking innocent lives has no place in modern Japan. And the kidnapped villagers, oh, here they are. Dinah's gaze fell upon the enclosure that stood a few steps away. On second thought, is it really an enclosure? In fact, they couldn't escape. That's for sure. However, the cage was well furnished. The captives were appropriately dressed, and precious stones and flowers had been placed inside. Although their sleepy expressions were tinged with fear, no one touched them. At first glance, they looked almost like royalty. While this should be the case, it would imply that orcs were decent creatures. They did take captives from other settlements. That much is certain. However, they did so with a sincere purpose. For some unfortunate reason, their numbers dwindled, compelling them to seek allies and barato from neighboring groups. Barato, they hold humans in particularly high regard, as humans are the only race capable of interbreeding. Elves? They wouldn't even bat an eye. However, mating is not the end of it all. A barbaric race like the orcs is incapable of properly raising its own children. So, unless they want the women to abandon their offspring, they prefer not to displease them. This is a rather troubling matter for the orcs. That's why they go to such lengths to please the girls. They offered them a more luxurious lifestyle than their own, provided them with abundant food, and even went so far as to offer them jewels and flowers to win their favor. Even so, Cinchuredo, they find impossible to live in harmony with other races. Okay, the girls are unharmed. Let's take them back to the village. Should I erase my memories? Why would we need it? I think it would be better if they forgot that the orcs kidnapped them. Is there a limit to your abilities? If you're interested, I could alter both their personalities and their memories. Well, I don't think we need to go that far. After all, they seem completely fine. The girls should be fine for now. Although I'm sure it was a terrifying experience, they came out unharmed. That said, we'll make sure to confirm this with the captives. And, of course, Dina will be the one to check. I won't lift a finger. Yes, I've become a woman, but deep down I'm still a man. In other words, I wouldn't feel comfortable doing it. I've also lost interest in women since becoming one. It's kind of pathetic. It's hard to believe I used to hide my private collection under my dresser. I understand. It'll be finished in a moment. Okay, try to work as fast as you can. Leaving the girls in Dinah's care, I started recording with the camera. There should be many stolen properties and crops from the village hidden here. We'll try to get back to the village as soon as I can. Even if the orcs pity me, I'm not kind enough to abandon my job. Besides, stealing is stealing. My pity doesn't lessen any of their crimes. Leaving the refuge of the orc nest, I channel my power into an alchemist's skill. Although the caves haven't caused any damage, it would be unwise to leave them as they are. The lingering scent of orcs could attract more of their kind, and their first instinct would be to attack the nearby village. So, to prevent things from getting worse, they'll be meticulous with my work. Transmute Hrungnir's right arm. The moment I uttered these words, a massive fistful of rock materialized above the caves. Approximately 50 meters wide, it was an advanced alchemical feat remarkable for both its reach and its sheer size. The caves were mercilessly destroyed, reducing the ancient settlement to rubble. A thunderous roar shook the air, the earth trembled, and debris was scattered by the wind. Any remote chance of survival from the previous devastating attack vanished with the nest. Thank you for your hard work, Rufus-sama. All the captives are safe and sound. Good job. After she returned to my side, using transfer magic, I thank her for her hard work. Well, actually, she did far more work than I did. Preserving the orc meat, distributing it to the market, and caring for the girls all fell under her responsibility. It's astonishing that Rufus treated her like an ornament before I replaced her. Isn't she incredibly capable? Which reminds me, I tried grilling this while I was there. Want a bite? You must be pretty tired after all that moving around. That is. Dina pulled a plate out of thin air and held it up high for me to see. A tasty golden steak lay on its surface, and an appetizing aroma floated in the air. It's orc steak. It'll be delicious with a side of rice, you know? Great, I'll have a serving. Without saying another word of protest, I leaned against a tree stump. Now that I think about it, I haven't eaten a thing since they called me here. With so much going on at once, it's easy to forget that it hasn't even been a day since I arrived. So I snapped my fingers and a wooden table rose from the floor. Wait, so orc meat retains its enhancing effects after being roasted? Don't worry. It's safe to cut the meat after removing it from the corpse. It's orc steak, an exceptional delicacy that increases the vitality of whoever eats it. However, if the orc is injured while still alive, it loses its vitality-boosting effects, and the vitality is dispersed throughout the rest of its body. Whereas if it's intact when it dies, the vitality remains concentrated in the steak, or so I've heard. What is this? Mystery food? While listening to Dinah's explanation, I transformed some wooden utensils and began to cut the steak. The tender meat melted under the knife, filling me with excitement. And then just one bite. The exquisite flavor melted in my mouth, its savory juices caressing my taste buds. Though it's a common expression, there's no other way to describe the tender sensation on my tongue. The delicious taste that filled my mouth left me speechless. Furthermore, the tartar sauce that complemented its sweet and sour flavor was irresistible. It highlighted the true potential of the high-quality meat. Then, as I took a spoonful of rice, I discovered another interesting combination. The intense flavor of the steak and a bite of rice fused together to form another serving of pure bliss. The two contrasting flavors worked in perfect harmony to compensate for each other's weaknesses. Is this tartar sauce homemade? Yes. Is it to your liking? Yes, it's incredible. I could eat nonstop. Although steak is best with beef, I can't take pork steak lightly now that I've tasted it myself. Can I? The delicious quality of the meat proves you can't judge a book by its cover. It almost justifies why orcs are so hideous. Dina, aren't you going to eat? And not well. That's fine then. Does she like or hate orcs? Well, since she says so herself, I won't dwell on it too much. Everyone has their quirks. After serving myself the rest of the orc steak, I check my status. Rufa's Maffle level 1000 breed. Flugel horsepower 335,000 SP. 44,300 STR. Strength 9,200 DX. Dexterity 8,750 VIT. Vitality 10,300 INT. Intelligence 7,300 AGI. Agility 10,778 MND. Willpower 7,550 LUK. Fortune 9280 OK. My health points have increased as expected. I still have 4 stakes left, so I can continue increasing my maximum health by at least 400 points. Even though my health is already beyond human comprehension, it'll keep pushing the limits. In fact, since the competition has completely disappeared, I'll be able to hunt orcs as I please. Even reaching millions doesn't seem like such a distant goal. Come to think of it, that's impossible. As delicious as orc steak is, it can't become a staple food. Besides, I bet orcs would go extinct long before I could reach those numbers. I'm quite surprised they weren't wiped out 200 years ago. Thank you for the food. It was really delicious, Dina. I'm glad you enjoyed it. After finishing her meal, Dina teleported away with the cutlery. She returned seconds later, this time without it. They had probably been left somewhere in the tower. Transferring magic must be amazing. I have absolutely no aptitude for magic, so I'm incredibly jealous. Now then, let us return Rufus Sama. Yeah, after this brief exchange, we set off for the village. On the way back, I asked him about his ability to manipulate memory and break the silence. Regarding your ability to manipulate memory that you mentioned earlier, is there any way someone can undo the spell? In most cases, my magic cannot be undone. However, if the overwritten personality is too stubborn, it may revert to its original state. I see. So, even if you erase their memories, there's a small chance that some might remember being kidnapped. Thinking about Dinah's explanation, I muttered to myself. Although she can manipulate memories, her ability is still imperfect. Perhaps she didn't erase them, but rather hid them in her subconscious? Perhaps that's why there's always a chance someone could retrieve them. It seems like a very convenient skill, but it seems very difficult to manage. You're right about that. Dina smiled ironically. Memory manipulation. Huh, that would be great for destroying evidence. There are many situations where it could be useful. Without realizing it, we had already arrived at the village with the former prisoners. Since I couldn't get my arms out from under my coat, the unconscious girls levitated into the air with the help of telekinesis. Oh, so you're back. And those girls. So they were safe. The village chief greeted us hurriedly upon our arrival. I carefully left the girls with him and stepped back. As always, I left the conversation to Dina. Yes, it seems we arrived just in time before the orcs got close to them. Oh, how wonderful to hear that. I couldn't wish for anything more. After explaining the situation, I handed the girls over. In the end, the kidnapping only amounted to some pampering from the orcs. However, the girls only became more frightened, and not a single orc managed to win a woman's heart. Above all, appearances are key. You orcs were born with the greatest disadvantage. No matter how chivalrous you may be, that is the one obstacle you will never overcome. The world is full of injustice. Well, then here are the 1,500 euros I promised. Thank you. That, and, do you know anything about the golem that's been guarding the village? Even we commoners can sense its tremendous power. That is a kind gift from my master. Do not hesitate to use it to protect the village. I thought to myself as the conversation continued, we've already got the food and the money for the trip. I feel like my worries have increased lately, but that's completely natural considering I've just traveled to a parallel world. It's like visiting a foreign country, but on a completely different level. That's enough for today. We'll leave tomorrow. Who would have thought that a single day could seem so long? High-level adventurer. Ha! It's an orc. Defeat it. High-level adventurer. You're done for. Orkea. What are you? Don't you have a heart? High-level adventurer. What? Didn't you hear what I said? Food is everything to me. We live in an age of valiant heroes. High-level adventurer. What kingdom do you hail from? High-level adventurer. Stand aside and let us handle this. High-level adventurer 10. What? An orc just appeared. Huh. The early bird catches the worm. Dondan orc. You are not human. Additional information. The sum of class levels equals the level cap. This means that a level 200 player will have a sum of 200 class levels. That's why Rufus has a sum of 1,000 class levels. End of story or chapter. Chapter 8. Traveling through the country of the last chief video games change over time. Since 1979, when Space Invaders hit stores, video games have constantly evolved to meet the needs of the times. 2 years later, the first handheld consoles were introduced, and 3 years after that, the family computer was released. 7 more years of innovation led to the Super Nintendo Entertainment System, SNES. 4 years later, the PlayStation appeared, and video games continued to change the lives of subsequent generations. While this new form of entertainment dominated the market, what continued to amaze gamers was the rapid evolution of graphics. From the 8-bit family computer to the 16-bit SNES, by the time the PlayStation became popular, fluid computer graphics had become the norm. Gamers of that generation marveled at the graphics offered by the PlayStation 2. Today, children playing the same games complain about the poor graphics quality. As CG technology advanced, gamers' tastes became more refined. However, this didn't mark the end of video game evolution. As the industry continued to thrive, games became increasingly realistic. So much so that people might have mistaken the graphics for photographs and the avatars for real people if they weren't projected onto a screen. It's almost as if the VR MMOs that countless developers have dreamed of could appear at any moment. Unfortunately, with our current technology, it's nothing more than a dream. There are too many risk factors involved in transferring your consciousness into the world of video games. Perhaps it will become a reality someday. However, someday is not something we can measure, and at least it isn't right now. So why on earth am I trembling in a carriage with my avatar? I would have left my avatar as a man if I had known this would happen. Rufus-sama, I see it. It's the next village. Ah, I see it too, so sit back down. Dina, who had been sitting next to me just a moment ago, was shaking me from side to side. It didn't help that the carriage was also shuddering as it passed. I had to fight off the urge to vomit. By subjugating the orcs and selling their meat, we can travel to Suvil in this carriage for 5,500 euros. Of course, it's obvious that Dina didn't sell any steaks that improved health, although she could have sold those that lost their effects. Putting that aside, I'm curious where she sold them, since she can teleport almost anywhere is possible. But while transfer magic is convenient, it seems she can't transport people with her. Perhaps her ability is limited to inanimate objects, or perhaps she needs the other party's consent. Well, according to Dina, the transfer fails if she feels even the slightest antipathy toward the target. Oh, one more thing. These are my hit points. After consuming the remaining 4 steaks, my current hit points have risen to 336,100. But alas, since jumbled digits bother me so much, they look away for now. Thank you for your sponsorship. After handing the money to the coachman, we got out of the carriage and headed towards the gates of the royal capital. There's several soldiers stood guard, and some are carrying out what looked like security checks. Now that I think about it, this city is being attacked by one of the 12 heavenly stars, isn't it? I'm so sorry for the inconvenience. You two, stop right there. We froze, but I knew this would happen. After all, my body is hidden under a coat. It looks suspicious from any angle. From here on, this is Suval territory. Can you show me your passports? Did you just say passport? Hey, this is new to me. They weren't needed when this was, well, they were. When this was just a game, influence was key. To enter another nation, a player first needed the ruler's recognition. If you think about it, it's a pretty similar concept to a passport. But, unfortunately for me, I have nothing like that. But Dina, oh, Dina is my salvation. Calmly, he reached into his inner jacket pocket and handed some papers to the doorman. Yes, these are our documents. Please verify this yourself. Thank you. Who is this world-class secretary? She's incredibly well-prepared. So you're a traveling salesman without citizenship. Their names are Dina and Safor, and their identity documents also appear authentic. There's been a lot of counterfeiting lately, hasn't there? Well, with you guys here, you'll only fool the short-sighted officials. Ha ha ha. This man needs a pair of glasses. I've never bothered to get an ID, so it's definitely a fake. And for God's sake, think about my alias. Safor. Isn't that just my name spelled backwards? You can come in. Thank you so much. Having escaped unharmed, Dina flashed a broad smile. However, just as we were about to cross the threshold, a voice called us a second time. Oh, wait. I still need to take a look at your face under that coat. I'm sorry, but I still need to make sure I'm not a demon or a monster. Yes, I thought this would happen. And that's why I didn't panic. In fact, I'm an infamous and well-known figure worldwide, but my distinguishing feature is my elegant black wings. In a world without photographs, the only ones who could recognize me by my face alone are elderly people who have seen me in person. To sum it up, if Oda Nobunaga were to walk around in modern clothes and with a different hairstyle, no one would notice and shout, "Hey, isn't that Oda Nobunaga?" So, as long as the Guardians don't have wings, sharp barato, or pointy ears, they're obviously human. In that case, revealing my face shouldn't cause any problems. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Will it be okay? I pulled down my hood and tried my best to smile. Just a reminder, but I'm definitely not a narcissist. However, as a former man, I'm very aware that my current appearance is that of a youthful and unparalleled beauty. A man knows another man's taste best. The mannerisms, the personality, and the facial expressions that can leave a strong impression, I know them all. Believe it or not, it's one of the reasons why people who adopt different personas can come across as bravado charming in online interactions. And, of course, this knowledge can also be used strategically. Please forgive her, Mr. Doorman. Censuredo ID, do anything to avoid hearing something like, "That doorman's breath smells awful." I don't want to go near him. And depending on the person, they might even apologize without hesitation. However, in this situation, there's only one right response for a sensible man who knows how to read the room. Of course. Please come in. Well, that's how it works. I pulled up my hood and finally crossed the border. Beyond the gate, the water stretched as far as the eye could see. The gate was connected to a single bridge that spanned the magnificent waters, and the royal capital lay at the far end. This country didn't exist when I played. It's a young nation with only 200 years of history. Its founder was none other than one of the 7 heroes of the rebellion, the King of Wisdom, Midgard. According to Dina, the hero still lives in this country despite having retired from the throne. I thought about it as we walked. Midgard and I started playing around the same time. There were times when we played together and others when we fought in groups. Even during the decisive battle, our relationship hadn't changed much. We knew the fight was just a performance to revive the competition. It was nothing more than a performance, and I was simply playing the villain. But in the end, we were still just players who shared the joy of playing the same game. The real question is, who exactly is the Midgard of this world? Is it perhaps the dedicated player I met online? Or is it someone else entirely, completely foreign to my memories? And if so, what happened to his memories of playing with me? The king of his sword, Alioth. The beast king, Dubhi. The king smith, Mizar. The adventurous king, Fekta. The king of wisdom, Migres. The heavenly king, Merak. And last but not least, the vampire princess, Benetnash. These are the players I once played with. Each represented one of the 7 main races, and they were among the highest-ranking players in the game. There are also individuals I absolutely must meet. Although the first 4 died due to their short lifespans, the last 3 still remain in this world. There is something I must find out. I need to know if there are others trapped in this abnormal situation, or if I am alone in this predicament. So this is the country that Migres himself founded. I raise my head. When contemplating the capital, the first word that comes to mind is water, a city of water. The grand gate, decorated with intricate patterns, framed the entrance to the capital, and thanks to its greater height, the metropolis is clearly visible. That said, the fact that my eyesight has become abnormally sharp also helps, and I've gotten a general idea of the country's cityscape. In the heart of the capital, the royal castle rises, surrounded by the gentle waves of the lake. Bridges in all 4 directions connect the castle to separate islands, and another bridge extends from each island to the lands that form the borders of Suvil. Including the imperial castle, 5 islands comprise the water city. 8 bridges link the different portions of land together into a single structure. The cityscape, in perfect harmony with the natural structures of the earth, is a sight to behold and a breathtaking feat of human architecture. The lake's reflective surface shimmered in the sunlight, and the trees swayed in the breeze. But Suvil was much more than its scenery. If you strained your eyes, you could see the curious orbs of light floating around the capital. In the game, the magical power that floated in the air was called mana. That's probably what it was. The concentrated mana gave the area an eerie presence. It was exactly what you'd expect from the land of the Wisdom King, the magical land of Suvil. It is a nation founded by an elf known as the King of Wisdom, one of the 7 heroes. The area is renowned for its unusually high concentrations of mana and its rapid advancements in magic and technology. It is where mages and scholars from the farthest reaches of the world aspire to share their ideas. However, due to the abundance of mana, the Flugels rarely visit. Rufus Sama, are you all right? It's okay. I'm not entirely sure about the others of my kind, but in my opinion, it's quite pleasant. Upon hearing Dinah's concerns, I carefully observed the mana surrounding us. I'm not bothered by being near wandering mana. Although I've heard that Flugels dislike demonic power, I don't exhibit any such symptoms. Perhaps the race's aversion to mana is entirely psychological? That would explain why I, who have no personal preferences, am perfectly fine. So, regarding our next course of action, where would you like to go after this? Naturally, to meet Migres. After all, I have many things to ask him. Straight to the point, huh? However, if anyone's around, it's most likely Migres resting in the castle. You don't mean to suggest we go in through the front door, do you? I shook my head at Dinah's words. Besides the imminent invasion of a magical beast, storming the castle would only increase the chaos. In that case, sneaking in or waiting for it to leave the castle are much safer options. Would be much better off gathering intelligence first. Instead, I think we should enter discreetly. We shouldn't make an unnecessary fuss. As Dina suggests, it'll gradually familiarize myself with the capital before slowly advancing toward our objective. This country is one of the greatest repositories of knowledge on the planet, which means there will definitely be somewhere I can read about world history. I know very little about the 200 years that passed without me. First, I do like to cover up my lack of knowledge. In that sense, it's quite convenient for Ares to have chosen this city to attack. Let's see. The first thing is to find a library. With a clear goal in mind, I asked a passerby how to get there. Chapter 9. A kind middle-aged man appeared. He was a man of humble origins. He wandered aimlessly, but fixed his gaze on the sky that stretched far above him. Someday, I'd like to be there. Specifically, I'd like to be near 50th place in the daily rankings. Then the man aimed higher, believing he could climb just as he did now. Daily ranking number 1. He reached Barato higher than he expected. Centuredo gave him the typical appearance of a mercenary. However, his vibrant smile told me he was a sociable man. It was an expression that eclipsed his fearful appearance, replacing it with a warm and comforting feeling. That was the kind of man he was. The east side, that means this is the western island, so you'll need to cross the bridge to your right. The eastern side is where academics and students gather. Schools, libraries, museums, and pretty much everything related to knowledge is probably there. Dina and I nodded, understanding. It seems each of the 4 islands plays a different role in the nation. Just hearing this awakens my adventurous spirit. After we've explored the libraries, we should take a look. Thank you very much. We're leaving. Hey, hold on a second, miss. Don't tell me you're planning on walking, are you? It's getting dark, you know. The man stopped us. Then he took a map out of his pocket and began to explain things to us. The country is quite large. A single island is about 500 square kilometers. With the royal castle and the bridges, the nation covers about 2,500 square kilometers. It would take you decades to reach the other side on foot. So how does everyone get around? We're taking the monorail. Come on, it'll walk you to the terminal. A monorail, huh? That's a modern approach for a change. Well, it's not like this world lacks the concept of science. Even magic exists, so a couple of convenient modes of transport shouldn't be ruled out. Oops, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Gantz. I'm a mercenary working for the country's border security. Well, I have a day off today. My name is Dina. I'm a street vendor, and this suspicious-looking guy in red is Safor-sama, my employer. I nudged Dina with my barato, ignoring her expression of pain. Who on earth presents someone as suspect? Even though I'm undeniably a suspect, it was you who suggested this outfit. You also dress rather strangely. Well, I'm sure you have your reasons. I don't intend to barato. Thank you. That saves us a lot of trouble. I said a single word of thanks and quickly followed Gantz. If you don't mind, I'd like to know a little more about this country. Of course. Gantz answered Dinah's question quite easily. He's a very generous man for someone we just met. It seems my first impression of him wasn't quite right. He'll begin with the country's 5 districts. The first is the Southern Market, which is the area you should have seen upon entering the country. The region is home to a multitude of industries vying to sell their products, so it's deliberately located near the gates to attract the attention of visitors and tourists. However, the constant attacks from Ares, one of the 12 celestial stars, have caused a decline in its population in recent years. My head hurts. These feelings for a subordinate, I don't even know. They're feelings I could never put into words. But for now, prepare to get a beating, Ares. Naturally, I won't hold back. Don't worry. If my memory serves me right, I've maxed out Ares' level at 800. You should be able to survive a couple of full-strength kicks. In that regard, they'll digress a bit. A familiar will never surpass its owner in level. For example, if a level 500 player tames a level 1000 monster, its level will drop below 500. This is because the highest level of a tamed monster is equal to half of its owner's total levels plus 3 times their class levels. In my case, the level cap becomes 800, 1023 by 100. Furthermore, even if the formula produces a number higher than the tamer's level, for example, if a tamer is level 100 with 100 class levels, theoretically, they would have a level cap of 350. The player's levels act as the limit. In simpler terms, a tame monster will never surpass its owner in strength. With a little simple math, you'll discover that a familiar's level matches its owner's level up to level 600, assuming your class level is capped at 100. By level 700, familiars are no longer very useful, and most tamers join groups. Furthermore, monster tamers can only maintain 1 familiar at a time. Taming 100 familiars doesn't change the fact that you can't summon an army. Of course, familiars stronger than the players would also destroy the game's balance. Solo players would proliferate, and the game would fall apart as an MMO. First, the cash shop can solve some of these problems to a certain extent, and producing a level 1000 familiar isn't impossible. However, to be honest, your best option as a tamer remains the same. The eastern areas comprise the education district. You already know about this from our previous conversation, so we'll skip it. Next, to the west, is the industrial district where magical machines, tools, and the monorails we'll be traveling on are manufactured. While it's nothing compared to the artisan nation of Brutgung, the area is famous for its large population of skilled mechanics. Magic machines, Brutgung, both are things I'd never heard of. I whispered to Dina as he continued explaining. Both are names I don't recognize. At least, they weren't part of the game's vocabulary. After I expressed my doubts, Dina began to explain in a low voice. The magic engine is something Midgard invented 20 years ago. It's a machine that uses mana as fuel. Besides being incredibly economical, its energy efficiency is far greater than that of coal. It's a novel machine that has attracted considerable attention. However, it's especially unpopular with fluscorns, so it hasn't completely replaced coal in industry yet. So that's what it was. It's the substitute for oil or kerosene in this world. Although I don't know how abundant mana is, in time they will deplete the Earth's natural reserves. Or perhaps mana is an infinite resource. They'll have to learn to use common sense. Brutgung is a nation founded by another of the 7 heroes, the blacksmith king, Mizar. It is a large settlement of dwarves and artisans. In fact, most of the world's industrial products are manufactured and exported from this country. I see. Manufacturing, that's another uncharted territory for me. But after receiving my response, I refocused on Gant's explanation. The North Island functions as a residential district. Most of the housing is concentrated in that area. Being the island furthest from the country's borders, it is currently the second safest place in the country. Why is it the second safest? Wouldn't it be the safest if it were farther away? The thing is, miss, monsters don't just walk right in through the door like good citizens like yourself. Even though the lake serves as a natural fortress, there's no guarantee they won't come after us from behind. In fact, monsters that fly or swim can ignore doors altogether. His logic is quite simple. As he implies, no monsters are kind enough to defy the border patrol out of courtesy. Rather, I find it odd that they don't invade by water. As if reading my mind, Gantz quickly offered another explanation that said going through the gates might be a better tactic. The lake surrounding the nation is actually a massive water golem that Migrez-sama transmuted. Incredible, isn't it? The lake protecting the nation is the ultimate defense, almost like a guardian deity. I'm honestly impressed. Although I'm also a top-level alchemist, it never crossed my mind to transmute an entire lake. But since this isn't a game limited to a single exhibition, anything goes. In a game, lines of code limit what can and cannot be done. However, this is reality. And in reality, there are no restrictions determining what will or will not register as transmutation material, be it a gust of wind or a mass of water. Maybe I'll try it when I get the chance. But a water golem, huh? In any case, Migrez created something quite interesting. Mana-infused water should be a high-quality transmutation material. It wouldn't be surprising if such a golem reached the maximum level. Let's see. Why don't we take a look ourselves? Observe an eye. Guardian Deity Levia level 500 race. Artificial life form horsepower. 18,000 sp. 0 STR. Strength 2750 DX. Dexterity 800 VIT. Vitality 3400 INT. Intelligence 650 AGI. Agility 1028 MND. Willpower 722 LUK. Luck 2300 gloves level 82 race. Human class levels Guerrero. 82 horsepower. 6860 SP. 476 STR. Strength 303 DX. Dexterity 263 VIT. Vitality 368 INT. Intelligence 99 AGI. Agility 245 MND. Willpower 72 LUK. Luck 208 Level 500? Considering that the Saint of the Sword in this world is level 120, that's an admirable strength. Especially since using the entire lake has increased his health significantly. So, 18,000 health at level 500? Is that a mistake? Especially for golems, which can't use status-enhancing items. These numbers are exorbitant. A level 500 water golem with mana infusion would typically have around 50,000 hit points. A pure water golem would have a slight advantage in hit points, but it's not significant. Producing one with 180,000 is another story. Undoubtedly, it's a feat worthy of praise as the king of wisdom. On the other hand, Gantz is just a novice warrior. Well, using our level 120 Sword Saint as a reference, doesn't that make him incredibly strong? Well, at least he's not weak. I think. Gantz continued explaining. Finally, the central island comprises the noble district. This is where the royalty and nobility reside, a place inaccessible to commoners like us. If you enter without authorization, you will be arrested on the spot, so be careful. So Midgard resides where the privileged class lives. This makes infiltration from the front even more difficult. Well, we'll think about this later. And we've arrived. This is the terminal. Needless to say, our destination was considerably different from the subway terminals of modern-day Japan. Rather, it resembled the inside of an iron chest. There were no escalators, handrails, or yellow lines to avoid. No eye-catching advertisements or digital displays anywhere. It was just a metal box for boarding the monorails. As expected, the monorail itself was another metal cage, but this time with sofas and windows. In short, we were going to travel in a metal box inside another metal box. Well, this is as far as it'll take you. If you have the chance, be sure to find me again. With pleasure. Thank you very much, Gantz-san. You really saved us. Thank you. We couldn't expect him to guide us to the school district, so we thanked him and said goodbye. His patience in guiding strangers around the city was more than we could have asked for. After saying goodbye to the kind mercenary who had helped us on the trip, Dina and I boarded the monorail. Very good. The school district, huh? I guess that's where we'll catch up on the 200 years of history class I've been sleeping through. Chapter 10 Review. PS2 Dream Station, a fictional game console. The speeding monorail glided silently along the tracks. The passengers cared little whether it ran on electricity or mana. At most, it was only slightly faster or slower. However, the scenery is another story. The magnificent waters blur together, and a breathtaking city floats in the middle of a lake as vast as the ocean. My chest swells with curiosity, and my heart pounds with anticipation. Even from the monorail, I can make out each inhabitant of the town going about their daily routines. I felt like a child looking out the window of a car. Stepping off the monorail was like entering a completely different country. The people in the streets were mostly individuals with sharp features and frail bodies. Almost all of them seemed malnourished, so much so that you couldn't help but worry their thin figures might collapse at any moment. However, what caught my eye most were the long-eared beauties, the elves. In the game, elves typically never left the forest, secluding themselves in the densest areas. But some things have changed 200 years into this new era. Now I could see elves strolling through the city center or chatting with members of the human race. I could swear I even saw a middle-aged human and a young elf holding hands in public. But remember that the life expectancy of humans and elves is different. So, by putting it cleverly, you might not realize that the elf could have lived much longer. In other words, he married a timeless beauty. I hope he ends up alone. We found a library right away. Luckily, the imposing building was just steps from the terminal. In addition, the library towered over the surrounding buildings, easily making it the tallest structure on the block. I slipped through the entrance and went inside. Halfway there, a librarian glanced at me, but didn't say anything in particular. After all, the library is a public space. As long as I don't break any rules, there's no reason to question me. It was a circular corridor with desks lined up in the center. Bookshelves upon bookshelves were stacked against the wall, and books filled the space. Of course, this didn't mean the room was isolated. There were convenient walkways leading in and out of the corridor, so it wouldn't feel stuffy. I headed over to the history shelves and scanned the titles. Midgard Genesis Record. Why did the goddess Alovenas create the world? History of Midgard. The birth of the seven races record of the wars of Midgard, from the appearance of the demon race to the present day. These volumes should matter. They aren't events from the last 200 years, and they probably don't differ much from the game I knew. What I really want to know is what happened after my supposed death. The Lord of the Black Wings. The military prowess of Rufa's Maffel legendary figures of the past. Rufa's Maffel historical analysis. Was Rufa's Maffel really evil? Rufa's Maffel, the only ruler who managed to dominate the world. This section is full of books about me. I'm curious to know how society perceives me. So, they'll take the volumes on legendary figures and historical analysis and move on to the next section. That said, I'm starting to really appreciate telekinesis. I would have maxed it out at 100 instead of 50 if I'd known it was so useful. That said, the Esper class didn't perform the best in combat, and reviewing books wasn't exactly a common occurrence in the game. The 7 heroes, brave warriors who defeated the Lord of the Black Wings, the glories and follies of the 7 heroes, legendary figures of the past. Alioth, legendary figures of the past. W, legendary figures of the past. Mizar, legendary figures of the past. Fekta, the rise and fall of humanity. Did humanity make a mistake? Death to the 7 heroes. Historian Williams speaks of humanity's greatest mistake. These bookshelves contain the story of the 7 heroes, which means they'll cover the 200 years I've missed. Come to think of it, the reason Midgard and some others aren't included among the figures of the past is probably because they're still alive. Living legends can't become figures of the past. Putting that aside, several volumes openly criticize the 7 heroes. Was that really acceptable? The founder of this country is none other than a living embodiment of the 7 heroes. Despite his abdication, it's undeniable that he was a legendary hero. I wouldn't be surprised if the author were accused of treason. Surprised? Turns out they don't see you as so bad after all. True, it's strange. And here I was thinking I was playing a ruthless villain who toppled nations for fun. Well, although there are books written from that perspective, the initial fear has faded over time. These days, some even see their era as one of peace and prosperity, a time when wars were non-existent and there was no reason to fear the demon race. Above all, Rufus-sama wasn't such a ruthless tyrant to begin with. I could partially accept Dinah's words. That is, I can understand the public's opinion to a certain extent. It's just a guess. But Rufus is treated like a historical figure, like Napoleon or Nobunaga. If you recall, Oda Nobunaga made some mistakes in his time. But nowadays, people see him differently and often describe him as cool or a badass. He's even been chosen as the protagonist of several comics, which has generated quite a buzz among his fans. For those who experienced Nobunaga's horrors firsthand, such things are unimaginable. However, for those who perceive history through a textbook, it is nothing more than a moving story. Therefore, we can safely assume that the author of this book was not an elf. Well, I guess it's time for me to get down to studying. I'll isolate myself for a while. And you, Dina? Naturally, I'll join you. I'd also like to read some books. Oh, really? What kind? This, Gunboy Killed in Action. Volume 1, Gunboy Dies on the Ground, a light novel. Excuse me, but let's get this straight. Why on earth does the first volume kill off the protagonist of the novel's title? Well, it makes me strangely curious. By the way, the second volume, Tragedy, Death on the Battlefield, and the third, Death by Chance, are also masterpieces. Don't they all just die? I suppressed my sudden urge to read them and settled into one of the chairs. First, I'd like to research the 200 years of my absence. With a clear goal in mind, I opened a book. Let's see. The goddess Alovinas ruled over the forces of water and money. Legends speak of unparalleled beauty, with striking eyes and sea-colored hair. Others tell of golden locks that shone like moonlight. Some say she was a benevolent goddess who loved everything in the world she created. Others remember a deity who despised the repugnant races that tarnished her name. Wrong book. I returned the volume to its proper shelf. This time, I made sure I had the correct title. Rufa's Maffel, 200 years ago, a supreme being brought unification to the world. Her flawless skin and elegant black wings made her an unparalleled beauty on the face of Midgard. Such are the words of Merak, one of the 7 heroes. With force she advanced. be they men, beasts, or even demons, all cowered before her dominion. Yet, to this day, her motivation for ruling the world remains shrouded in mystery. However, the people of that time knew that although Rufus Maffel was a ruthless conqueror, she was by no means a ruthless tyrant. Despite using brute force to unite the world, she never abused her power. Noblesse oblige, the duty of a nobility toward society. In exchange for power, a ruler has the obligation to serve the people. These are the favorite words of the feudal lord, according to an elf of the time. Even if the lands were obtained through military force, a ruler has the duty to guarantee the protection of the people. A feudal lord had the responsibility to ensure the lives, future, and prospects of his subjects and their descendants. Rufus Maffel preached such ideals. As an ambitious conqueror, perhaps her words were hypocritical. Indeed, those who opposed her accused her of this. However, the fact that she never imposed unreasonable burdens on her compatriots was also an indisputable truth. On the contrary, the sovereign had overthrown corrupt rulers on several occasions. Rufus Maffel was not a virtuous woman. However, the question of whether she was truly wicked is frequently raised among scholars today. So why did he conquer the world? It's a mystery yet to be solved. The only ones who know the truth are the 12 celestial stars, fearsome enemies of humanity, and we have little chance of uncovering it. But considering his actions as monarch, perhaps he didn't conquer out of selfish desires. We don't know the facts. But what we do know is that we, as humanity, rejected, overthrew, and discarded their rule. However, these actions did not usher in a new era for humanity. Instead, they ended up pleasing the demonic race. The 7 great races were not the only ones who felt threatened by Rufus Maffel. The demons also feared and kept their distance from this powerful being. Dreading the power of the black-winged lady, her 12 generals, and the heroes of humanity, the demon race had gone into hiding. Having lost their greatest threat, the demonic race seized the opportunity. On the other hand, humanity scattered without the Rufus dominion. In response, the warriors of the era rose up in defense. However, the 7 heroes had lost their original unity, and the skirmishes almost always ended in crushing defeat. Therefore, the demons seized control of 60 of the world, cornering humanity. Today, humanity occupies only 30 of the planet, a figure that continues to decline as we struggle to survive. The 7 heroes have been reduced to 3, and they barely maintain the balance of our world, something that could crumble at any moment. A temporary peace, like the calm before the storm. The world, as we know, it could collapse as I write these pointless musings of a single man. Yet humanity hasn't the slightest idea how to break free from this impasse. Is the world on the verge of collapse? At this point in the book, I was less surprised than I expected. Although I knew the Demon King was growing strong enough for countries to resort to summoning heroes, I hadn't taken it seriously yet. Hoping a hero would appear and solve the world's problems was the most I could hope for. I mean, at first glance, the countryside seemed like the very definition of peace. I didn't expect the world to be on the brink of destruction. But this is the first time I've heard about humanity's territory shrinking. Well, to be honest, I had some doubts, like how the nations were quite small and how the entire country of Civil could easily fit inside Hokkaido. However, since countries are often just slightly larger cities and games, I was able to easily dismiss those doubts. Well, that's pretty much it. I was naive. The world is in serious trouble. On the other hand, perhaps this was the obvious outcome. The demon race still retains its powerful leader, the Demon King. Furthermore, several of the 12 heavenly stars have joined them. Even without the heavenly stars' betrayal, the strength of the general public has drastically decreased, and 4 of the 7 heroes have already met their end. Naturally, humanity would be cornered. The fact that humanity continues to fight is a miracle. Unless I recover the 12 celestial stars, humanity will be in trouble. In my opinion, their only reason to fight is my death at the hands of humanity. Well, as their master, I should be able to convince them to return to my side. Probably, hopefully. I'm trying to be optimistic. To think that the capricious decisions I made in a game could influence the fate of someone's world, that those people would agonize over a victory I could just dismiss as a game. There's something about that. There really is something about it. Some relatively useless information, uploaded with edited version. Next, chapter 11, there stood a single castle. Yet, only monsters filled its halls, and the esteemed lord of the castle was nowhere to be seen. Moreover, the throne that rested in the heart of the fortress remained eternally empty, as if patiently awaiting its master's return. Beside the castle, a massive sheep lay in a silent shrine. Its name was Ares. Having once served under the black-winged lord, the ram was an ancient pillar of the 12 celestial stars. This sheep dreamed of the nostalgic past. Ares was once a weakling who lived to be hunted. He was a pitiful creature, raised in a family of misfortunes. That was the kind of existence he was reliving. Rainbow sheep. They were mythical creatures that, it was said, appeared only once every 500 years. A single strand of their wool was worth more than gold, easily making them a creature worth entire nations. Furthermore, cotton spun from its hairs is the ideal material for making clothing. While it offers superior protection to armor, it is lighter than the finest silk. Moreover, the fabric serves as an incredible catalyst for magic. Therefore, it is said that capturing even one of these creatures would guarantee an ordinary family 7 generations of unimaginable wealth. The rainbow sheep is the very definition of a living treasure. That said, he was nothing more than a monster with rainbow wool. No, he wasn't even a monster, but a walking treasure, prey stalking his death. He had neither the means to protect himself, nor could he escape others. Instead, he had a uselessly shiny coat that attracted all sorts of unwanted attention. People, demons, and other monsters. Any living thing was just another natural enemy. This was Ares' pathetic life as prey, whether intentional or not. There is no crueler feat that Alovenas could accomplish. This creature had no other purpose in life than to hide, flee, and ultimately die at the hands of its predators. Every day was a desperate battle for her life. Every breath could be her last, and as she drowned in the fear of death, she continued to weep uncontrollably. Therefore, that encounter was nothing less than a miracle. Hair dyed the beautiful scarlet of a blazing fire, eyes that shone crimson like the setting sun, and wings as black as jet, abandoned by God. Ares remembered it as if it were yesterday. After all, for Ares, it was at that moment that his life truly began. Oh, really? A rainbow sheep? How lucky to find one here. Today must be my lucky day. It was a time when his revered teacher was still young and inexperienced. Even so, she was a shadow of the great ruler who would eventually awaken. Ares, so used to running from others, bumped into her. They're going to destroy me. At a single glance, Ares was overcome by a crushing fear. There wasn't a single chance of survival. Even at a fraction of her true potential, a calamity was a calamity. Oh, aren't you afraid? You're not fighting or running. Do you want to die? As Rufus approached the sheep, which offered no resistance, Ares sank into self-loathing. Why was he so weak? Why was he so helpless? Why would his life be reduced to nothing bravado than being a target for strong? Even now, he could only stand paralyzed with fear, awaiting his doom. He was so helpless, so you cry. Now, Ares noticed the warm tears running down his face. So he wept. He wept burning tears of misery and self-loathing, and cried out against the injustices of the world. However, instead of attacking the cowering creature, the young woman asked a question. What do you gain from those tears? Gratification? The satisfaction of self-pity and regret? Ridiculous. If you can scream with such misery, throw one last stone, shout one last insult, feed your hatred until the very last moment. If they steal your happiness, steal it back. At least, that's how I've lived my life. And I intend to live up to my reputation. How arrogant, Ares thought. Only the strong would think of such a thing. It was because she had never known defeat. What would she know about the complaints of the weak? And what will you do? Will you fall in vain and abandon any remaining hope of survival? Because if those are your thoughts, then then I have no problem destroying a creature with an ego smaller than that of a beast in a fight. Ares gritted his teeth. This wasn't how he was supposed to die. Ares didn't want to die, ridiculed by the haughty girl in front of him. His entire existence screamed as death loomed over him. That's right, he didn't want to die. He absolutely didn't want to die. For the first time in his life, Ares harbored the will to live. And she attacked. She bared her teeth and clung to her predator's arm. Now, Ares could be certain he would lose his life. She would take his life in a fit of rage and cast his soul into the darkest depths of hell. The subsequent events of the course proved those thoughts wrong. Rufus didn't budge an inch. Instead, he murmured in a strangely comforting voice. That's right. That's how it should be. It seems you can achieve it if you try. Ares' jaw dropped. The girl was, or rather, had never been hostile. In her panic, Ares felt gripped by irrational fear. And realizing this, she let go of the girl's arm. That's right, rainbow sheep. If you want to live every breath to the fullest. Whether you run or fight, give it your all with every step you take and every punch you throw. Also, you can be more than just prey for the strong. Ares finally regained her senses. Although she was strong, she was still suffering. The flukes valued the white sheen of their wings above all else. Feathers as black as pitch would never go unnoticed. On the contrary, they would reject her for her impurity. Without a doubt, she had experienced incredible discrimination. However, he was neither ashamed nor given to self-pity. Instead, he fought, he persevered, and above all, he achieved what he had. The bold smile of this powerful being was proof enough of that. Ah, if only I could be like her, Ares thought. A fresh stream of tears rolled down her wet cheeks as she cried out her wishes to the heavens, and a fallen flugelhorn answered her prayers. Then join me. My power alone will not be enough to crush the cruelties of this world. Grow strong, and together we will bring the world under our control. Get strong, Ares. Be with me. Thus, Ares clung tightly to his outstretched hands. This was the first encounter between the Lord of Black Wings and the first of the 12 celestial stars. It was also a precious memory that did not fade with time. She couldn't forget. She refused to forget the fleeting moments she spent with her precious Lord and Savior. As I flipped through a book, I tried to understand Ares' decision to invade the Suvals. For starters, Ares was a rainbow sheep, a rather timid and harmless species. What drove him to take such drastic measures time and time again? Actually, the reason is quite obvious. Rufus was defeated by heroes of humanity. But the real question is whether he was always aggressive enough to seek revenge. In the game, familiars were never separated from their tamer, let alone having conversations in real life. Because of this, I can only imagine Ares' personality. The best I can do is use the game as a reference. In that case, what kind of character was he exactly? I'm supposed to be his master, but I know nothing about him. I wonder when I met Ares. It must have been before Rufus reached the maximum level and after I adopted the Tamer class. It was right when I was wondering what to do with my first familiar. There's a wider range of uses for a familiar than for an alchemist golem. Unlike golems, familiars can level up and consume items that improve their stats. They can also heal and revive. And while they have level caps, the right monsters can even be useful in the late game. At the time, I thought a dragon, with its power and visual appeal, would be ideal. However, fate dealt me a weak sheep, the exact opposite of what I was looking for. What's more, it was a unique monster that the developers probably designed just for fun. Not a single sighting had been reported since the update, so rumors were circulating that it was just a bad joke. When I encountered this creature, I tried to tame it. Only God knows why the sheep refused to run, and when it finally attacked, my health barely suffered. Even so, it was my first familiar, and I grew fond of it. So I started giving my new familiar stat boosts. In return, I could shear the rainbow wool from Ares back. This sold for a very high price on the market, which I could use to buy more stat boosts. With this steady income, I fed Ares skill after skill, and his weakness vanished without a trace. Even after reaching the maximum level, Ares continued to save my skin time and time again. That said, the Calamity-class monsters I tamed later outclassed Ares even without upgrades, which was a little discouraging. Now that I think about it, I've known Ares longer than anyone else in the game. This was even before I met my guild mates, and long before we established a nation. I wonder, what has Ares felt for the past 200 years? Was it rage? Or perhaps pain? Whatever it was, his emotions were enough to drive him to seek revenge. While I appreciate his feelings, it's all the more reason to stop him. Even so, I can't help but wonder who would emerge victorious. In terms of sheer strength, Midgard has the advantage, but I'm sure Ares wouldn't give up without a fight. Seeing as humanity is on the brink of extinction, I wouldn't be surprised if Ares were up to something. Luckily, I'm here to intervene. That weeping sheep. My lips formed words on their own. Sobbing sheep? I don't remember anything like that. The words that came out of my mouth felt so natural, but I couldn't remember anything. No, that's wrong. I know. I remember. The body I inhabit still evokes the fragile sheep that long to be strong. Though I didn't remember it, what remained of Rufus clung to this memory. There's no reason to doubt anymore. Rufus' intentions and mine align perfectly. He'll subdue Ares with a single kick and offer him the same hand as before. Don't worry, he'll never forget you. Even if I lost my memory or my life, you're the one he'll never forget. Centurato and Beastmen, also known as the 7 Great Races. The requirements for belonging to this category are, well, entirely subjective. While one could argue that they're all bipedal, so are goblins and orcs. However, due to their low intelligence, they're grouped with the monsters. It's a matter of value, I suppose. Which brings us to the next category, monsters. This word refers to all living beings altered by mana outside of the 7 Great Races. These creatures are born from ordinary animals, evolving from excessive mana consumption. Although elves, dwarves, halflings, and beastmen are legendary descendants of magically altered humans, they are not monsters at all. Again, it's difficult to know where to draw the line. There's little to know about demonkind. Even within the game, there is only a vague description of the demon race. Midgard doctrine spoke of an 8th human race, close relatives of vampires. Despite their magical nature, they are not at all allies of monsters. However, their superior taming abilities were an important balancing factor in the game. Okay, I take it back. Demon tamers were cheaters. A horde of 100 monsters could be considered a single familiar under the control of a demon tamer. Goblin x 100? So is it one monster or 100? I don't understand why summoning celestial stars x12 doesn't work the same way. But I'll keep my complaints brief, as I haven't yet introduced the 4th category, the unclassified. This one is self-explanatory. Creatures that don't fit into any category, normal animals, are classified as unclassified. Since livestock and insect had little bearing on gameplay, they were practically lumped together into a single, vague category. Most resemble Earth animals and were an essential complement to the beautiful landscapes of X-Gate Online. As expected, Ares is a monster. But while it's logical to assume that monster tamers tame monsters, the actual skill is quite diverse. In reality, all hostile NPCs can become familiars, even humanoids like vampires or dark elves. Players who sought out these familiars were commonly known as human tamers, and they often enlisted the help of bandits and pirates. Putting that aside, Ares is the obvious embodiment of a monster. Although they lack power, rainbow sheep aren't exactly a product of nature. Their bright fleece makes them easy to spot, and I've known Ares' location for a long time. What more could you ask for? I returned the books to their shelves and focused my attention on Dina. She was engrossed in the 8th volume of her beloved series, her eyes sparkling like sapphires. Huh, are you done with what you came here for? Yes, I found almost everything I was looking for. Let's go. Go. Where to? To the castle where Ares is. Guide me, Dina. Dina glanced one last time at her light novel before placing it on the desk. Shortly after getting up, we left the library. It was time to finally find my lost pet. Although I had planned to consult with Midgard first, entering the noble district undetected has proven too difficult. I can think of many ways to infiltrate the palace, but none of them are very peaceful. It wouldn't hurt to subdue Ares while I rack my brains. Of course, Centuredo, my movements were too quick to see, and ID already checked to see if there were any onlookers. The ground continued to shake. The buildings, which were not built to withstand earthquakes, began to visibly sway, and soon afterwards creaking wood and screams were heard. Anyway, earthquakes, huh? Pretty strong ones, too. I'd say around a 4 or 5 on the Richter scale. These buildings are quite robust for their time. Roof is Sama. It's quite serene considering our current situation. I'm quite used to earthquakes. This is nothing compared to what Japan has to deal with on a daily basis. However, the same cannot be said of the people of this world. Their gestures of protest only confirm my point. I imagine this is what American tourists look like on their first visit to Japan. I looked on wistfully, and my inner Canaan began to stir. Dina, how often do earthquakes occur in Civil? Rarely, if ever. Earthquakes are rare, aren't they? Which raises suspicions about their origin. Of course, I don't deny the possibility of natural causes, but this violent tremor brings back memories. That's right, Ares had the ability to intentionally cause earthquakes. As I've already mentioned, a familiar can never surpass its tamer in strength. That, of course, excludes the rare cases of extreme status enhancement. Naturally, the level cap plays a role, but there's another obstacle lurking: skill management. Although players can learn as many skills as they want, the skills familiars can learn are limited. A tamer's total level is divided by 50, to be exact. Therefore, considering the skills familiars learn upon leveling up, the number of skills a tamer can teach their familiars becomes very limited. Getting back to the matter at hand, Ares was never a battle monster. In other words, I taught him every combat skill at his disposal. Ultimately, I probably know his abilities better than he knows them himself. Ares' fighting style consists of harassing opponents with disadvantages before delivering a fatal blow. To overcome their weaknesses, their abilities rely heavily on luck rather than status and ingenious approach, if I may say so. Even among these abilities, Earthquake was one of the most versatile. The area of effect greatly reduced the agility of its targets, often with an additional stun, if the generous gods of RNG so desired. Furthermore, since flight was second nature to a flugel, Earthquake almost never failed Rufus. Perhaps it's a coincidence, but if my suspicions are correct, then Ares is coming. Rufus-sama, I'm afraid you may be right. I just felt a sudden surge of mana over the commercial district. Where's Gantz, huh? So he can even sense the flow of mana. I smiled briefly at my trusty secretary, and then glanced quickly toward the commercial district. Then we said our goodbyes to Gantz. Although we spent little time together, he was quite a pleasant old man. I'd rather not see him die so early in the story. Rufus-sama, let's take the monorail back to the shopping district. No, that will take too long. Besides, I wouldn't be surprised if it were out of service at a time like this. So we have a difficult journey ahead of us. Despite the chaos, I still can't take off my coat. But how else would I fly? Simple. I'll use something else instead of my wings. Let's see, that one looks good. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a collapsed building. Focusing my attention on a particularly large piece of rubble, I began to transmute its surface. The concrete slowly smoothed itself, forming a rudimentary vehicle to transport Dina and me. The result was a flat, triangular base about 2 meters wide on all sides. Get in. That way we'll fly. It doesn't seem very safe. Then you can hold onto my waist. I climbed into the vehicle with Dina pressed against my back. After making sure she was safe, my psychic powers sprang to life. And with a telekinetic push, the stone slab rose from the ground. Another burst of power propelled us toward the commercial district. Well, I hope we arrive on time. An earthquake and a massive mana surge. Even without these clues, the sharp senses Gantz had honed over decades of battle screamed in alarm. He knew. He could sense something terrible approaching. Orders. All mercenaries must prepare for battle on the borders. I repeat, all mercenaries must prepare for battle on the borders. As the messenger ran, shouting orders, the commercial district buzzed with excitement. Geographically speaking, the commercial district was the most vulnerable to enemy attacks. For this reason, mercenaries and soldiers were constantly stationed there to defend against the approaching monsters. However, the occasional monster hordes never required the assistance of off-duty soldiers. The mercenaries of Suvil knew this, and they assembled before the city in a hastily organized battle formation. Gantz, who had just learned of his orders, hastily prepared for battle and rushed toward the gates of Suvil. "Chief Gantz, what on earth is going on? I'd like to know, too." Gantz had run into Johnny, a fellow mercenary, on the road. Although neither of them knew what was happening, their fighting instincts kicked in. Today was the day they would fight. A fight to defend their country. But this atmosphere, you understand? This tingling feeling, it's finally here. The decisive battle. Ares' incursion into Suvil. Someday, anyone with half a brain knew that someday Suvil would have to face Ares. The war had reached a stalemate, but it wouldn't last forever. It was almost certain that someday Ares would risk everything for a chance at victory. And that dreaded someday had finally arrived. "Commander, oh, it's not Gantz." By the time Gantz reached the gates, the border patrol had already formed an orderly battle formation. He quickly saluted the burly man in command. A soldier fighting for his country and a mercenary hired for money stared at each other. Despite their different positions, they were comrades in arms, giving their all to defend their country. "How big is the enemy?" The commander handed him binoculars, subtly suggesting it would be quicker if he saw it with his own eyes. Putting them to his eyes, he glimpsed what looked like a terrifying nightmare. Mountains of monsters, monsters upon monsters, were advancing toward the nation. The massive, disorganized army was slowly moving toward the borders. "Well then, it seems our visitors are quite serious as well." "Yes, but the question is, why now? Perhaps there's a reason, or perhaps I was just in a mood. How am I supposed to know? Maybe it took us that long to assemble an army that size or something. And more importantly, what are we going to do? Are they telling us to hold them off until our main force arrives?" Gantz rested the massive blade of his sword on his shoulder and said sarcastically, "Approximately 500 soldiers and 200 mercenaries guarded Suvil's borders, totaling 700 warriors." 700, a paltry number compared to what Gantz had seen. Once he arrived, Suvil's main forces represented a chance against that monstrosity. However, whether the National Guard could survive until then was a completely different matter. "It's unreasonable, but we don't have many options. After all the effort they made to welcome us, we'll have to welcome them properly, won't we?" "Wow, so that earthquake earlier was some kind of declaration of war. We have plenty of time, seeing how far away they are." There was no need for Ares to announce his arrival with an earthquake. To make the most of it, he would have shaken the ground just before his attack, throwing the enemy's soldiers off balance. However, Ares had done the opposite, announcing his arrival. He would invade the country, but he wouldn't resort to surprise attacks, a rule the now-deceased Rufus Maffel had always followed. "That guy only resembles his master in the strangest ways," Gantz thought as he spat on the ground. "But thanks to that, we can prepare to some extent. All mages to the front. Let's take them down before they get close enough." Following orders, the hooded figures advanced to the front of the formation. Suvil was the very heart of magic. The nation not only boasted a multitude of mages, but nearly all of them were first-rate. A magical barrage from this battalion was no laughing matter. Countless flashes of magic burst forth in unison with the commander's voice. "Cinchureto, very well. Now, we'll hold out until the main force arrives." At their commander's command, hundreds of swords were drawn from the soldiers' waists. The mercenaries also drew their preferred weapons, stamping their feet. Although long-range magic should have reduced their numbers, the approaching horde appeared no different from the previous one. The army was simply too large for there to be any noticeable difference. "Ayard!" Gantz roared as he cleaved an approaching monster in two with his massive battle axe. His name was one that anyone in his profession had heard at least once. A hero in your pocket, that's what he was. Though he didn't compare to the Sword Saint, Gantz was a first-rate warrior. He could take down lesser monsters with a single blow and slice through shields and armor as if they were branches. Come at me, monsters. They'll beat you to a pulp. A second blow, and a howling wolf was cut in two. A third blow, and the living armor that supported it was shattered. A fourth blow, and a bird-like monster that was swooping down was knocked into the air, dying on impact. Gah! He attacked, and attacked. The mercenary slaughtered any monster that came near, and the fate of his ever-increasing foes marked his trail. In the blink of an eye, a towering pile of fallen enemies formed behind him, and it continued to spread toward the sky. Incredible. So this is the strength of the man known as the strongest mercenary. What absolute power! The soldiers expressed admiration, both for his display of strength and for the immense difference between them. Yet, despite his incredible power, he was still, after all, human. The number of monsters was not infinite, and his extraordinary power overwhelmed them. Mark my words, he was a fierce warrior. However, his strength was only a small spark of hope in the face of overwhelming numbers. Aya, Johnny, Gant's mercenary comrade cried out in pain. A panther-like monster lunged at Johnny and brought him down in a brutal attack. In the next instant, the poor man was overwhelmed and dragged away by a horde of monsters. The battlefield was unforgiving. Whether you knew them or not, lives were lost regardless. The brilliant man Gantz had chatted with just moments before was now a bloodied corpse. It was the stark reality of the battlefield, something Gantz had experienced time and time again. You, how dare you? Wielding his axe furiously, Gantz scattered the monsters that had attacked Johnny. But it was too late. The twisted form Gantz had glimpsed no longer seemed human. Soon after, the monsters that filled the space trampled the Barado, leaving it badly damaged. Aarg, eek! Cries of pain filled the air, and soldiers continued to fall one by one. Although the enemy's numbers also dwindled, it made little difference. Even now, monsters were emerging from nowhere. It was difficult to estimate their number. TCH, a human-sized praying mantis, an ambertarine, pierced Gantz's shoulder with its scythe. Then, he winced as he turned to deliver a clean cut across its neck. He was physically wounded, but more importantly, the previous injury had diminished his fighting ability. Although his arm still moved, it was undoubtedly weakened, especially in a battle that would drag on for who knows how long. That small cut could easily have been a fatal wound. Dang, how much longer will the Barado take? Gantz cursed as he swung his axe, cutting down the monsters that rushed at him. How many minutes had passed? He wondered. How many more minutes would he have to endure? 5, 10, perhaps even more? As unease gripped his heart, the mercenary's movements began to weaken. His wounds worsened with time, and his muscles began to tire. This was the magical country's weakness. Suvil's abundant mana drew countless mages and sorcerers to its domain. However, the opposite was true for users of magic's opposing forces. Acolytes and priests who channeled holy power were rare in the magical nation. This scarcity was largely due to the fact that the flugels, who made up the vast majority of these individuals, found the mana circulating in the country repulsive. Simply put, the army lacked healers. They weren't non-existent, but their numbers were definitely insufficient. On the battlefield, this was a rather dire situation. Gantz suffered another foot injury, which left him unable to move. Besides the fatigue, he could only exert half his maximum strength at most. The mercenary began to lose heart, and fear gripped him. Had he come as far? Was this the end of the road? He could almost see the comforting smile of his late wife and the beloved figure of the daughter she had left him. Ironically, it was the thought of his intelligent daughter that saved him. Surely she was in the academic district, engrossed in her studies. So he brandished his axe once more and aimed it at the monsters before him. But before Gantz could attack with renewed vigor, a huge water spear pierced through the horde. Cake! What followed was a relentless rain of water blades. Strangely, the liquid weapons curved upwards after striking their targets. Tracing the source of the magical assault, everyone on the battlefield saw it. The figure hovered in the air, its jaws over 100 meters wide. Mana-infused water formed its transparent body, its length encircling the entire nation of Suval. Given that it was the ancient lake that surrounded the whole country, it likely stretched for miles. The water dragon summoned by Midgard, one of the 7 heroes who overthrew the Lord of the Black Wings, had finally made its appearance. The divine beast of Suval roared, its cries echoing across the battlefield and shaking the earth. The next instant, hundreds of monsters vanished into the dragon's jaws. The guardian beast Levia, so the guardian deity, finally makes its move. Riddled with wounds, the commander murmured in surprise. The warriors of Suval gazed at the magnificent figure with similar expressions of awe. What beauty and dignity the dragon embodied. This was the guardian deity of Suval, the impregnable defense that would lead them to victory. Its enormous presence reassured its fellow combatants, instilling conviction in their hearts. My fellow countrymen, you have done well in your efforts. The next voice was that of another cornerstone of Suval's defenses. All those who had survived the brutal attack turned to face the one who had spoken those words. There he was, his silver hair dancing in the wind. His knowing eyes, holding centuries of wisdom, surveyed the battlefield. Spectacles adorned the handsome features characteristic of his kind, and a white robe concealed the rest of his body. Though his confrontation with the Demon King had rendered his legs useless, his abilities had not diminished. Resting in a wheelchair was the majestic figure of a living legend, the King of Wisdom, Midgard. Oh, Lord Midgard! Lord Midgard has come to our aid. The great King of Wisdom. Guardian Levia, we are safe. Ha ha ha. That'll teach them how to mess with Suval. Levia tore through monsters one after another, drastically reducing the number of enemies. Unmatched on the battlefield, the water dragon sowed chaos across the entire front, tipping the scales in Suval's favor in an instant. The enormous difference in power was evident as the divine beast decimated the enemy. However, deceived by the presence of their guardian deity, the warriors of Suval failed to see what else lay before them. Levia was the magical nation's last line of defense. Her appearance could only mean one thing. They were between a rock and a hard place, something they were thankfully unaware of. Why do I feel so unnecessary? By the time Dina and I arrived, the battle had reached its climax. Telekinesis kept my vehicle aloft, surveying the battlefield. Opie of Levia. 2 words that summed up what was going through my head as Levia devoured the enemy forces at a dizzying pace. And despite her enormous size, physical attacks barely managed to slow her liquid body. Moreover, Midgard's constant healing healed her in every other aspect. Although golems are mostly immune to healing magic, their creators can restore their health through certain abilities. In other words, a golem within the reach of a master alchemist is virtually indestructible. This means that one with 180,000 HP, under the constant support of the King of Wisdom, was certainly a force to be reckoned with. Oh, really? It seems our presence might be unnecessary. It seems so, despite the overwhelming numbers of this monstrous force. Each unit averaged a level 50 at best, making them little more than food for a certain level 500 dragon. Quality over quantity. This advice was largely ignored when building this army. Most were common monsters with a high birth rate and posed little threat on their own. Even if Ares were to appear now, Levia could face him on equal terms. Although the level difference favors Ares, Levia compensates with her monstrous attributes. The water dragon's tremendous vitality and Midgard's constant support make the divine beast something far more formidable than its level might suggest. Above all, Levia's affinity with her opponent was spectacular. After all, Ares was a fire affinity monster, something Midgard was clearly prepared for. Speaking of Midgard, you should take a look at its status. While Observant Eye is quite a useful skill, it's not omniscient. Unless your level is double that of the target of Observant Eye, only their name and level will be displayed. Furthermore, if the target's level is equal to or higher than yours, Observant Eye won't activate. That said, it never hurts to try. Midgard's level 500 race, elf class levels wizard, 100 sorcerer, 100 acolyte, 100 search engine, 100 alchemist, 100 horsepower, 29500 SP, 9400 STR, strength 980 DX, dexterity 1250 VIT, vitality 1028 INT, intelligence 5720 AGI, agility 723 MND, willpower 4290 LUK, fortune 1311 sickness effect, paralysis of the lower body effect of a sick state. Mark of the Vanquished, to my surprise. Migres's full state flashed before my eyes. My first impression was that he had weakened considerably and was also exhibiting some strange status effects. Was it the Mark of the Vanquished? Although the lower body paralysis seemed self-explanatory. Dine. Yes, Mr. Rufus. Migres carries with him a strange status effect called the Mark of the Vanquished. Do you know anything about it? I can always consult with Dina about any worrying matter. That's always been my easy way out since I came into this world. Ah, that would certainly explain those rumors. Rumors? Yes. It is rumored that the 7 heroes were cursed by the Demon King shortly after their defeat. A curse, huh? Seems like another nuisance. Thanks to these restrictions, the 7 heroes can barely display half their original strength. Therefore, if Migres is truly bound by a curse, Livia is undoubtedly Suval's last line of defense. From what I can see, they've taken away half of his levels and classes. God, that sounds nasty. That would mean Migres is no longer able to produce golems of Levius quality, wouldn't it? I shuddered to think that hundreds of hours of gameplay had gone down the drain. What a terrible curse, the Mark of the Vanquished. At first glance, Migres's overall level had been cut in half. His attributes had also decreased similarly. After all, it was impossible for Migres, a support specialist, to have a lower INT attribute than mine. Furthermore, half of his classes had disappeared. His former Esper and Archer classes were gone. This Mark of the Vanquished was ridiculous, Mr. Rufus. Look, he's coming. Huh? Oh, Ares. The air itself tightened, threatening to suffocate the living. An imposing presence seized the battlefield and pressed against every inch of my skin. Calmly, I traced it back to its source. In the distance, a dazzling wool coat shimmered in the sun, scattering majestic rays of multicolored light. The ram was about 100 meters long, and an intense, relentless bravado emanated from the whites of its eyes. The creature before me bore no resemblance to the gentle sheep of the past. Ares of the 12 celestial stars, my ancient familiar, shook the earth as he approached the nation of Suval. Chapter 14. The earth trembled as the enormous ram approached. The air shook with the roars of a dragon. Both heralded the arrival of powers beyond human comprehension, monsters from the ancient age of heroes. On one side, Migres's ultimate golem, created at the height of his power, loomed. On the other, a familiar of the Blackwing overlord drew swiftly closer. Tension gripped the battlefield as the beasts gathered. Yet Gantz and his allies could only watch with a mixture of fear and awe as all hell broke loose. Ru, ba ba ba, a war cry that alone unleashed violent winds across the border, raising clouds of ash and dust. Though Migres stood firm during this exchange, beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. He knew his best days were behind him, and that if Livia, the masterpiece he had forged at the height of his power, fell, he could not replace it. More importantly, he could not face Ares alone in his weakened state, and Suval would surely perish. If possible, Migres wanted to avoid using Livia, for she was the sole reason Suval's enemies were never overly cautious. In short, Levius' defeat would mean the fall of the kingdom. The elven hero would have to find a way to win the war without losing Suval's guardian deity. Go! At his command, Livia lunged at her opponent, striking him with a fierce blow. Considering her elemental advantage, a frontal assault would undoubtedly give her the upper hand, or so she thought. However, Ares' unyielding expression remained unchanged. It seemed as if his thick wool coat protected him from any significant harm. Roar! Ares responded by biting the dragon's abdomen. As expected, the physical attack barely damaged the liquid, and the two beasts separated after the brief exchange. Then, They continued to stare at each other from a distance. Ares bleated in frustration, his eyes blazing with madness. With a flick of his head, the ram's colorful wool erupted in a crimson flame, sending waves of heat emanating from his body. Mesaltum. That was the name of the flames that enveloped Ares' being. It was an ability bestowed long ago by the Lord of the Black Wings, inflicting continuous damage upon those who came into contact with it. It was also a precious memento from his lord, which he used sparingly, only against the most worthy opponents. Midgard, towards where the flames were heading, winced in pain upon recognizing him. This is going to be difficult. The elven hero erected a barrier in an instant, protecting the soldiers and the nation. Without it, the heat wave alone would have incinerated anyone of a lower level. On the other hand, it left Midgard vulnerable and immobile. Releasing the barrier would burn his companions. The elf had to focus all his attention on maintaining its protection. Otherwise, a dispersed heat wave could engulf the nation. He had no choice but to remain where he was. Roar! BBB! As the blows of the gigantic beasts connected, the earth shook, furious winds lashed the battlefield, and the air vibrated under the intense pressure. Each movement opened cracks in the ground, and small hills flattened upon impact. As they continued exchanging blows, the battle began to turn in Levia's favor. The creature's remarkable compatibility with her opponent became evident. In fact, this was the main reason Levia overcame the 300-level difference between them. Just as an attack seemed imminent, Levia's next strike sent Ares flying in a wide arc toward the ground. Again, the earth cracked and trembled. However, this time, Ares remained unfazed. Exhaustion was taking its toll, and his body was suffering the consequences. Why, you can do it. You can do it, Lord Midgard. Victory. Victory will be ours. Long live the King of Wisdom. Glory to the guardian deity. The warriors erupted in cheers of joy, oblivious to their terrible situation. Right there at that precise moment, they were cornered. They didn't see Midgard's frown, barely managing to suppress a loud curse. Darn it, the water that makes up Levia's form is evaporating. I can't cure her like this. Alchemists can repair their creations as long as their mana reserves hold. However, as Levia's Barato vaporized, Midgard was speechless. There was nothing left to heal. Barato, the magically conjured water, couldn't replace Levia's lost biomass. Elements born from mana would inevitably dissipate, returning to the environment once their purpose was fulfilled. Although the beasts appeared to be evenly matched, nothing could have been further from the truth. In reality, Suval's last line of defense was on the verge of collapse. Even if Levia were to achieve victory, the weakened dragon would not live to see another battle. Nevertheless, Midgard had no choice but to trust the rapidly waning dragon. Forgive me, Levia. While apologizing to his greatest masterpiece, Midgard gave Levia what would likely be his final order: attack. Would Ares crumble, or would Levia dissipate first? The odds were stacked against him, and the elven hero had played his last cards. Midgard's heart sank into despair. What do you think of the performance, Lord Rufus? Apparently, Levia has the advantage. However, I began explaining my perspective to Dina. Currently, Levia has the upper hand in the fight. The dragon's elemental advantage sets her attacks apart from what they would otherwise be. Although I can't see Ares, level 800, HP or stats, the ram was visibly battered and bruised. Furthermore, Levia's constant barrage of blows was preventing Ares from recovering properly. At this rate, the water golem should emerge victorious. However, guardian deity Levia level 500 race, artificial life, form HP 1035671035667. However, Ares will ultimately emerge victorious. The Barato's maximum HP was rapidly decreasing. Ares, that cunning swindler, had not only anticipated this confrontation, but also what would come next. By weakening Levia, he would lose the battle, but he would win the war. Despite the frantic gleam in his eyes, Ares' actions were surprisingly rational. I see. That would mean, yes, Ares never intended to win. In an attempt to lure Levia away from the safety of Suval's walls, he amassed enough forces to make it appear as a final stand. I thought something was off. Even if the average quality of monsters had declined over 2 centuries, this was absurd. But Ares' fight had said it all. They were disposable troops, bait used to lure their prey out of hiding. And Levia, happily, had taken advantage of it. Ares had judged Levia too powerful to defeat in a single blow, and this little plan was his solution. Ares had planned this retreat, and Midgard is not in a position to recklessly pursue him. But there is additional information. Midgard also fears that Ares has additional monsters at his disposal. And if that's the case, the elf will have to stand firm. Ares is quite cunning, isn't he? After all, it was my Lord Rufus who taught him military tactics. It was time to take action. With the soldiers' constant attention on the scene, I couldn't reveal myself to Ares like Rufus. Doing so would also turn Levia against me. However, it should be more than enough to repel a battered Ares. It's time, Dina. Hold on tight. Time? You don't mean we're going to fly there, do you? What else could he possibly want to say? The moment the words left my lips, the vehicle plummeted to the ground. Telekinesis and gravity propelled us like a cannonball toward our destination. In other words, toward the head of Ares. Aya! Ignoring the screaming woman clinging to my waist, I delivered a flying kick to Ares' head. I was no stranger to unarmed combat. Every movement, every muscle tension, was amplified by 200 combined levels of the fighter and champion classes. Passive skills transformed every limb into a lethal weapon in my arsenal, and every strike into a deadly encounter. That's why I invoked Blunt Edge, a warrior skill that prevents the opponent's HP from dropping to 0. The strange thing is that the skill can be applied to blunt weapons, or even to weapons without any weapon at all. Ares saw me a second too late. A powerful kick struck him in the face, and an enormous ram went flying. The sheep hurtled through one mountain, then another, leaving smoking craters in its wake. When it finally came to a stop a kilometer away, Ares' battered body collapsed from exhaustion. It was then that I noticed Midgard's jaw was open and his eyes were moving between Ares and my hooded figure in disbelief. That was very close, King of Wisdom. Perhaps this street vendor can lend you a hand. Dina and Sephora, right? Oh, if you're not Gantz. I'm glad you're okay. Abba Baba. Although Lady Dina doesn't look very good, I felt a great sense of relief when I saw Gantz emerge unscathed. Although he had superficial wounds on his shoulder and foot, they would heal in time. On the other hand, Midgard eyed me suspiciously, which, of course, was a natural reaction. Caution was advised when dealing with a being capable of bringing down a celestial star. However, clearing up those doubts would have to wait. I planned to reveal myself to Midgard, but not before escaping the prying eyes of his compatriots. That power! What on earth? This is not the time, venerable King of Wisdom. We are being watched, and I have my own reasons. Understand that you will receive your answer later. That tone and that voice. No, it can't be, that can't be. Midgard was always very brusque. That said, my condescending tone also gave me away. It was difficult to suppress my arrogance, and I decided it wasn't worth the effort. I got up with a light kick, leaving Midgard alone to collect his thoughts. With the help of a walker skill, Void Step, I covered the kilometer to Ares in an instant. Who on earth are you? Ares stammered. So he does talk. I suppose all that crazy bleeding was in the heat of the moment. In any case, the ram was a sight to behold. His glossy, woolly coat and enormous size could take anyone's breath away. It was hard to believe that Ares barely reached my waist when we first met. That, I replied, is a question I can't answer right now. There are many elves serving in that army, and we don't want any rumors to spread, do we? Moving on, I have an order for you. Get out of my way. I invoked coercion. It wasn't enough to immobilize Ares, but it would give the ram a glimpse of my true nature. Even if he wasn't the brightest of the bunch, at least Head realized he wasn't an opponent he could easily defeat in his weakened state. Ugh, this pressure. No, that's not. Who on earth are you? This isn't the time or the place. But remember, I can give you the answer you're waiting for." The frantic gleam gradually faded from the ram's eyes. It seemed his mind had finally clicked. With an expression somewhere between distrustful and hopeful, Ares struggled to his feet. The ram slowly turned his back on me and returned to the mountain. Every now and then, the magical beast turned his head to glance at me sideways and smile shyly, just as old Ares would. "HM, the old Ares? Oh well, never mind." Some useless information the familiars played at following their tamer's leader. Even within cities, they remained loyal to their masters. In this new world of Midgard, Rufus often strolled through the city streets, 100-meter battering ram constantly looming over his shoulder. I wonder what impact that would have on the Overlord's reputation. Chapter 15 Levia. Do not fear. I will protect you all. Migres. Don't get too confident when the enemy isn't even here. Now, it is nothing more than a fleeting memory. It was a long time before Migres was crowned king of wisdom, a time when we were just naive adventurers brimming with passion. It was a time when elven adventurers were rare, for our kind still enjoyed the seclusion of Midgard's forests. Those who ventured from the shadow of the elven canopy were the oddballs and outcasts of the race. But Migres ignored the silent stereotypes imposed upon him. Perhaps he was content to set foot on new lands and explore the different facets of Midgard. With each city came new faces to greet him and old acquaintances to say goodbye. And perhaps, if he wandered far enough, he would encounter someone else on the same wavelength. That was Rufus, and every day I spent with her was pure happiness. So I thought a broader perspective would do the elves a world of good. If only they would open their eyes to the outside world. In the middle of a dingy tavern, Migres told her dream to those gathered around table. It wasn't a fancy pub, and the alcohol wasn't any special. But she was what made it special. Rufus sat cross-legged, his eyes shining with excitement. His best friend beamed from ear to ear, bursting into laughter. It was in moments like these that everyone felt close, free from their differences. That's why, one day, I will create a country where elves can live together with other races. It will be a vibrant metropolis, and I will prove that it's possible. Whoa, I see we have some great dreamers here. Ha ha ha. Of course, men need dreams. And if you're going to dream big or go home. The silly grins of the blacksmith and sword kings were contagious, and soon everyone was laughing. Rufus herself smiled, standing up with a mug of beer in her hand. Naive mages, while you found your country, I will rule the world. I will build a paradise where no one has to fear the demon race. This time, the group burst into laughter. Rufus blushed with embarrassment and opened her mouth to speak. What's so funny? I'm serious. He'll show you someday. Ha ha. Even dreams have limits. The day you rule the world, you'll be sniffing pasta. I'll make you keep that promise, Alioth. You'll see. When I rule the world, I'll make sure you keep it. Hey, not you either, Migres. Those were happy days, full of jokes, fights, and reconciliations. However, those happy times would soon come to an end, for these young people had the potential to make their dreams a reality. And once they did, they would slowly lose themselves. Where did we go wrong? When did we stray from the right path? Rufus, my old friend, perhaps you knew the answer? After Ares' withdrawal, I was immediately invited to the noble district. Hundreds of soldiers were lined up on the bridges leading to the heart of the nation. They all stood with stony composure, in no hurry to leave despite the obvious danger of the situation. Though ruthless, it was a rational decision. While Gantz and his men bought time, the main force prepared to receive the enemy. After all, the imperial castle was the nation's lifeline, something that had to be protected at all costs. However, such rationality would cost the lives of warriors willing to die for their country. Warriors who would die believing that reinforcements would arrive. On the other hand, perhaps it is not for me to judge. As you can imagine, the noble district was a sight to behold. The developing nation was already beautiful, but the central island took extravagance to a whole new level. Majestic mansions stood on every corner, giving the island an undeniable air of class. Even the people dressed luxuriously and carried themselves with the dignity befitting the nobility, as if the collapse of their borders didn't faze them. I was also wearing a dress under my coat. Perhaps, in time, I would change it to something casual. The castle was also impressive. The royal residence resembled the French castle of Chambord, although it was slightly larger than the original. In addition, the combination of blue and white enhanced its majesty. As we approached the centerpiece of Souville, the castle guards cast puzzled glances in my direction, but didn't move a muscle as I followed Midgard through the castle gates. Oh, it's not Lord Midgard. I was so worried. I was worried when you left the castle alone. Well, the important thing is that you're safe. Upon entering the castle, the elven hero was greeted by a pair of burly men in flamboyant attire. They looked like orcs dressed in strange, out-of-place clothes. I had to remind myself that obesity was usually a sign of wealth, not a sign of corrupt nobles. However, I must remind my lord to be more restrained. After all, my lord and Levia are irreplaceable assets to this nation. Exactly what I think. You're far more important than the lives of the business district. They were corrupt nobles. Though cloyingly sweet words flowed from their lips, there was no trace of emotion. The sole motivation behind their flattery was selfish concern for their own lives. In other words, our protection takes precedence over that of the common people. I'm so relieved you're alive. Of course, this nation still needs you. Without even glancing at the talking pigs, Midgard continued on his way. Dina and I followed closely behind, leaving the castle through the back entrance. There, an estate stood apart from the grand monument behind us. I suppose he liked it that way, far from the squabbles of the nobles. How funny, isn't it? Those are the ones who run the country. Selfish, death-fearing bastards who only know how to flatter their superiors. So this is what you wanted to show me. Yes, I wanted to show you my failures. Upon entering the estate, a butler offered to carry my coat, which I politely declined. He sighed dejectedly, handed Midgard a pair of crutches, and then moved the abandoned wheelchair aside. Once the elf was settled, we proceeded to the guest room. It's okay now, right? It's just us here. Ah, very good. At Midgard's request, I took off my coat. Slowly, I set the garment aside, revealing a pair of fully extended wings. Words cannot express the feeling of liberation as I spread the limbs that had been constricting me. To be honest, that coat was tight. It's nice to stretch your wings once in a while. So is you, Rufus. Yes, it's been a while, my old friend. I guess I've got a weight off my shoulders. Now let's see if he's a player like me. After all, in times of need, it's great to have a shoulder to lean on. But deep down, I already knew. A player would never look at me like that. What I saw wasn't joy, delight, or even nostalgia. No, it was fear and regret, as if he were silently apologizing. It was the kind of embarrassed look a child might give their parents after smashing a plate on the floor. A player would have no reason to fear me or to regret it. That betrayal was staged, an act, and there were no hard feelings between us. Only someone from this world could feel such emotion over a role-playing performance. But now I see that you too are a resident of this world, Midgard. So you look at me with those eyes too. So in the end, I'm still alone. What a disappointment. So you look at me with those eyes too. Rufus' words carried an air of desolation, an air that made Midgard look away. He was afraid that her deepest emotions could be revealed with a single glance. You are not the Midgard I knew. People change, Rufus. Things change with time, and I've grown weaker, both physically and mentally. Back then, things were different. 200 years ago, they were different. They were fearless adventurers exploring places others could only dream of. Each had dreams to chase, ambitions to achieve, and ideals to realize. But now was different. Now, they were bound by the harsh obligations of reality. What had once harbored passionate ambitions was replaced by the empty shell of regret and resignation. Tell me, Rufus, why did you decide to come back now? Was it to laugh at how low we've fallen? To be honest, it was pure coincidence. In a failed attempt to summon a hero, I was called back to this world. That was all. It was from this exchange that Migres realized how much he feared Rufus' condemning words. However, in some dark corner of his heart, he secretly hoped to be rebuked. 200 years ago, he opposed Rufus' rule and overthrew him. He believed it was the right thing to do. However, he was soon proven wrong, as the fall of the Overlord brought about the decline of humanity and a new era for demons. Even the nation he dreamed of had dwindled to a state ruled by corrupt officials, nobles who wouldn't lift a finger for the lives of ordinary people. Because of this, it was difficult to know who was right. Now, if he had a choice, Migres would rather live under Rufus' rule than watch his dreams crumble into the hideous remnants of what they once were. In the end, they committed a senseless betrayal whose only achievement was to lead humanity down the path to extinction. Who were they to call themselves heroes? Who was he the heap of regret that he was to call himself the sovereign of wisdom? I have seen the libraries of your nation. There are quite a few volumes that are highly critical of the 7 heroes. It's not an appropriate topic given the critical situation your nation is facing. You're the one compiling them, aren't you? Migres was speechless, but sometimes silence is the answer. In this case, it was a silent confirmation. I see that you too have suffered greatly. You begin to seek slander instead of praise, and contempt instead of reverence. That is, the constant cycle of envy and esteem has become suffocating, hasn't it? Even when your knees buckle under the crushing weight of insecurity, your revered position prevents you from venting your frustrations. Your precious honor has become a double-edged sword, hasn't it? Once again, Migres's lips failed to form a word. Each of his words struck with pinpoint precision, leaving him speechless. It was a strange exchange. While the victor writhed in fear and regret, the vanquished rose with the same dignity he had possessed 2 centuries before. Though the Migres I knew is long gone, you carry his burdens. What's the point? Be proud of your victory. Hold your head high, knowing you've conquered the unconquerable, defeated the invincible. And yet, you shrink with shame, lamenting a footnote in history you cannot change. And what will become of me? What if even my conqueror drowns in his own self-pity? Satisfied with her words, Rufus put her coat back on. Her jet-black wings and magnificent appearance returned beneath the guise of her clothing. Unease gripped Migres's heart as Rufus' expression retreated into the privacy of her hood. Was she displeased? Disappointed? Or perhaps, was she mocking him from behind the hood? There's nothing to be ashamed of. Don't worry about the historians who criticize the men of the past. They're hypocrites. Nobodies who've never borne the burden of humanity, but think they could have done better. Instead, keep doing what you believe is right. At least, that's what the Migres I knew would have done. Rufus' words deviated significantly from Migres's expectations. However, from the firmness of her voice, one thing was painfully obvious. This woman regretted none of her actions. Not the war, not the betrayal, not even the defeat. She might even take pride in inciting the revolution. The woman he admired hadn't changed in the slightest. Are you comforting me? Thank you for that. No need. You had a rather pitiful expression, so I thought I'd give you some advice. With that, Rufus turned to leave the room. Chances were she'd never return to that wretched place. She had places to go, things to do, and if that was the case, now was no time to get carried away by emotion. Migres steeled herself. Rufus, they'll walk you to the exit. It's the least I can do. Leaning heavily on his cane, Migres limped over to Rufus. It was moments like these that reminded him of simpler times. A time when they were just adventurers, nothing more and nothing less. Someone is pulling the strings behind Ares' actions. That, although Ares is leading the invasion, someone is using their emotions for their own gain. You probably don't need me to tell you, but be careful. I do like to remind you who you're talking to, but it's been a while since I've seen you. They'll keep that in mind, old friend. It was as if nothing had changed. However, Migres knew it was nothing but an illusion. He had changed, and there was nothing he could do but watch as the witches wove their destinies. So, as Rufus waved goodbye, Migres could only watch her back shrink on the horizon. They were two friends separated by the passage of time. Midgard was no longer the companion Rufus had known, but a traitor still mired in senseless remorse. It was as if an unbridgeable chasm had opened between two long-lost friends. Rufus, it's pasta. Eat it. Alyath. Something I should explain, the sum of the player's class levels equals the level cap. In other words, the sum of Rufus' class levels at level 1000 is 1000. While Rufus could raise his class level to 200, this would reduce the number of available classes. Ares' initial size was that of a normal sheep, but due to Rufus' constant care, Ares grew to reach his monstrous length of 100 meters. Pigs in clothes? Orcs? Chapter 16 Gale Volcano. Standing at an altitude of 1,000 meters above sea level, it is located 20 kilometers from Suvil. Although said to be an active volcano, it has remained dormant for centuries. Centureto for the throne stood empty in the center of the estate. But if Ares truly desired it, entering the castle was simple. Thanks to his tamer's skills, the ram received a temporary humanoid form. With it, assuming the throne would be a piece of cake. However, Ares had no intention of adopting a human form. In his desperate thirst for revenge, he was certain it would be an unpleasant appearance, and he didn't dare defile the elegant form inherited from his lord and sovereign. For 2 centuries, Ares hadn't walked on 2 legs even once. Ares, a voice called to the old relative lying beside the castle. It was the clear voice of a child, at whom Ares fixed a sharp, annoyed gaze. The boy was barely 5 feet tall, a height that Ares, with his towering frame, could easily overlook. Even so, he had the nerve to smile at the ram. Ares exhaled, his breath coming in short, sniffing through his nose. What do you want? Oh, can I talk to you when I have nothing to want? Except for the blue tint of his skin, the boy looked almost human. That is, if you ignore the inverted colors of his pupils and the whites of his eyes. And, the fangs protruding from beneath his upper lip, which demonstrated his complete inhumanity. In reality, he belonged to a race that had cornered humanity, a member of the demon race. First, let me congratulate you. With this, Levia has been greatly weakened. I'm sure victory will be yours in your next attack. That goes without saying. So why have you been sleeping for days, doing nothing? Any longer, and Suvil will collapse. What are you waiting for? Like an old friend, the demon boy offered a way out of Ares' worries. However, the dangerous glint in his eyes told a different story. Despite his kind words, his eyes remained expressionless. No, not just this time. Over the past few years, you could have crushed Suvil whenever you wanted. Yet you've left them unharmed for years. Why? Don't tell me you're having doubts, are you? They're the ones who betrayed your master. I haven't forgotten. Ares hesitated. That was the undeniable truth. But it wasn't about defeating the 7 heroes, no. If they had been ordinary warriors, he would have bravado them without a second thought. But therein lay the problem. Each hero played a vital role in the defense of humanity. With the collapse of each successive nation, the demon race took another step toward world domination. And that was something his lord would never wish upon Midgard. As one who yearned to free humanity from its fear of demons, the black-winged overlord was not one to overthrow nations for petty revenge. And revenge that would tarnish his lord's memory would be no revenge at all. But even then, he would not forget. He refused to forget the fleeting moments he spent with his beloved lady and savior, and the incredible rage he felt toward those who had stolen her warmth. I don't need you to tell me. Centureto Ares would not have avenged his master. If his actions caused the world to collapse, that was none of his business. It was the only way to quell the rage and pain of having stolen from his lord. Giving in to his anger once more, Ares lifted his enormous figure from the ground. This time, Levia would not survive the encounter, much less Midgard, who was far from reaching the peak of his power. Well, there's no point in waiting. My monsters were already ready. Of course, they're nothing like the cannon fodder from last time. I have monsters and wyverns that are over level 80. Not even that sword saint will last 10 minutes against this bunch. They look like a group of small fish to me. Oh, be a little more forgiving, will you? Almost all monsters are weak compared to you. The presence of the Horde didn't bother a monster of Ares' caliber much. For the past 2 centuries, humanity hasn't been the only one to lose its once great prowess in combat. Despite the demons' victory, their race was not without losses. While humanity lost its heroes in the war, the greatest demonic nobles perished in battle. Likewise, powerful monsters were exploited as weapons of war, driving many to the brink of extinction. The odds had been as favorable for humanity as for the demons. Both sides of the war had the same chance of victory, and that was unforgivable. If his lord had lived to fight in the war, victory would not have been a possibility. It would have been a certainty. The demonic filth would have been purged from the soil of Midgard, and the world would have been reborn, free from the fear of their kind. It would be only right. So, who was responsible for humanity's demise? Who brought about the world's downfall? Was it the gods, who abandoned humanity to its destruction? Was it their Lord, who united all humankind? Or was it the mere murderers, revered as heroes, who still live with impunity to this day? He would destroy them. His only concern was... The anomaly of the red coat reminded Ares of his late mentor, and stirred a strange mixture of fear and hope in Ares' broken heart. Suval will finally fall into ruin. The Demon King will surely rejoice. Another of the 7 foolish heroes will soon meet his maker. The young demon, one of the Demon King's 7 Furii, chuckled at his impending success. At last, Mars could deliver the Demon King the head of a hero. With this, the other 6 would understand how worthy he was to be the king's aide. 2 centuries had passed since the Age of Heroes, and the masterminds of that era had perished. It was time for new leaders of the demon race to rise to glory, and the 7 Furii gathered with that in mind. However, they lacked any real achievements to back up their positions. But this was it. With this final victory, they would earn the Demon King's favor. At first, the campaign against Suval seemed overly ambitious. Not to mention Midgard himself, Livia presented a formidable challenge. Difficult was an understatement when it came to finding someone willing to challenge a relentless water dragon immune to physical attacks. The addition of Levia's regenerative powers and her titanic size certainly didn't help matters. However, fortune firmly supported him. The moment Mars found Ares by the Gale volcano, he was certain that His Holiness Alovenas was watching him from above. So he spent years nurturing the ambition for revenge in a hesitant Ares, which was no easy task. But soon, his hard work would be rewarded, convincing a pillar of the 12 heavenly stars to turn against his former allies. How cunning! How cunning! Show me, vengeful ram. The face of despair as humanity collapses. What bothers me is that red coat. Ares was caught off guard, but anyone who can make Ares fly is not to be underestimated. Well, Mars was sure that the guy was no match for Ares. But with Livia and Midgard's help, he wasn't so confident of the Ram's victory anymore. While he had the army of monsters at his disposal, he wasn't sure if they would be any use against such monstrous opponents. Well, in the worst-case scenario, I'll just make an appearance myself. Mars crossed his arms and watched the horde march toward the front lines. He certainly had the upper hand. As long as he acted cautiously, victory was assured. He could almost see Midgard's desperate expression as his kingdom crumbled around him. Soon, he would become the envy of his fellow Furii. Good things really do come to those who wait. Mars smiled at the thought, and suddenly hundreds of monsters flew out, wiping the smug smile off his face. What was that? Mars peered out of the castle window for a better look. What just happened? Had Midgard himself come? With the excellent eyesight of a demon, he scrutinized the point of impact. And then he saw him. Approaching on foot was a figure wearing that fearsome crimson coat. It was that damned anomaly again. How dare it get in his way? No, he needed to calm down. This was a chance, yes, a chance. If he dealt with that red enemy now, Midgard and Livia would have to hold the front alone. Worst-case scenario, Mars, Ares, and a couple of higher-ranking monsters could conquer Suval themselves. No matter how many sacrifices he had to make, he would finish off that enemy. Don't give up. There is only one enemy. Mars barked words of encouragement, urging his army into action. The monsters advanced to face a single enemy. However strong he was, in the end he was deadly. No Barado could overcome the power of overwhelming numbers. Or so he thought. As dozens know, hundreds of swords tore through his army. Dozens of monsters fell victim to the blades, but not a single one came near the Crimson Warrior. Even when the corpses numbered in the hundreds, his horde did not approach their enemy. However, the furious attack showed no signs of abating. It wasn't until the opposing forces retreated that the warrior paused to take in the aftermath. The battlefield stretched out before him, a powerful reminder of the power one determined fighter could wield. Who in the world? Absurd. This was absurd. It was as if the legendary heroes had returned. Was this another one of the 7 heroes? No. The Celestial King was known for his hatred of mana, and the Vampire Princess wasn't one to help others. He wasn't a hero of the rebellion, but the Red Warrior was a force to be reckoned with. Deeming his attacks a waste of effort and soldiers, Mars ordered his army to retreat. He himself would dance with the warrior. A demon, huh? It's as you say. And you are? To think that warriors of your caliber still existed, said Marte, as he unsheathed a pair of daggers. To his right, he held a sword of fire. To his left, a sword of ice. Ice to freeze his enemies' movements and fire to burn them to ashes. Such a sudden temperature change made everything brittle to the touch, ready for Mars to crush it beneath his heel like an aluminum can. You did well to get this far, but your winning streak has come to an end. You see, those who oppose the Demon King don't live long. You alone are to blame for such an unfortunate end. Mars lunged forward. Thanks to his slight build, the demon reached speeds difficult to follow with the naked eye. Each turn left an afterimage as it froze its enemy, restricting its movements. This was the source of its pride, a technique no victim had ever survived. It was its ultimate attack, the one that guaranteed death. Behold, the secret technique of one of the 7 Furii, the double game of fire and ice. By depriving you of mobility before life, it will be the last and most Barado thing you will ever witness. The flames beyond will send you to your end. But fear not. The pain will only last an instant, and that is the last mercy I grant you. You should be grateful for the salvation I grant you. Life is nothing Barado than a struggle for. Shut up. The next instant, Mars was thrown into the air, unable to process what had happened. He only understood one thing, the unfathomable power that made him fly. By no means, something broke inside him, and he collapsed, coughing. What just happened? Not even the 7 heroes could defeat him, so. Mars' eyes widened in understanding. Of the 500 monsters he had unleashed against the warrior, not one was dead. While they were unconscious, none suffered mortal wounds. This meant the Crimson Warrior had the capacity to withstand this overwhelming number of enemies. Not only were the transmuted swords dulled, but he had made sure to miss every vital point. Who on earth are you? As if to answer his question, jet black wings entered his fading field of vision. Mars could only watch in awe as they unfurled to their fullest, revealing ruby eyes and strands of golden hair. She was a harbinger of death too, beautiful, and a ruthless mistress too, enchanting. Without a doubt, Rufus Maffel. Before him stood the black-winged lord whom even the Demon King feared with such reluctance. And Mars knew it. He had defied the impossible. Chapter 17, I undid the brooches on my coat and spread my wings. I felt freedom instantly. I don't think I'll ever like the feeling of being held back by my own wings. Well, no. I suppose anyone who did would be a freak. Now, something was making a lot of noise and messing around me. So I ended up hitting the punk, but is this the guy in the background controlling Ares that Midgard was talking about? Honestly, he wasn't very strong, so I can't be sure, but I suppose even a small fish can instigate a conflict. He named himself one of the 7 Planeteers, didn't he? TL. The author used 7, which literally means 7 days of the week, e.g., Monday, Tuesday, etc., and each day of the week has a corresponding planet. Well, except for the moon. Just for reference, The manga used Luminarias and Shurim used Furii. Honestly, I don't know what Furii means and thought planetary fit better in the context due to the names of the characters within that group. Please tell me what you prefer. 7 Planetarium. Huh? I don't think I've heard of that before. I'll explain it to you. While I was thinking out loud, Dina teleported away as if she were waiting in line. You know what? I really appreciate it, but isn't explaining things becoming your hobby lately? Planetary 7 is a title bestowed by demons upon 7 individuals of the general rank. This system originated 80 years ago. Currently, excluding the Demon King and his son, calling them the most powerful demons would not be an exaggeration. Just with this, from what it seems, they're only around level 300. It simply means that the quality of demons is also declining. Sure, humanity lost to the Demon King, but the demons didn't come out unscathed either. They also lost most of their capable individuals. Otherwise, the world would already be destroyed, you know? Oh, that makes sense. One of my doubts has been dispelled. I used to wonder, how is the balance maintained? But if I think about it, my position that the demon's combat capabilities remain the same is incorrect. Assuming that all high-level players, as well as average-level players, existed in this world, and there was a battle that could wipe them all out, I suppose it's not so strange that the other side would also suffer significantly. Could that be it? Perhaps in this world today, only the Demon King can fight me? By the way, Rufa-sama, aren't you going to finish them off? It seems you haven't defeated a single monster. Regarding that, I don't like taking down monsters that are just used for no reason. After all, Centurato, countless swords that have been lying on the ground after scattering the monsters vanished in an instant. Dismantling them doesn't help, I suppose. I'm not sure about this sentence. It doesn't seem to make sense in the context. If anyone knows what it means, please let me know. What are you going to do with the monsters? Now that they've lost their master, you can release them back into the wild, but there's no guarantee they won't attack people. I've thought about that too. Screenshot. I activated the basic, yet unique, skill of the Monster Tamer class, Capture. The effect of this skill is to add, with a certain probability, any monster with HP below a certain threshold or that is unconscious to my control. TLN, both this part and the title are references to Pokemon. The number of monsters I can capture at once and the probability of success depend on my class level. At my level, I can capture about 10 at a time. With this number, I'd have to repeat this more than 50 times, but there was something else I wanted to try. It was a loophole that was definitely impossible in the game, but at the same time, it was something the NPCs, non-player characters' enemies, did as if it were common sense. TLN, NPC is basically a game term for characters controlled by the AI or the game itself, or in other words, not controlled by another player in real life. This guy named Mars should also have been able to control monsters using the Monster Tamer skill, just like me. If he can, there's no reason why I can't. This isn't a game, so the idea that it's disruptive, so only NPCs can use it shouldn't exist. In other words, I can think of the monsters not as individual monsters, but as a single group. Monster treasure level, species, HP, SP, STR, strength attack power DX, dexterity VIT, vitality INT, intelligence AGI, agility speed MND, mental power LUK. Luck it was possible, but what on earth is this? It seems like all the screens are glitching. I wonder if the numbers aren't showing because each monster stats are different. Because of this, I can't calculate the exact strength of the treasure. But capture worked correctly, and I felt all the defeated monsters being added to my control. Now all I have to do is order them all not to attack random people and return them to their place of origin. As a side note, I don't plan to take them with me. If I'm walking around with so many monsters, it attracts too much attention. Well then, the only thing left is you, Ares. I shifted my gaze slightly toward Ares, who was staring intently at me. What I saw was an expression of astonishment and disbelief. It was the face that reflected, I can't believe what I'm seeing. Well, it wasn't that I couldn't understand why. Someone who was supposed to have been dead for 200 years just walked in. I would have meant, after all, that you still had the nerve to show up. But I pretended not to notice and headed towards Ares. What happened, Ares? Can't you believe what you see with your own eyes? Or do you doubt that it's someone with a cunning resemblance? UA. Well, I wonder how Aries would react. If they just accepted it, that would be fine. If they said something like, "You're a fraud," that would be a bit of a problem. Honestly, I'm not very good at persuading people by talking to them. Even if my state's INT intelligence is high, it actually represents my memory and ability to remember, learn, and so on. It does not represent my wit or ability to argue. In other words, I may have what seems like photographic memory, so that if I experience something once, I will never forget it. But that doesn't mean I've become more resourceful than before. No way, duh. Rufus-sama should be dead. Suddenly, to deceive. TLN, imagine a robot that only says the keywords, or that only enters them into a search engine. I'm not trying to deceive you well. There remains a slight doubt as to whether I am truly a pure and authentic Rufus. But this body is, without a doubt, Rufus herself, and her will resides within it. So I must be Rufus Mafal. I have no conviction, but I feel something that suggests it. So I will say this. I am, without a doubt, Rufus Mafal herself. I am not someone who resembles her, nor do I shape-shift. This is neither a hallucination, nor an apparition, nor a dream. If after all this you still cannot believe it, how about this? Would you like to discover it for yourself? As I said that, my joints creaked. The clearest proof that Rufus is Rufus. That is to say, he's strong. His gaze, his wings, and his way of speaking, all of that can be learned and imitated. But his strength alone is something inimitable. I curled my finger, taunting Aries. Come, Arius. I will test whether or not you have grown in the last 200 years. And you will learn to believe that, without a doubt, I am myself. Vuh! Aries let out a roar full of purpose, like an energetic and motivated war cry. TLN, like a roaring scene from The Lion King. With just the roar, the air trembled, and a buzzing feeling washed over me from the pressure. I'm not at all a battle addict. In fact, I've never had a proper fight with anyone. But the thrill is there. Right now, I definitely feel the thrill, the happiness. For the first time since I came into this world, I have the feeling that I can put up a fight. Vuh! Aries, using his body weight, charged at me. It was a scene that should normally have made me tremble with fear. However, I smiled. Centuredo. I flew up and extended an arm, stopping Aries' onslaught. The attack was quite powerful. There was a loud noise like an explosion, and my body was thrown backward. Even I couldn't stay where I was without my feet on the ground. But the air is the true battlefield of a clan of angels. I spread my wings and advanced. With just that, I not only stopped Aries, but I was also able to push him and put both hands on his head. Something beautiful, it was a strange feeling. I couldn't imagine this monstrous sheep, over 100 meters long, as anything more than a puppy trying to act cute to get attention. Centuredo, I lifted it above my head like a companion and gently tossed it. A giant sheep danced in the air. Then it crashed to the ground, creating a crater that violently shook the surrounding area. This isn't the end. You're not finished with this. Right, Aries? Next move, Aries. You don't have to hold back. Come to me without reservations. When I provoked him, Aries responded with a roar. The hairs on his barato stood on end, transforming into rainbow flames. This is his ultimate ability, Mezzaltim, the one he used to attack Livia. It's easy to block him, but I think he'll face him. Beat ya. Tillen, here. Sorry, I think this is supposed to be an onomatopoeia for the sound sheep makes, but the original lyrics sound like a goat. I don't know. Using his fiery barato as the embodiment of the barato, Aries lunged at me. This time, I used both hands from the start to stop him. Suddenly, I felt the heat in the palms of my hands. It was as if the heat of midsummer had suddenly attacked me. I see that now. Even if I confront this incarnation of the flame, I only feel it as the heat of summer. Even I feel like I'm a cheap cheat. That said, it's hot. There's hardly any damage. But if this goes on much longer, I might end up suffering something like heat stroke. I guess I should let it go. Take this. Again, I threw Aries down and drove him into the ground. Now that he's done, it's my turn. Aries was still burning up all over, but for me, this is no different from the summer heat. and it's not so hot that I can't move. If anything, it's the perfect heat for exercising. In other words, there's hardly any problem. I suppose. I'll give him a pat on the back now and then. I flew over his head and patted his enormous head. With that, Ares' head hit the ground hard and bounced. Then I flicked him lightly under the chin, sending him flying. After that, I seized Ares and spun him around before hurling him backward. The impact shook the ground behind him. So what do you think? Still can't believe it's me. Ares? As he said that to Ares, he rose up and began to emit a low, rumbling sound. Perhaps it needs some extra attention and care? While I was thinking that, I received a surprise attack. Suddenly, Ares shrank and took on a human form and jumped onto my chest. Zobim sari Rufa-sama. Ares suddenly started hugging me. I was paralyzed with confusion, and he began sobbing like a baby. By my reckoning, he was about 155 to 160 centimeters tall. His long hair reached his waist, and its color, Cinturado, but Dina instantly appeared behind him and seemed to put on a white robe in an instant. Now that I looked at Dina, she was making what appeared to be a very satisfied face while giving a thumbs up. Aren't you actually faster than 12 celestial stars? Anyway, I seem to recall that the Tamer class had the ability to give monsters human form, and I remember giving Ares human form. Mizal told me. The current trend is making characters look Barato youthful and stylish, something like that. I ended up going along with it and adjusting Ares' physical appearance to look Barato refined. As a result, Ares' human form ended up becoming a Barato. TLN, facepalm, it's one of my past regrets. Curse you, Mizal. Or rather, didn't Ares' personality change that much? The pressure you were just shirking vanished suddenly. Or is this your true personality, and the old you was the one that was dormant? Anyway, I'll separate it from myself, and... Phew, what the heck? Do I have snot all over my face? Hey, stop crying. Even after 200 years, are you still a crybaby? But, I'm crying. I'm zubbing. I understand. I'm sorry I worried you. In the end, after all that, I had to calm a crying child, and I had to wait more than 20 minutes for Ares to stop crying. By the way, after the first 5 minutes, Dina got bored and ended up disappearing. And you still call yourself an advisor? Chapter 17, 2. With the cloak's clasp undone, the wings unfurled. Cinturado, he was one of the 7 luminaries or something like that. 7 luminaries. I've never heard of them. Let me explain. Dina teleported next to me the moment I finished my sentence. Well, that would be very helpful. But has exposure recently become a hobby of yours? The 7 luminaries are the generals among demons. The group was formed 80 years ago. Along with the Demon King and his son, they could be considered the most powerful demons alive today. Are they only this strong? It seems to only be around level 300. This is due to the decline in the power of the demon race. Although humans lost the war against the demons were also severely weakened. Most of the powerful demons died in the war. Otherwise, the world would have been destroyed long ago. I see. I finally understand. I wondered how humans maintained the balance of power against the demons. Now that I thought about it, the assumption that the demons were as powerful as before was wrong from the start. There were also high and mid-level players in this world. After that devastating war, it would be strange if the other side came out unscathed. Am I the only one in this world capable of opposing the Demon King? By the way, Lady Rufus, aren't you going to deliver the final blow? It seems you haven't killed a single monster. About that. I have no interest in killing manipulated monsters. My enemy remains the demon race, I said, flicking my fingers slightly. Then, the swords that had been scattering monsters everywhere suddenly vanished. This was the decomposition of the alchemical creations. What do we do with these monsters? After losing their master, they should return to the wild, but then they might start attacking people. I have a solution. Capture. I activated the monster tamer's basic skill, capture. There was a chance the tamer could capture monsters that were immobile or had fewer hit points than a certain amount. The number of monsters that could be captured and the success rate increased with the skill level. He could capture 10 monsters at once. At this rate, he'd have to repeat it 50 times, but it was worth a try. This was impossible in the game, but the enemy managed it. That Mars should be able to control monsters with tamer skills like mine. If he could, so could I. Since this wasn't a game, there wouldn't be any excuses like it would break the game's balance, so only enemies could use it. In other words, these monsters were not considered as individuals, but as a group. Army of mixed monsters level. Race. HP, SPSTR. Strength. DX, Dexterity. VIT, Vitality. INT, Intelligence. AGI, Agility. MND, Mind. LUK, Luck. Well, it was a success, but what was this? Was the screen malfunctioning? Was it because the individual states were different and couldn't be displayed? It was impossible to determine their strength. However, the capture was successful, and I felt I had control over these monsters. Therefore, I only had to order them to return to their original locations and not attack people. I had no intention of bringing them with me, because they would attract too much attention. So, you're the only one left, Ares. I squinted and turned to Ares, who was staring at me. He had an expression of astonishment, as if he couldn't believe what he had seen. Well, I could understand his feelings. Someone who died 200 years ago suddenly appeared alive. I felt the need to say, "You still have the nerve to come back." But I just acted like I didn't care and approached Ares. "Well, Ares, can't you believe what you see? Or do you suspect I'm just someone who looks like you?" Rufaz. So what would Ares do? It would be good if they acted maturely. If I shouted imposter, it would be quite troublesome. To be honest, I wasn't good at convincing people with words. Although my intelligence was high, that only translated into mnemonic ability and attention, not imagination or tact. In other words, although I had a photographic memory, it didn't make me witty. This can't be right. Lady Rufaz should be dead. This is an illusion. It's not an illusion. Well, personally, I had some doubts about whether I was truly Rufaz. But this body was indeed Rufaz, and part of his consciousness remained within. Therefore, I was Rufaz Maffel. I had no proof, but something made me feel this way, so I was able to make this statement. Indeed, I am Rufaz Maffel. I'm not someone who merely resembles someone else, nor a double, nor an illusion, nor a spiritual being. If you still cannot believe it, why not confirm it with your own body? I said, cracking my knuckles. The best proof of Rufus' identity was its strength. Facial features, wings, and gestures could be imitated, but strength alone could not. With my finger, I beckoned Ares to come closer. Come see me, Ares. Show me your growth over the last 200 years. In the meantime, you could also confirm whether I really am Rufus. Ares flew into a rage and let out a shout of joy. The air vibrated with his cry, sending shivers down my spine at the sight of his power. He wasn't a battle maniac. He never argued or seriously raged with anyone, and he never would. But what was this anticipation? At that moment, I was eagerly anticipating this battle. Since I came into this world, this was the first time I had truly craved a fight. Ares suddenly lunged forward, using his weight to his advantage. Normally, this would have been a terrifying sight, but I simply smiled. It was like a lost puppy leaping into its owner's embrace. I felt something similar in Ares. So, there was only one action left for me to take. After 200 years, you still haven't broken your habit of being spoiled. In that case, let me give you a hug. I flew into the sky and extended a hand forward. At the same time, I received Ares' headbutt, putting considerable strain on my arm. With a loud bravado, my bravado was thrown backward. It was impossible to stop the backward movement in midair with my feet. However, the sky was the Flugels' battlefield. I spread my wings and advanced, blocking Ares' attack. Then, I placed both hands on his head and firmly pushed him back. How nice! It was ridiculous to see a monstrous sheep over 100 meters long acting like a fawning puppy. Or was it that such a cute puppy remained cute even after growing into a big dog? In any case, it seemed I couldn't help but dislike it, even though its form was like that. It was inevitable when physical contact was taken to the extreme. Huh. I braced my arms and lifted Ares, as if I were picking up a pet and gently tossing it. The enormous sheep danced in the air before crashing to the ground, causing the biggest tremor of the day. But this wasn't enough. He wasn't going to stop there. Right, Ares? Take your next step, Ares. Don't hold back, give it your all. Provoked, Ares let out an indescribable roar. His fur stood on end. His body transformed into rainbow flames. This was what had threatened Levia before. Her ultimate ability, Mezar theme. It was easy to defend against it. Well, I'd face it head-on here. Medash. This time, I used both hands to contain Ares, who had become a blazing inferno. I felt a sharp sting in my palms as powerful energy engulfed me. I see. Although I touched that mass of flames directly, subjectively, I only felt the summer heat. I deeply understood my own irrational abilities. Even so, hot things remain hot. There was almost no harm done, but if this persisted, there was a possibility of suffering heat stroke. In that case, it was best to move away quickly. Hot. I threw Ares to the ground again. Cinchuredo, I rushed over to Ares and kept applying pressure to his head. Then, Ares' head touched the ground again and lifted back up. I placed my hands under Ares' chin for bravado and stepped back. Then, I turned Ares onto his side and patted his back gently. Just a few light pats to help him recover. Cinchuredo Ares' body suddenly shrank, and he lunged at me. I'm sorry, Lady Rufus. I was stunned by the sudden turn of events as, this person, possibly an Ares, hugged me and cried like a baby. They were shorter than me, probably between 155 and 160 centimeters tall. Their long hair reached their waist, and its color. What was this? Its color changed depending on the angle of view. His limbs were slender, and his bravado was covered by a white robe. No, when he assumed his humanoid form, he was instantly clothed. At the moment of his transformation, Dina teleported behind him and secured the robe around him. Looking at him, I saw that Dina had a satisfied expression on her face. Are you faster than the 12 celestial stars? But still this, certainly, as he recalled, a monster tamer's familiar possessed the ability of personification. And indeed, Ares had a humanoid form. Mizar once said, cheating is popular these days. As a result, I unconsciously designed her appearance to resemble a girl as a kind of joke. That's why Ares' humanoid form became a sort of gender fraud. It was a mistake from my past. Darn Mizar. By the way, did Ares' personality change? Where did the previous bullying go? Or perhaps this was his normal state, and his previous state was abnormal? In any case, I needed to get Ares away from me. Phew, I had his snot all over me. Oh, really? Stop crying, stop crying. It's been 200 years, and you're still a crybaby. Why? I understand. I'm sorry I worried you, so please stop crying. In the end, I spent more than 20 minutes trying to calm this little girl who wouldn't stop crying. By the way, Dina got bored after 5 minutes and went off somewhere unknown. Are you really my advisor? Levia, I managed to protect. Several minutes had passed, and Ares finally stopped crying. Although I'm still tearful and sobbing, it should at least be enough to hold a conversation for now. By now, Ares had gone from being a wild monster to a monster under my control, so I should be able to see his condition. So the first thing I should do is check its status. 12 celestial stars Ares level, 800 species, rainbow sheep affinity elemental type, fire horsepower, 75,000 SP, 7,600 STR, strength attack power 4,100 DX, dexterity 4,000 VIT, vitality 4050 INT, intelligence 4,300 AGI, agility speed 4170 MND, mental power 4294 LUK, luck 4180 hum. Did their stats increase a little compared to what I remembered? If I remember correctly, Ares' HP was 68,000, so it had clearly gone up. I suppose that, in his own way, he was trying to improve over the last 200 years. In any case, this is a very balanced statistic. Well, I was the one who raised him to be an all-rounder due to the lack of stat points. Incidentally, even with this, I significantly increased his stats. Without any enhancements, his base stats were between 1,000 and 1,500. After all, this type was originally a craft-type monster and not a battle-type monster. Frankly speaking, the proper way to use him is to let him produce wool and not take him into battle. In fact, in the odd one out for forcing him to grow stronger and fight. TLN, for those who don't play, the concept of a combat pet is self-explanatory, but most MMO games offer what are called life skills or crafting. In short, you can create various items for various uses, such as potions to save, equipment to improve your character, items to decorate your home, etc. From the context, Ares was something that produced rainbow wool for a possible cosmetic item or special equipment, or something that generated in-game currency if sold to an NPC. TLDR, just be aware that it's not suitable for battle. So, have you calmed down, Ares? Yes, looking up with a red, swollen nose and watery eyes, that was a face I couldn't associate with being male, no matter how I looked at it. I don't really like cheating, so I didn't think much about it, but Dina, who had returned who knows when, couldn't stop smiling. Although she despised the appearance of the orcs, it seemed that the trap was a success for her. I feel like I've gradually been discovering their preferences. Is he treating me with such gallantry simply because he likes my appearance? That can't be the reason, can it? I don't like to beat around the bush, so it'll get straight to the point. Currently, I am on a journey to return the 12 celestial stars to my control, and you are my first. Say nothing and follow me. I will not accept any objections. Yes, with pleasure. Initially, I said I would gather the 12 celestial stars and send them to the tower, but it's quite far from here. Or rather, if I send this guy back alone, I'm afraid he'll get lost. It's excellent as a support, so it's probably more advantageous to have it with me. With that in mind, I ordered it to follow me. Let us persevere together again, Rufus-sama, and, a stranger standing there, I hope to work with you. Dina froze as if she had received an electric shock. Ah, yes. I suppose you'd freeze if a stranger called you. I also asked Dina, who were you? But it seems Ares is just like me and had forgotten about Dina too. Poor Dina. Dina quickly came back to life and then mimicked her line of sight with Ares' eyes, striking up a conversation with a bright smile. Don't wait. Upon closer inspection, there were bulging veins on his forehead. Adi-sama, you really don't remember seeing me before? Actually, I've always been in that tower, you know? Huh, were you there? Look, please try to remember. In the tower, wasn't I always close to Rufus-sama? When Dina told him, Ares' eyes wandered, as if he were remembering something distant. After a while, he suddenly raised his voice and said, Oh, could it be by chance that you were that person who always blended into the surroundings and had no presence? So cruel. Dina was devastated again and looked at me with a face that said she was going to start crying at any moment. Well, yes, there's no way around it, Dina. Because, Dina, you were literally a background NPC. You literally couldn't interact with others, had a chance to shine, or the ability to do anything. If you had acted the same way in this world, of course, no one would remember you. I'm surprised. You were able to move from that spot. Am I a piece of furniture? Or rather, you can talk. Rupa-sama. Is this child making wild comments with an unrestrained smile? Poor Dina. If you had been able to demonstrate your current competence or make witty remarks 200 years ago, you wouldn't be in this situation. Or rather, why were you a secondary figure back then? Perhaps back then you were a quiet person without much of a personality? If so, it means you're also someone who changed after 200 years. Although I feel like you changed too much. TLN, I think 200 years is long enough for someone to have a drastic personality change. Anyway, since this is really quite unfortunate, I think I'll step in and lend a hand. Ares, since I returned to this world, Dina has been someone who has supported me unconditionally. Don't intimidate her too much. Huh? What? I'm not trying to intimidate her. I was just saying what I thought. That's even worse. Dina, now I understand. For better or for worse, Ares is simply direct and honest. At this rate, it seems that Dina is going to have some difficult times. And in that way, Ares was successfully recovered. And while we were at it, A guy named Marte from Seven Luminaries was hanging around and being generally annoying, so I punched him. Now you can feel at ease. Or all the difficulties we went through in recent years. After recovering Ares, I returned to Migres's house in the Noble District. I don't know how he persuaded the guards, but after the last encounter he told them to let me through if I ever showed up with a face pass. Well, not that I showed my face. Teal'c, it's a pun at heart. Not so much a pun, but it's a pretty appreciative gesture. As for Ares, since his original form and his human form are completely different, the guards didn't suspect anything and stopped him for inspection. Nobody would think that that monstrous sheep, over 100 meters long, would be this boy who looks like a girl. Although it was I who edited his human appearance to make him look like that. What happened to all the monsters? I brought them all under my control for now. I ordered them not to attack people senselessly, so as long as you don't attack them first, you don't have to worry about being attacked. That castle should have had a few hundred monsters. Even after 200 years, the Supreme Ruler's charisma to conquer and command has not diminished at all. Huh? How scary. I'm sorry about that part. It's probably lost a lot of its prominence. After all, it's different on the inside. Not that I can say it out loud. So, for now, I just laughed with a confident smile to fool him. What do you plan to do from now on? Naturally, I will regain control of the 12 celestial stars under my command. What comes next question is, where again? I am not at all familiar with the geography of this period. If there had been cities back when I played the game, I would know, but unfortunately, since my nation disintegrated, the heroes conquered and founded their own nations, so I have no idea where anything is. And then I looked at Dina to let her continue with the presentation. Our next location is the Royal Tomb of the Blackwings. The distance from this point is approximately 500 kilometers. One of the 12 celestial stars Libra of the scales guards it. The name sounds like my tomb. It's not, it seems. It is literally the tomb of Rufus Sama. The construction was completed approximately 190 years ago. Those who worshipped Rufus Sama took 10 years to build a huge pyramidal dungeon consisting of 108 floors in the world's largest monumental construction project. The top floor contains all the equipment, treasure, and weapons that Rufus Sama had previously occupied, and guarding it for the past 190 years without rest is one of the 12 celestial stars, Libra. Oh, Libra, huh? 12 celestial stars, Libra of the scales. Probably the strongest golem even within Xgate Online. The base material was obtained by completing an official event, a material that is truly unique in existence, selection scale. TLN. The MMO genre often has special events organized by the game's developers or publishers that grant a unique reward that cannot be obtained anywhere else in the game. In addition to that, I paid and transferred the material to a level 200 alchemist, Mazal, to raise the level of the crafted item. I have already stated that the maximum level of the crafted object is determined by the material used. For selection scale, the maximum possible level was level 1000. Furthermore, with the Mazal Alchemist Profession level of 200, the calculation used for creating golems is as follows: 1000 to 200, and as such, golems of up to 700 could be created. Author's note: golem is considered an object, therefore it is transferable. In addition to that, I used a limited edition cash shop item orichalcum, the effect of an item. Randomly increased the final max level of the crafted golem by 10 to 30, and was lucky enough to get a result of 30, thus adding 210 additional levels. In summary, being a golem, Libra had a level of 910, which made him an existence that could be called a super golem co-created by Mazal and me. Well, the rule of cannot be stronger than an owner still applies as always. So if it's transferred to a weaker player, it will weaken proportionally, but since I'm level 1000, there's no problem. As a side note, if we only look at the attack, it is very likely that he is the strongest among the 12 heavenly stars. Or perhaps even stronger than me. Although to be fair, the boss character's ability goddess of scale was transferred and included upon obtaining the selection scale. This goddess of the scale was a guardian of the sanctuary of the almighty goddess Alvinus, or that was the backstory of the dungeon's difficulty, and therefore required players to have adequate strength if they wanted to challenge the dungeon. A fearsome guardian that mercilessly attacked all weak and unworthy players with its ultimate, unique skill, Brachium. Ability effect, 100 hit chance, fixed area of effect damage of 99,999 that ignores all defense. It's a fact, but if you improve your character normally, it's something you'll never be able to stand. Even high-spec Angel or Vampire race players typically only have around 70,000 HP at level 1,000. In other words, the enemy is powered up to the point of being destroyed. So outside of the best players, he wouldn't have had any chance. As I noted in the margin, when we were clearing the dungeon, Midgard, who had low HP, was defeated. If you couldn't even get past this guardian, you were considered unqualified to meet the goddess. This was the savagery behind the dungeon. If you could defeat the guardian and manage to meet the goddess after overcoming various difficulties that the dungeon threw at you, you would be rewarded was the premise of the event. Even after becoming a golem, this broken ability remained. As expected, unlike the time when he was a boss character, and the broken ability could be triggered immediately after the start of the battle as many times as he wanted, as often as he wanted, the ability was weakened once to the point of only being able to be triggered once every 24 hours. But the fearsome skill remained fearsome. I clearly remember the scene where even the allies trembled when the skill was fired immediately at the start of the fight as a preemptive strike to gain an advantage. The problem was probably due to bad AI. If it was in a position to fire the ability, it would simply use it even against weak ones. As a result, I was often perplexed because I couldn't use it when I really needed to. However, many players thought this clearly revolutionary ability was an administrative error for not having achieved a proper balance, and I thought so too. There probably would have been a balance patch in the next update, and the ability would have been weakened, but before that could happen, the final war occurred, and I came to this world. TLN, whenever something new comes out in an MMO, not limited to skills, most of the time it's broken, too powerful, and after a while, with enough feedback or more commonly with enough complaint from players, it receives a balance patch where it's weakened, also known as a nerf. So he's the guardian? I don't know if there are grave robbers, but if there are, I can only say my deepest condolences. In today's world, I imagine that probably only someone like Levia could overcome that. I've always heard rumors about Libra. I've heard it called a ruthless killing machine that kills anyone who makes it to the top floor. It seems that some have tried to persuade him with words, but he hasn't really listened. As if this worried him, Midgard sighed. Personally, I think it's better than the time with Ares, who acted violently, but that doesn't seem to be the case with Midgard. So, isn't it okay to leave it like this? Is there really any reason to want to vandalize my grave so much? It's problematic because it exists. Not only did people deteriorate compared to 200 years ago, but the quality of weapons, equipment, and alchemists declined dramatically. Especially the legendary swords and tiered armor that were lost during the fight with the Demon King. All that remains in existence are those safely stored in your tomb. Legendary level weapons likely refer to rare weapons that players cannot craft. Rewards from official events are especially valuable because they're something you will never get again. Currently, pressured by the demon race, it is something they want to get their hands on at all costs. It's not that I support raiding the graves of the sick, but having countless weapons stored in your tomb is something that could give humanity a chance to return. But because of the existence of that golem, no one has been able to get their hands on it. Well, you're talking about a stupidly broken skill with a fixed damage of 99,999 and defense ignoring. Even if you say that reaching the Barato floor repeatedly isn't possible in the current era, getting there would likely require extreme endurance and dedication. So, to be removed from consideration after going through all that is really something that people wouldn't easily accept. Personally, I can't blame Libra. It's true that for humanity, he's a troublesome existence. But for me, he's a loyal servant who has protected my possession until my return. And far from blaming him, if anything, I should praise him. I understand. It's just that, after you've recovered Libra, it's okay if they're just things you don't think you'll use. I'd really appreciate it if you left them in the grave. I am fully aware that this is a shameless request. Well, I guess I don't mind if that's all it is. A grave owner who approves of people looting his own grave is actually quite a funny story. At least the next destination has been decided. It's time to give a word of thanks to Libra, who has been working tirelessly for the past 190 years. Some irrelevant background settings in this world. People are aware of normal concepts like class, level, and skill that exist in the game. But to begin with, there is no such thing as a video game. Beyond all that, there is a goddess of creation, Venus. All systems are created by her. In this world, there are no concepts like creating my own ability or crafting my own technique. All abilities and magic are gifts from the goddess. Currently, the only one with that mindset in this world is an irregular existence, only Rufus. Fundamentally, these powers are designed to be used by humanity, and outside of humanity, class change is not possible. That's what monsters do. They'll remain monsters. Orc alchemists can't be born with 100% certainty. It is said that humanity's power to change class is something rewarded by the goddess as a result of the devotion they received. However, the demon race also has the power to change class, and as such, there are more than a few who doubt whether the power to change class is truly a reward from the goddess due to the devotion they received. And even after 200 years of being cornered, no matter how much people have prayed, the goddess has shown no signs of changing this system, nor have there been any signs of punishment for the demon race. Chapter 18:2. After a few minutes, Ares finally stopped crying. Since he wasn't crying like a baby anymore, it should be possible to talk to him. But first, since Ares was my familiar again, I could see his status window. I needed to check his abilities. 12 celestial stars, Ares level, 800 breed, rainbow, sheep attribute, fire 75,000 horsepower, 7,600 pounds, sterling STR, strength, 4,100 DX, dexterity, 4,000 VIT, vitality, 4.050 INT, intelligence, 4,300 AGI, agility, 4.170 M&D mind, 4,294 LUK, luck, 4,180 Their values were higher than I remembered. His HP used to be 68,000. It was clear head grown. This guy had worked hard for the past 200 years. Even so, his values were still very average. This was due to my comprehensive training, which resulted in his overall average values. Incidentally, these values were the result of using skill boosters. Without skill boosters, his stat values would have been around 1,000 to 1,500. This guy was a production-oriented monster, not a combat-oriented one. Frankly, his true purpose was to produce wool, not fight. I was the odd one out for making him fight. So, have you calmed down, Ares? Igriagagis. His teary eyes and flushed face showed the strain of the moment. I didn't like tricks, so I didn't think much of it. But Dina, who returned unnoticed, was beaming. She, who loathed orcs, seemed impressed by how he handled himself. After seeing him, she gradually began to like him. Or perhaps she worked so hard for me because she liked my looks. I'm not good at explaining things, so I'll keep it simple. I'm on a journey to retrieve the 12 celestial stars, and one of them is right in front of me. You don't need to say anything, just follow me. I won't accept any objections. Yes, with pleasure. Originally, I intended to let the 12 heavenly stars return to the tower, but it was quite a distance away. Or rather, if I let this guy go back alone, he'd undoubtedly become a lost child. He was an excellent member of the group and could be useful. Cinchureto, when I met her, I forgot all about her and asked, "Who are you?" Dina quickly recovered, looked Ares in the eye, and smiled. No, if you looked closely, it was obvious her veins were bulging. Mr. Ares? We didn't know each other before, did we? I was always in that tower. At Dinah's prompting, Ares seemed to recall something from the distant past. After a while, he exclaimed, "Oh, are you that person who has a weak presence and always blends into the surroundings? You're terrible?" Dina was traumatized once again when I saw her crying face. It couldn't be helped. That was Dina, because in the game, she was a minor character. She never appeared, and her abilities were never mentioned. If she weren't so lively in this world, I wouldn't even remember her. I'm really surprised. You can actually move from that place. Am I just an ornament? You can even talk. Mrs. Rufus. This child says cruel things without any qualms, despite having such a cute face. Poor Dina. If she had been so talented and vivacious 200 years ago, she wouldn't have been treated like that. Or rather, why was she considered secondary back then? Was she an introverted and quiet person in the past? A person can change in 200 years, but I felt she would have changed too much. Anyway, it was all too pathetic. I should end this as soon as possible. Aries. Dina has supported me since I returned to this world. Don't intimidate her too much. Huh? I wasn't intimidating her. I was just saying what I thought. That's even worse. So that was it. Aries was just innocently honest. Well, it looked like Dina was going to be in trouble for a while. And so, Aries has successfully recovered. Meanwhile, Mars of the 7 luminaries has also been defeated. Relax. The difficulties we have gone through these last few years. After rescuing Aries, I returned to Migres's house in the Noble District. I wonder how to get past the guards, but apparently Migres had already told them to let me in when I visited her previously. Aries simply looked very different in his humanoid form. No one would associate this effeminate young man with a giant sheep over 100 meters tall. Well, I was responsible for giving him this appearance. Cinceredo, but I couldn't say it, so I blurted it out frantically with a confident laugh. What would you do next? Of course, he'll recover the 12 heavenly stars, then so what? I wasn't familiar with the geography of that era. I knew the game map, but after the destruction of my empire, the heroes rebuilt new nations upon it. I'd better let Dina continue with her explanations. The next destination is the Royal Tomb of Black Wings. It is about 500 kilometers from here and is guarded by one of the 12 celestial stars, Libra of the Scales. The name seems to indicate that it is my tomb. In fact, it is the tomb of Lady Rufus. It was completed 190 years ago. Lady Rufus admirers spent 10 years building the largest monument in the world, a great pyramid with 108 levels. The top level contained treasures, equipment, and weapons previously used by Lady Rufus. It has been guarded there for 190 years without interruption. Oh, so it's Libra? 12 celestial stars, Libra of the Scales. She was probably the most powerful golem in X-Gate Online. He obtained his crafting materials by defeating an event boss. There were only 2 scales of the Chosen in the game. Mizar, a cash player, a level 200 alchemist, crafted it before transferring it to me. Therefore, it was of a higher level than anything I could have crafted. I already mentioned that the quality of the materials could increase the maximum level of the creation. The scales of the Chosen allowed the maximum level to be reached at 1,000. Since its creator, Mizar, was a level 200 alchemist, the formula would be 1,000 to 200. In other words, the golem could reach level 700. Golems were considered objects and therefore could be exchanged. Adding the rare orichalcum, a paid item, would randomly increase the golem's level by between 10 and 30%. Luckily, its level increased by 210. In other words, Libra was a level 910 golem. What Mizar and I created was basically a super golem. However, there was a rule that prevented it from exceeding the master's level, so it would be weakened if used by a low-level player. This wasn't a problem for me, as I was level 1000. Incidentally, Libra should be the strongest of the 12 heavenly stars in terms of offensive power, sometimes even stronger than me. After all, she inherited the unique skill of the boss, Goddess Scales, whom we fought to obtain the aforementioned scales of the Chosen. The Goddess Scale was a guardian of the Elevenus Sanctuary, a super difficult dungeon. It was a great challenge for players. Cinceredo typically had around 70,000 HP at level 1000. Therefore, this terrifying attack could only be endured by players who used a lot of skill-enhancing potions. Except for the best players, everyone else would be wiped out. Even Migres, a specialized rearguard with less HP, would die from this attack. If one failed to overcome this stage, they were disqualified from meeting the goddess, making it extremely difficult. The entire event consisted of defeating the Guardian and overcoming the incredibly challenging dungeon to meet the goddess and receive a reward. However, This golem possessed an absurd ability. When the boss used it, it could fire repeatedly. Although the ability had been reduced to once every 24 hours, it was still a threat. He remembered it clearly. When used as a preemptive strike, this ability could annihilate opponents and instill fear even in allies. The problem was that the computer's AI was terrible. Once the ability recharged, the AI would use it even against tough enemies, preventing you from using it when you really needed it. I thought this revolutionary ability was obviously the fault of the admins who didn't balance the game properly. It would probably be patched in the next update, but the final battle happened before the update, and I ended up in this world. So, she was the Guardian. I didn't know why anyone would desecrate my grave, but if she was there, it would all end in tears. In today's world, probably no one but Levia could break through. I've also heard of Libra. She mechanically and unconditionally eliminated anyone who went upstairs. Some tried to negotiate with her, but apparently they didn't get anywhere. Midgard said in a worried voice inside. I thought it was at least better than making a scene like Ares, but it seemed that wasn't the case with Midgard. So if we leave her alone... By the way, why are so many people trying to rob my grave? There's a problem. Over the past 200 years, not only have our people weakened, but even our weapons and equipment have deteriorated. Especially the legendary grade magical swords and armor. These were practically lost in the battle against the Demon King. Only those stored in your tomb remain. Legendary weapons. It seemed that only the desire for rare weapons could motivate players to be so persistent. Many items and weapons, especially those from administrator-organized events, were otherwise unattainable and therefore very expensive. Currently, for those under the demon's sway, these objects were a dream come true. The tomb holds its dangers, but the weapons stored there could change the course of our people's destiny. However, thanks to that golem, no one was able to acquire them. In fact, it must be that absurd ability with a fixed damage of 99,999. Its only weakness was that it was limited to a single shot. However, people today probably had to risk their lives just to reach the upper floor. In the crowded area, they probably all died instantly from the massive damage. I can't blame her, though she's causing problems. From my perspective, she's a loyal subject protecting my legacy after my departure. I have no reason to reprimand her. I understand. If possible, would like to have any unwanted items you might be able to retrieve from the grave after you've recovered Libra. I know it's a bold request. That's still acceptable. Even so, it was really strange that the tomb owner would accept a request to rob his own tomb. In any case, I've already decided on my next destination. It would be unreasonable not to console Libra, who has been working tirelessly for 190 years. Author's notes. Skills and classes. The people of this world accept gaming concepts like classes, levels, and abilities, even though video games don't exist. The system was introduced by the goddess Alovenus. All abilities and magic are gifts from the goddess, and the natives don't think about creating their own. Only the irregular Rufas have this concept. Basically, these powers were created for humanoid races, and only they could change their class. A monster remains a monster, regardless of its actions. Orc alchemists and the like are not frequently seen. Class change is said to be a blessing bestowed upon humanoid races by the goddess who loves humanity. However, demons also possess a similar ability, leading some to doubt the goddess' blessing. 200 years after the humanoids' defeat, the goddess neither improved the system nor punished the demons, despite the wishes of many. Chapter 19. I tied my hair back in a ponytail and put on my simple glasses. This alone changed the impression I made on others. I changed out of my white dress and into a white tunic and black trousers, with the usual crimson cape over it. But unlike how I usually wore it to cover my entire body, the cape simply hung over my shoulders. Finally, Dino put the bandages on me to hide my black wings. The unthinkable happened. My wings disappeared from sight, and so no one would recognize me as a flugel. This was the camouflage tape Migres made for me. It was enchanted with stealth magic, which caused the affected parts to blend into the environment and disappear. After telling me it must be difficult to move in my previous state, He generously gave me the entire set. How is it? Migres, does it fit me? It will look good on you, no matter what you're wearing. Thanks to Migres, I finally broke free from my bonds. Honestly, I didn't expect him to go to such lengths for me. For his old enemy to suddenly return to life, it was only natural that he would be hostile. Despite this, he continued to support me. It was hard not to suspect that it might be a trap. Rufus, do you hate us? Back then, you almost achieved your ideals and the future of your dreams. It was our betrayal that ruined it. Don't you feel hatred? I reflected for a while on Migres's words. I didn't hate him, nor would I seek revenge. To me, the fight was just a game. It wasn't what I had experienced. Instead of answering the question directly, I decided to do it my way. If the people rebelled, it meant I lacked the qualities of a king. If they resisted out of discontent, then I was simply lacking something. I have no reason to hate them. I checked my appearance in the mirror and struck poses from various angles. Not bad. There was nothing better than wearing something that allowed me to move with ease. Although I would attract attention because of my appearance, it was 10 times better than being a suspicious person completely covered in a red cloak. Although I said it myself, this face was exceptional even without makeup. It was like what you see in photos of idols after they've been enhanced with Photoshop. So stop blaming yourself. Honestly, you're pretty pathetic right now. Rufus was the invader. He was the hero who defeated her. This was all that mattered 200 years ago, and that was fine. History was written by the victors. As the loser, I couldn't complain, nor did I wish to. However, it was unacceptable for the victor to feel miserable. You are a hero to the people of this nation. Appear before me with dignity, as you did 200 years ago. I'm very grateful to have followed your advice. Thank you. A faint smile returned to Migres's face. This guy was way too serious. He'll probably still be worried after this, but at least he should be better off than before. In fact, we should be the ones apologizing. That androgynous sheep in the corner should be apologizing to Migres, but Ares simply refused to apologize to the people who betrayed his master. Well, then I should go. Would there be any problem with Levia after being weakened by Ares? Thank you. As I am right now, I can't recover the lost maximum HP. Ares' attack reduced Levia's maximum HP, but it was possible to recover it as long as there was water as a base material. However, the current Migres could no longer do that, so I would do it. How convenient it was to be able to recover while there was water. Anyway, as long as Levia was here, there shouldn't be any problems. Rufus, yeah, had a good trip. That goes without saying. I smiled involuntarily at Migres's encouragement. I waved and left his house, passing through the noble district towards the commercial district. Along the way, I noticed Gant's distinctive bald head and decided to say goodbye to him. Gloves. HM. Oh, how beautiful. My lady, what can I do for you? Hey, there's no need to talk like that. Imzapua. You helped me when I first got here. Huh? Hudash. Gantz exclaimed with difficulty upon hearing my words. I assumed Gantz had never seen my true face. It was a mistake, but I would soon be leaving Svalin anyway. That suspicious red-cloaked Sasafor. And to think you're so beautiful. Ha ha, your praise is excessive. I wanted to say hello since I'm leaving this country. We are in your debt, Mr. Gantz. We will return when we finish our journey. I laughed at Mr. Gantz, who was dumbfounded when Dina said goodbye. Ares, was something wrong? He just hid his face behind my back. This guy was turning into a little animal. Oh, really? Are you leaving already? You too, and that pretty young lady over there. Take care. He's a boy. Actually? Huh. Well, Gantz. We'll meet again. Oh, Safor, no, it doesn't matter. Cheer up, and take care. After saying goodbye to Gant, we left Svalin to begin our journey. In the end, Gant seemed to have something to say, but he didn't say it out loud. He probably wanted to ask me how I sent Ares flying with a single kick during that battle, but he still didn't ask anything. Did he guess our complicated situation? Or perhaps he knew a little of my true identity. Even so, he seemed like a nice man. I hope he has a long life ahead of him. Dina, the destination is 500 kilometers from here. How do we get there? I don't mind walking. I have a proposal. What if we create a golem that can move us? Don't you like walking? I hate it. It's exhausting. After leaving Svalin, it was all meadow as far as the eye could see. Although paths were being built, it would normally be depressing to keep walking like this. My current self wouldn't tire no matter how far I walked, so I could still enjoy it. Was there anything more romantic than walking this distance? But Dina didn't like it and asked to make a transport golem. As is evident in this world, the golems were not stupid or inflexible like those in a game. For example, in a game, the golems would repeatedly attack an enemy in the same way. But here, Livia could understand Migres's instructions and act intelligently. Furthermore, there were no restrictions on its form. For example, he could create a golem in the shape of a car and use it as a vehicle. Therefore, it was easy to fulfill Dinah's request. HM, why don't you try it? We will include beds and a bathroom, so you don't have to camp. The plan was updated at Dinah's request. Originally, my intention was to make a convertible, but now it's become a camper van. Ares looked at me expectantly, despite not being assertive. It was as if he was eager to know what I would do next. Okay, let's give it a try. First, most of the vehicle was made of iron, using minerals found in rocks as the material. The furnishings could be added later. For the bath, a Gomon Bureau tub should suffice. Bathtubs in this world used to be of the Gomon Bureau style. There were no practical, modern bathtubs, and I couldn't make one because I didn't know the details of how they worked. For the beds, it was possible to mold the frame from wood. The problem was the mattress and the bedspread. There were only trees and rocks here, so I could only make concrete and iron. But if there were cotton or feathers, What's wrong, Lady Rufus? Is there something on my face? There was cotton nearby. Well, we could shave Ares in a sheep form. There were enough materials for the minimum requirements. If I had done it, I would have been ready. Transmute. First, the iron ores were refined from the rocks. Extracting and refining materials were basic alchemist skills. However, class level determined the types of materials that could be transmuted. Back then, an alchemist couldn't transmute one material into another. A level 200 alchemist like Mizar could perform terrifying feats, such as transmuting rocks into legendary metals. I only reached level 100, so I couldn't do that. Next, the newly refined iron was transformed into a camper van. I was unfamiliar with the inner workings of camper van, so I simply made an outer shell. Movement would be achieved through the golem's own mobility, so a driver's seat wasn't needed. Then the sand transformed into glass and adhered to the windows. Inside were several rooms, one of which contained a Gomon Bureau bath. There was also a traditional kitchen, befitting the level of civilization in this world. Next, Ares, change into your sheep form. Hey, I need your money. Considering the size of the Ares sheep, only a little of its wool was needed to make the beds. And anyway it would grow back. I jumped onto Ares' back and, using my hand like a knife, cut off some of his wool. With it, I made mattresses. By the standards of this world, they would be surprisingly luxurious and fluffy. I also crafted some wooden chairs with cushions made from Ares wool. Okay, that's all for now. Anything missing could be bought in the cities in the future. For now, it was enough that it could move. I should check the condition of the motorhome that took me so much effort to create. Oh, I must name him first before I can show his status. Golems could have names at the time of their creation. In the game, there were golems everywhere with familiar names. For example, email protected or get 3R. So what should I call it? Nothing too pretentious or easily forgotten. What a mess. That's Tanaka for you. Tanaka level, 200 race. Artificial life form horsepower, 12,000 SP. 0 STR, strength, 555 DX dexterity, 120 VIT, vitality, 658 INT, intelligence, 9 AGI, agility, 1020 MD, mind, 75 LUK, luck, 100. It seemed as though its attributes adjusted according to its shape. This didn't exist in the game. Its speed was exceptionally high because it was shaped like a vehicle. However, this AGI attribute represented agility and speed of action during combat, rather than simple movement speed. A high AGI value did not necessarily imply fast movement speed. Even so, he was sure he would win a race with this vehicle. as expected from Lady Rufus. It will be more convenient now that we have this. With her pragmatism, Dina praised me as if I hadn't complained before. Ares also nodded, but since his praise was sincere and direct, I accepted it. But first you should transform yourself. At this size, just nodding your head raises a gust of wind. We got into the vehicle, and I gave the order to go north. The vehicle started as if it had understood the command. With that, we were able to travel comfortably until we reached our destination. Ah yes, I'm gonna get some necessary furniture. I'll teleport to buy it, so please wait. After saying this, Dina disappeared before I could reply. This teleportation magic was really convenient. I was envious. But why didn't I fly to Svalin instead of going by carriage? Dina could teleport there anyway. Well, it was too late. Since Ares was here, we couldn't do that anymore. Why didn't I think of that then? I couldn't understand it. Oh well, never mind. In the meantime, I should rearrange the interior furnishings. At the base of the Gale volcano, a young man dragged himself, struggling to move along the road. It was just a blow, a casual blow, as if it had been struck against an annoying insect. Even so, he couldn't even stand up. He crawled like an insect, desperately trying to escape the opponent who was no longer there. Rurufa's Maffle. The only demon we feared has returned. This is a nightmare. Such a thing. Fortunately, he was at level 300. Since he wasn't a worthy opponent, Rufus didn't treat him seriously, and he somehow survived. It was humiliating to overlook it, but this luck also allowed him to survive until now. However, their good fortune would last forever. Oh, you're still alive. He heard a cold, condescending voice. Mars struggled to turn his motionless body toward the voice. A blue-haired maiden stood there. Her face could not be seen because of the backlighting, but the simple white clothing looked like an elegant dress when she wore it. Was this elegance? Or perhaps we should call it presence. In any case, no words could express the mystique that this girl possessed. That face, no, that mouth was distorted into an arc like a crescent moon and was full of joy. No. An actor who finishes their role should exit gracefully. It wouldn't benefit anyone if a defeated chess piece reappeared later for extra credit. After you finish your part, you must leave. That's the rule of the game. You are. The maid laughed at the poor clown who played his part. She did not answer his question. As for allowing him to say his last words, she had no wish to do him such a favor. Simply punctual and graceful, she departed as if she were pulling up weeds. The maiden only had that cold, distant manner. Goodbye, Mars. Pathetic NPC. Several seconds later, the young man disappeared. As if he had never existed, there was no trace of him, not even a lock of hair. Furthermore, the maid responsible for all this was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 19-2. I tied my hair in a ponytail on top of my head and put on fake glasses. Even with just this, his impression of me changed a lot. As for my clothes, I changed my usual white dress into a white tunic and black pants, then proceeded to put on the crimson cloak as before. But unlike before, I didn't cover my whole body and just wore it casually. Finally, Dina hid my wings by wrapping them in a bandage. Mysteriously, the wings could no longer be seen to the point that people wouldn't even realize that I was of the angel race. The bandage was a camouflage element that Midgard had synthesized and prepared for me. Apparently, there was an enchanted stealth magic on him, and any part that was enveloped by it would blend into the environment and become invisible and impossible to see. He gave it to me along with the clothes after telling me, "It will probably be uncomfortable to move around like before, and I really appreciate it." How are you, Migres? Does it fit me? Yes, whatever you wear looks good on you. Thanks to Migres, I unexpectedly freed myself from my self-binding game. No, honestly, I didn't expect it to help me that much. From his point of view, I am his sworn enemy from the past who has suddenly been resurrected, and it would be normal for him to act with hostility. But on the other hand, because of the fact that you're giving me this support, I am so grateful that I should start to suspect whether this is actually a trap or not. Hello, Rufusm? You. Aren't you resentful towards us? At that moment, you were undoubtedly in such an ideal place that you could have reached a utopia at any time. The ideal world you aspired to was just around the corner. And we're the ones who ruined everything. We who betrayed you. Don't you hate us for that? I reflected for a moment on what Midgard had just said. I don't really feel hate or anything like that, and there's really no reason for me to feel that way. Because for me, that fight was nothing more than a game and not something I experienced firsthand. That's why, instead of answering the question, I decided to give an answer in my own way. If I face a rebellion from my own subjects, it simply means I was unfit to be king. If you decided you were dissatisfied with me, it also means I wasn't capable enough as a ruler and vassal to you all. There is no reason for me to hate you. I continued checking my own appearance in the mirror, striking various poses from different angles. Yes, this is pretty good. It's easy to move in, and, above all, it doesn't seem pretentious. Due to my character's explosive appearance, it's inevitable that'll stand out, but it's 10 times better than being a suspicious person wearing a bright red cloak. That's why you should stop blaming yourself. Honestly, it's too painful to watch. Rufus was both the invader and the hero who defeated her. That's all there is from 200 years ago, and that's fine. It's always the winner who defines the era. TLN. Da Flamingo, is that you? Image quote. So, the moment I lost, I no longer had the ability to say anything, nor did I feel like saying anything. Therefore, if the winning side continues to suffer, it is truly disconcerting. To the citizens of this country, you are a hero. Be dignified. Like 200 years ago. I will painfully accept that warning. Thank you. The warmth of a small smile returns to her face. I'm sure that with this strict personality he will continue to reflect, but I think he should at least be better than before. If anything, it should be this side that apologizes. Especially the deceitful sheep hiding in the corner. But Ares has stubbornly said, I don't want to apologize to someone who betrayed my master and has not apologized to Midgard even once. Well, it's time for me to go. Livia, whom Ares weakened, should be fine with that. Thank you. I wouldn't have been able to recover the maximum lost HP now. Ares' attack had lowered Levius' maximum HP, but given water, the material that makes up her body, restoration was possible. That said, even if it were possible for Midgard to restore Livia, it was impossible for him to fully restore her to her former state. That was the part one helped with. But being able to fully recover with just water is pretty convenient, isn't it? Anyway, with regard to Livia, there shouldn't be any problem with this. Rufus MM, have a good trip, it goes without saying. Upon receiving Midgard's encouragement, I smiled involuntarily. Then I made a gesture with my hands and left Midgard's house behind. I continued straight ahead, left the noble district, and walked towards the commercial district. Halfway there, I saw the bold head of Gantz, a character that defines my personality, and decided to make a small detour to say goodbye. Gantz. In. Oh, what a baby. Lady San, do you need anything from me? Hey, what's with that way of speaking after all this time? Look, it's me. Im uzu fahu. Wasn't I under your care when I arrived in the city? Huh. Gantz was speechless when I said that. And the next moment, he let out a cry of surprise. Yes, I still hadn't shown my face to Gantz. I guess I made a small mistake there, as I thought that's how it would be. Now we're going to leave Suval country anywhere, so it doesn't really matter too much. Sue, when you say Sufaru, do you mean that suspicious red cloak? Were you really that beautiful? Don't présume, don't do it. I just thought about coming and saying goodbye, because we decided to leave the country. We are indebted to you, Gantz-san. We resume our journey. I laughed at the surprised Gantz, as Dina said her farewell words. Ares is, perhaps feeling responsible. He hid behind my back and didn't even show his face. This guy behaves like a small animal. Oh, I see. You're leaving already. You too, and that cute little girl, take care, okay? He's a guy you know. True. Haha. Well then, Gantz. If fate brings us together, let's meet again. Suffisu. It's okay, it's nothing. Get well soon. Take care. After saying goodbye to Gantz, we left Suval. Gantz seemed to want to ask me something at the end, but he didn't finish asking anything. He probably wanted to ask me about my Ares crush, but considering the potential complexity of the circumstances for us, he decided against it. Either that, or maybe I had an idea behind my identity. Anyway, he was a good guy. I hope he lives a long time. So, Dina, you said the destination is about 500 kilometers from here, but what do you plan to do? I don't mind walking. Yes, I have a proposal. What if we make a golem that transports us? What? Don't you want to walk? Of course not. It's exhausting. Once we leave Suval, it's an endless meadow. It looks like something that resembles a road has been built, but walking on it all the time can be quite depressing. Although I never get tired of something like walking these days, the experience itself could be something I enjoy. And above all, doesn't walking this distance have a certain charm? But Dina doesn't like it. She asked me to make her a golem. What I've learned since I came into this world is that Golem isn't as dumb as he was in the game, and therefore, to a certain extent, he's more flexible. For example, in the game, it would be arbitrary to attack the enemy and continue your attack without thinking. But in this world, something like Levia could properly follow Migraz's direction and could act quite intelligently. In addition, there is no restriction as to the embarrassment it can endure, meaning that if I mold it like a car, it could act like a self-driving car. So if it's a question of whether Dina's request is possible or not, the answer is easily possible. I guess I'll try it. Since you're already working on it, so we don't have to sleep outdoors, why not put in beds and bathrooms at once? Dina simply made a request for an improvement casually. I was thinking of making a convertible car on a whim, but at this rate, it will become a camper van. When I looked at Ares, although he was usually discreet, this time he was looking at me with great anticipation. I think he was curious to know what he was going to do. Well, we'll try. Firstly, as far as the iron used to manufacture most of the car is concerned, I can simply use the minerals from the rocks found in the surrounding area as material. As for the furniture, I'll think about that later. For the bathroom, I'll build a separate room. It should be fine if I then create a bath with a cauldron. Or rather, bathing in this world is usually a cauldron bath. A convenient contemporary bathroom could not exist, and I don't know the details well enough to be able to recreate it. As for the bed, I can shape the structure using those trees over there, but the problem is the mattress and the bed cover to put on top of it. For that reason alone, I cannot use the surrounding trees and rocks, nor the concrete or iron developed from them. If there were cotton or feathers, it would be different, but... Oh, what's wrong, Rufus-sama? Is there something on my face? There's one nearby, Cotton. Okay, later I'll ask Ares to transform into a sheep, so I can take some wool from him. Although it cannot be said that there are enough materials, there is at least a minimum amount required. With this we could do something decent. Transmutation. First, I transmuted the minerals in the rocks into iron. Both the transmutation of materials and their transmutation into a different material are part of an alchemist's basic skill set. However, the level of your profession class determines what you can transmute, and in the initial stage, sometimes you cannot transmute one material into another. Someone like Mazal, with a profession level of 200, could take some rocks and casually transmute them into a legendary level material, so it can be quite terrifying. Since I stopped leveling it up at level 100, I can't get that far. Then I transmute the iron back into a motorhome. That said, I'm not particularly familiar with the details of cars, so it's really just the shape of the car. The movement is entirely in the hands of the golem. There isn't even a driver's seat. Next, I transmute the glass with the sand that surrounds it, fixing it as a window. I made several rooms inside and installed a large pot in one of them to serve as the cauldron's bath. Since I'm at it, I suppose I'll make a kitchen. Although I can't make anything sophisticated like an electric stove. It is an old-fashioned cuisine, in keeping with the progress of civilization in this world. Next up is, Ares, go back to being a sheep for a while. Hey, I'm going to use your wool if we consider the size of Ares in its sheep form. It is really a small amount. Besides, it will grow back naturally. I jumped on Ares when he returned to his sheep form after being told to, then proceeded to cut some wool with a small dagger to then turn it into a futon material, TLN, thin mattress used in Japan. If you think about it from the point of view of this world's standards, it will be an incredibly luxurious and fluffy bed. While I was at it, I built a wooden chair and placed a cushion made from Ares wool on it. Well, I think that's enough for now. There are many things that are insufficient, but that we can buy later in some city. In general, as long as it works, it's fine. Since this is a good situation, let's look at its statistics. Oh, I also need to give a name. like Gunam or Gutter, something like that. So what should I call this guy? I don't want it to be too ethereal, but it also can't be something easily forgotten. What a mess. Let's go with Tanaka. Tanaka level, 200 species. Artificial being horsepower, 12,000 SP. 0 STR, strength attack power 555 DX, dexterity 120 VIT, vitality 658 INT, intelligence 9 AGI, agility speed 1020 MND, mental power 75 LUK, luck 100 apparently. The shape of the golem determines the ups and downs of status. This was not a possible concept in the game. Since I did it in the shape of the car, the speed statistics somehow stretched out a lot. That said, because AGI refers to agility, which determines speed in battle and not speed of movement, this high numerical value does not mean that it will travel fast. Well, even so, if this car and I have a race, I'm sure he'll win. Well, just as expected of Rufus Sama. This trip will be easy. What a self-interested person. Dina starts praising me instead of complaining. Ares also nods, but since it is a pure and direct compliment, I accept it. But you need to get back quickly. Just nodding creates incredible wind pressure. Upon entering, I order the motorhome to go north. Shortly afterwards, it was as if he understood what was being said, and the car began to move. With this, we should be able to reach our destination quite comfortably. That's right. He'll get the necessary furniture. I'm going to teleport myself a bit and buy them. So please wait a little while. Having said this, Dina didn't even wait for my answer and simply disappeared. That teleportation magic is convenient, as always. Imzo en views. Or rather, it's a bit late, but she should have returned when we were heading to Suval, since Dina can teleport. Because even if I leave Dina behind, she can teleport herself here. Anyway, it's too late now, and we have Ares, so we can't even do that anymore. Yar, why do I always realize things later when it's already too late? I'm really out of this. Well, whatever. Centurato, he couldn't even stand up, crawling like an insect in a pitiful state, as if desperately fleeing from an opponent who had long since left the scene. Rufus Mafal is the only demon that person fears has returned. This is a nightmare. Something like this can't be. It was lucky that I was level 300. And since Rufus hadn't paid him any attention and only dealt with him without getting involved, that was the only possible explanation for why he was able to escape alive. I didn't even consider its existence. In fact, it was a great humiliation. However, without a doubt, it was his greatest fortune. That's why he's still alive. Although that good fortune didn't last long. Oh God, are you still alive? He heard a cold, chilling voice that was clearly looking down at him. Mars, his body limp, turned desperately toward the voice. There stood a person, the young woman with blue hair. Her face could not be seen due to the backlighting. Her simple white dress somehow looked like a luxurious gown. Is this what you call grace? Or perhaps we should call it presence. In any case, there was something mysterious about those words of this girl. But that face, no. The outline of the mouth, distorted, as if drawing a crescent moon smile, is full of joy. It's no use, you know. An actor who has fulfilled his role should leave the stage properly. A piece that has already been defeated cannot reappear later, and, taking measures, nobody wants something like that. If you finish your term, you're out. That's the rule of the game. You are. What exactly are you? A little girl laughs tenderly at a poor clown who had finished playing his part. She has no intention of answering the young man's question. Pleasant memory for the afterlife. There are some phrases like that, but she's not going to give such a problematic, disrespectful service. Simply punctual, beautifully. It's like when you pull up the grass to erase that mistake completely. What was inside the girl was simply this cruel mentality. Goodbye, Mars. Pathetic NPC. A few seconds later, the child was no longer there. She had disappeared without a trace, as if she had never existed. Not a single hair remained. And the girl who made it happen was nowhere to be seen in that place either. Author's note, impressioné. If you think in terms of online games, MMOs, Migres's word is begging a retired player for their stuff. Migres? Impression BS, really cheeky Migres. Impression C. I cannot believe that Migres proudly uses the reason that humanity requires to promote the looting of the graves of the dead. Migres. Migres Barado. Please. Continue, Barado. Despise me more, please. Only the sharp, piercing contempt and disdain of the supreme ruler supporters make me feel the sin I have committed and cloud my conscience. Ha ha. Rufus Erg? Good evening, everyone. I am M87 Lightline. For now, the Aries arc comes to an end here. Then, well, enter the Libra arc. But since half the stock has already run out, from now on the update will slow down. I'm thinking of 2 releases per week. If you don't mind this slow launch, please continue to support me. Okay then, see you next time. Chapter 20. Several men were traveling along the dark, cobbled road. Torch in hand, sword at their waist. The men following them were equipped with staves or bows. From their orderly movements, it was clear they were veterans who had overcome many hardships. However, fatigue was evident on the faces of these robust men. Numerous scars were visible on their armor. One man in the center, Centurato, a large group of more than 50 men had now been reduced to just 10 survivors. This was the place where the treasures of the Supreme Lord were kept. This was the royal tomb of the Black Wings, whose soul slept through the ages, according to legend. In search of hidden treasures, the tomb was sometimes infiltrated by treasure hunters, sometimes invaded by tomb robbers, and sometimes entered by soldiers like these men, who were sent in the hope of reversing the terrible situation the humanoids faced. However, this place was a merciless nightmare. Intruders lost their lives and were defeated without mercy. Even a single golem remained a threat. In a direct confrontation, they would fall instantly. Therefore, they avoided combat and escaped the traps, constantly losing their Barado along the way to the upper floor. Just Barado, and we'll be there. The sacrifices of all will not be in vain. We must bring the weapons here. Honestly, they didn't have the strength to challenge this tomb. In this current world, only the 7 heroes were powerful enough to challenge it. Despite this, they came anyway because they hoped to achieve victory for the humanoids. They sincerely hoped to end the darkness of this world, no matter the sacrifice. This was for the sake of the children, their families, and loved ones. These 10 men overcame their fear of death, abandoned their instinct for self-preservation, and moved on. But reality was relentless. The inevitable, insurmountable, and greatest obstacle awaited on the upper level. Intruders confirmed. Warning, leave this place in 10 seconds. Any non-compliance or hostile behavior will be, ouch, dealt with decisively. The treasure on the upper floor was guarded by one of the 12 celestial stars. As the most powerful golem in history, this ruthless guardian was Libra of the Scales. She had the appearance of a charming girl. A headband adorned her shoulder-length, light brown hair. Her maid's dress was torn and worn with age. The girl herself radiated eternal youth, and her eyes were like emotionless crystal spheres. Her sleeves were ripped, leaving her arms exposed as if to demonstrate that she was an inhuman construct. Her stained joints creaked and cracked. Once the men confirmed their identity, they took position. This is Libra of the Scales. Please, 12 heavenly stars. We are not here to fight. Please listen to us. Starting the countdown. I beg you, please listen. Humanoids are currently being cornered by demons. To escape this fate, we had to come here. 7, 6, 5. For the victory of the humanoids. The legacy of the Black Wings is absolutely necessary. 4. Countdown stopped. Intruders' objectives clarified. Recognized as foreign enemies after the Master's treasures. Elimination condition met. The countdown stopped. Centurato, that was the last view of the world those men saw. In the end, they disappeared from this world without leaving a speck of dust. The camper van, Tanaka, traveled for approximately 2 days, arriving at our second destination, my grave. It was surreal to visit my own grave. If someone were to weep at the grave, I would undoubtedly sing, "I'm not there." I think I'd be fine around here. Tanaka is too conspicuous, so head better stay in the nearby forest. All right, I understand. Yes, boss. I told Tanaka, who for some reason answered in English, to stop in the woods and wait for further orders. Otherwise, this car would automatically follow us. Then I got out along with Dina and Ares, and we headed toward where there might be a tomb. I said, take a look, but it was already visible right in front of us. A huge pyramid. I'd heard about it before in Midgard, but it was unnecessarily large. Even with alchemy, it was impressive that a structure of that size could be built and still stand intact. Although the Maffel Tower wouldn't be far behind in terms of its ridiculous architecture, only someone like Mizar could have built something like that. Oh, actually, both structures belong to me, although I didn't know about the tomb before. Why is there a town surrounding the tomb? Well, this is tourism. Adventurers and treasure hunters used to gather here to loot the tomb. So merchants flocked here to profit. The population increased over time, and eventually, it grew into a village. My grave is practically a tourist attraction. Actually, it's a tourist attraction. The tombs of world-famous figures often become tourist attractions over generations. Upon hearing Dinah's explanation, I replied helplessly, I suppose it was no wonder that my pyramid became a tourist attraction of this world. Although it was still here, it had a grave, and even became a tourist attraction. This was quite disturbing. Mrs. Rufus, leave it to me. As I was thinking this, Ares beat his chest enthusiastically for some reason. However, his facial features gave him the impression of a determined maiden rather than a resolute man. This almost made me cry. Let me throw these people out. It's outrageous that they've gathered to raid Lady Rufus' tomb. As he said this, Ares' entire body was engulfed in flames. Hey, stop it. Idiot. You don't want to turn into a giant sheep. You're the one causing the trouble, you stupid sheep. Enough, Ares. There's no need for a pointless distraction. But, there's no but. Besides, since I'm still here, that can't be my grave. I feel sorry for the people who built it, but it's just a structure, I don't know. It doesn't matter if they loot that place. I had to calm Ares down and avoid causing a disturbance. That was dangerous. Despite his appearance, this guy became very reckless when it came to something I was worried about. Surely not everyone in the 12 heavenly stars was like that. I appreciated the devotion, but this was giving me a headache. So what now, Dina? Should we go undercover as street vendors again? Of course. Since this is a tourist attraction, it's not unusual for merchants to come. Well, you can leave all the negotiations to me. Well, this advisor was still as reliable as ever. Nothing had gone wrong until now when ID left things to Dina, so I let her handle again this time. Or rather, if Dina weren't here, I'd be in serious trouble. The first thing I noticed upon entering the village was temporary shelters, like tents, pitched everywhere. They probably belonged to traders or adventurers. There were also wooden houses, likely the homes of tomb raiders or people providing support services. Inns and taverns were also present. The lively atmosphere of the place didn't seem to be next to a tomb. If I were truly dead, it would be impossible to rest in peace here. Okay, you'll find the agent to get a business permit. Lady Rufus, you? Yes, that looks very nice. Could I get a room there? He'll go there when I'm finished. Dina ran off without waiting for my answer. Yes, he did have a lot of energy. Well, if he was that confident, there shouldn't be a problem. Oh, Dina is amazing. Yes, it's surprisingly useful. Why was it so stealthy 200 years ago? I wondered what race Dina belonged to. She didn't have elf ears, so she couldn't be an elf. She didn't have wings, so she couldn't be a flugel. She didn't have pointed barato, so she couldn't be a vampire. Since she was still young after 200 years, she couldn't be a human, a dwarf, a hobbit, or a beastman. Nor could he be a demon because of the color of his skin. On the other hand, there were many ways to conceal one's features like the way I hid my wings. Therefore, you shouldn't judge solely on appearance. Currently, your most likely race would be that of an elf with hidden ears. If you were a flugel, you would be disgusted by my black wings. If you were a vampire, you wouldn't be able to walk in daylight. But this raised the question, why did he hide his features in the first place? Well, whatever. There is no doubt that she was helping me, whatever it was. This was simply an unjustified suspicion. Let's go to that, and Dina mentioned. I hope there are rooms available. Ideally, there would be 3 spare rooms. First, my mindset was masculine, so I couldn't keep Dina. But since my body was feminine, the same would apply to Ares. Likewise, Ares couldn't keep Dina because of their different genders. Therefore, the ideal would be to have 3 rooms. While I was pondering this, I opened the inn door and went inside. There were 4 men, who looked like adventurers, talking to another man, who seemed to be the innkeeper. When he saw me and Ares, the innkeeper jumped over the counter and came closer. "Oh, welcome." Cinceredo, he was truly masculine in the sense that he ignored the first customers to prioritize us. Well, this must be what he meant by beauty always triumphs. When you experienced it firsthand, it was rather unsettling. Well, cheap is good. Innkeeper, do you have 3 rooms? 3 rooms. Aren't you just 2? There will be 1 more later. I see. Of course there are. Oh, there were rooms available? That would be great. As he was thinking that, the 4 adventurers shouted angrily, Hey, man, there are only 3 rooms left, right? If you give him 3 rooms, what about us? Lady first. Surrender. Scoundrel. Between 4 men who were late paying and 1 beautiful woman, anyone would choose the latter. I'm no different. Blame yourselves for being late. Like I said, we already paid. Finally, I understood the situation when I saw the men still arguing. These adventurers were known for delaying payments, and were about to rebook the rooms after finally paying. At that moment, Ares and I arrived, and that guy prioritized us. It wasn't that he couldn't understand their feelings. After all, he had been a man before. Even now, he pretended to remain a man in his mind so he could understand them. However, order was important. Since they had come first, they had to take priority. So what would be a good solution? Well, it's not that there weren't any. Innkeeper, do you have a moment? Oh, ma'am, just wait a moment. They'll chase them away right now. Regarding this matter, I'm sorry to deprive those who arrived first. Since it couldn't be avoided, we'll only be taking 2 rooms. What do you think? Things couldn't be avoided. Since there were 2 rooms, Dina would stay in one, while Ares and I would stay in the other. Ares probably wouldn't attack me or become aggressive. Although it wasn't ideal, it should be the best option. I hope Dina wouldn't complain later about being left alone, in a room that could not be described as spacious. Inside, people sat around a 7-sided table. The 7 sides symbolized the principal elements of this world: Cinceredo, water, wood, metal, earth, sun, and moon. Only demonic commanders, bearing titles of the associated elements, were allowed to sit there. There should have been 7 people, but now there were only 6. The one who should have been sitting in the chair of fire was absent. What happened to Mars? The man in the wooden seat said with dissatisfaction. They used to be at odds. Despite being comrades sitting together, there was no trust between them. Each one plotted to expel the other. Since the others became deterrents, no one could do anything. Under that unstable equilibrium, the 7 luminaries were formed. Now, he was anxious because they were still waiting for the one who was supposed to be his equal. Who knows? He's probably dead, right? The monsters that were after him are gone. Ares, too. I doubt he's still alive, the woman on the earth seat said joyfully. There was no lament or indignation in her voice at the possibility of her comrade's fate. Instead, there was joy, as if to say, it's better that he's gone. Did Midgard defeat him, or was he struck down by Ares? In either case, it was all because he tried to manipulate the 12 stars without understanding his own capabilities. He's the weakest of the 7 luminaries. It's a disgrace to all demons that the 12 stars killed him. Hey, stop it, idiot. That phrase is in bad taste. The man in the water seat speculated about the cause of death, while the sinister woman called Gold joked as if she were waiting for an opportunity. The man in the moon seat quickly stopped her. Well, Mars was probably killed by someone. Ares of the 12 stars has also disappeared. This is a very serious situation. Finally, the male leader, known as Sun, spoke in a low voice and looked at the others. He wasn't angry about Mars' death, but if someone could defeat one of the 7 luminaries, the matter couldn't be ignored. If it was one of the 12 stars or the 7 heroes, it might still be acceptable. But what if it was someone else? That would be a threat that could not be ignored. Venus, then you should be in Svalin. Did you see the person responsible? Of course. Oh, who was that? I don't know. I felt like they would harm me if I got too close. However, I do remember that it had beautiful black wings. It was such a beautiful female that it mesmerized anyone. In response to the question from the man of the sun, the woman named Venus smiled pleasantly, while the people around her were far from smiling. A beautiful black-winged female who could kill the 7 luminaries. There was no one here who didn't think of her when they heard those words. But it was impossible. He should have died 200 years ago. Could it be Rufus Maffel? Is she still alive? Impossible. She should have been killed by the humanoids 200 years ago. Rufus Maffel. That was a more terrifying name to demons than hero. That was a tyrant who dominated the entire world and successfully unified the humanoids. Her combat prowess surpassed that of comparable heroes, and she was considered one of the best in the world. More importantly, her very existence embodied fear itself. It didn't matter if one was hostile or not, a demon or not. She would defeat them all. As if to crush the fighting spirit of her enemies, she struck them down and raised their banners to the sky. Begging for mercy was useless. To the fighters who pleaded, "Please forgive me for the sake of my family," Centuredo, the black-winged angel, was a terrifying nightmare for the demons. Everyone feared coming into contact with her. There would be no escape, no help available. If anyone found her, it would mean the end of their life. There were no exceptions. No demon survived after entering her field of vision. Fortunately, Rufus' extreme cruelty instilled fear and a reaction from her fellow humanoids. The heroes eventually defeated her, but by then she had already wiped out countless demons. If she were still alive, the situation between demons and humanoids could be reversed. The possibility that this embodiment of fear was still alive made the place turbulent. The black-winged queen, the only one the Demon King would avoid in direct combat. If she's still alive, we should be discussing the crisis facing the demons instead of the 7 heroes. Venus, do you know where she is? Yes, he is currently in the royal tomb of Black Wings. Okay, keep an eye on her. Let me know immediately if you find anything. Certainly. The girl, whose title was Metal, acknowledged the order of the leader of the 7 luminaries with a single word. Bathed in the light streaming through the windows, her respectful bow somehow seemed like an act, and his smile seemed to ridicule everything. Author's notes. Royal Tomb of Black Wings, known as the world's most difficult dungeon. This pyramid boasts 108 floors. It is impenetrable from the outside. Golems, mass-produced by Rufus Maffel 200 years ago, patrol the interior. Even the weakest among them is as strong as the Sword Saint. The number of golems increased as you ascended the floors. Level 300 to 400 golems frequently appeared in groups. A level 600 guardian stood before the stairs leading to the 107th floor. After defeating or avoiding it and somehow reaching the upper floor, the level 910 Libra of the scales awaited you. It would initiate a defense-ignoring, fixed damage attack. No matter how hard you fight, the game will end. Cover of light novel volume, 2 footnotes. I am not there is derived from do not stand by my grave and weep I am not there. I do not sleep, which are the opening lines of the poem Do Not Stand by My Grave and Weep by Mary Elizabeth Fry. The poem was translated into Japanese and set to music as Become 1,000 Winds by Man Arai. A final wild boss has appeared. Chapter 22. Several men were walking along a path made of dark stone pavement. One of them held a sword at his bravado. The men following the group carried sticks or bows and arrows, moving without disorder or restlessness. Suggested that these men were a group of veteran warriors who had survived countless hardships. However, on the faces of these strong and robust men, there was a fatigue and caution that could not be hidden. The armor was carved with numerous battle scars, and if you looked closely, the wizard-like man walking in the middle was missing one of his arms. Getting here was truly a nightmare. What Rufus Maffel had mass-produced in the past in preparation for the final battle, to the present world looked like a group of individually invincible sword saints. Mass-produced golems wandering around them, along with many traps set to attack all those men. Now, only 10 men have survived, out of the original large platoon of 50 people. This is the land that contained the treasure of the supreme ruler, a place said to house his sleeping soul, the royal tomb of the Black Wings. In search of the treasures that lie in this soil, sometimes hunters will dive into them. At other times, tomb raiders will roam, and sometimes even warriors like these men who seek salvation for humanity are sent there. But this place has no heart. It's a truly dreadful place. Each intruder is killed without mercy, and their life is taken away. Even a single golem is a threat. If we decide to fight head-on, we'll die immediately. Thus, we avoided fights, bypassed traps, and although we lost our companions, we pressed on and finally reached the upper floor. Just a little bit more. We'll be there in a little while. Yes, we cannot allow everyone's sacrifice to be in vain. We will certainly bring the weapons back home. In terms of actual ability, these men are in no way qualified to challenge this tomb. No, that's not correct. Currently, in this world, the only ones with the skill to challenge this tomb are the 7 heroes. Even so, the only reason they managed to get this far is due to their hope for humanity's victory, because they sincerely hope to end this dark world from the bottom of their hearts, no matter the sacrifice they are required to make. Everything is for their children who will live in the next generation, for his beloved family. The conviction of the 10 men transcended their fear of death, completely discarding even their self-preservation just to take another step forward. But it was an unpleasant and ruthless attitude, something they couldn't avoid for any reason. The biggest obstacle, that was what awaited them on the upper floor. Intruders confirmed. Warning, I recommend leaving this place in 10 seconds. If you do not heed this warning or display hostile behavior, I will eliminate you. The one who guards the ruler's treasure on the upper floor, that is, one of the pillars of the 12 celestial stars. The strongest golem that ever existed, a guardian resigned for being heartless, Libra of the balance. In her outward appearance, that of a charming young woman. She had light brown hair that reached her shoulders and an Alice band on top. She wore ragged-made clothes that had already deteriorated over time. However, the girl who wore it still retained her youthful appearance, as if she did not feel the passage of time. But her eyes were very much like a light bulb. They contained no emotion. The torn sleeves left her arms exposed as if to clearly show that she was lifeless, and the arms themselves had fine cracks on the inside. Upon seeing and confirming that appearance, the men prepared to attack immediately. This is Libra of the Scale. Please wait. 12 celestial stars. We didn't come here to fight. Please listen to what we have to say. Countdown starting. 10, 9, 8. Please listen to us. Right now, humanity is being cornered by the demon race. To escape this situation, we really had no other option but to come here. For humanity, we need the legacy of the Black Wing. 4. Countdown interrupted. Invaders' intent confirmed. Recognizing them as a foreign enemy after the acquisition of the Master. The condition for their elimination has been met. The countdown used to warn people had stopped. However, the group of men soon realized that this in no way amounted to retreating from a battle. The interruption of the countdown simply meant that it was deemed unnecessary to continue. The men had accidentally fulfilled what she declared to be the condition for elimination. Wait, eliminating selection program. Brachium activated. Everything was dyed white. This is what the men saw, the last scene of their lives. With this as the end, the men left this world, erased without being able to leave even a single speck of dust behind. Approximately 2 days after running with the camper van, we have finally arrived at my tomb, our next destination. Visiting my own grave is truly a surreal experience. Or rather, I'm not even buried there, so it's not really a grave, is it? If there is someone crying in front of the tomb, I really want to sing I am not there. For now, this place should be enough. Tanaka is quite visible after all, so let's leave him in this forest. All right, understood, yes. Boss, I casually ordered Tanaka, who responded horizontally, to stop and wait in the forest. TLN. So, in formal writing, Japanese is written vertically from right to left. Horizontal means a foreign Western language in Japanese, although the original text did not specify English on the current line. Other responses were written in Japanese, while Tanaka's was literally yes. Boss in the original text. If I don't give such an order, this car will automatically decide to follow it of its own volition. Taking Dina and Ares, we got out of the vehicle and headed towards the place where the so-called tomb is located. But when we say direction towards, we can already see it right in front of our eyes. It's a gigantic pyramid. Although Migres informed me that it was large, it is actually unnecessarily large. Even if you say there's alchemy involved, building something of that size and still standing to this day is pretty amazing. Whether it's just irrationality or excess, Mafal's tower doesn't lose anything, but the only person who would be capable of doing something so ridiculous can only be Mizal. Oh, come to think of it, both buildings are mine. Not that I remember this grave. After all, why on earth is there a town around my grave? Well, it's kind of like a tourist industry. It started with hunters and adventurers who wanted to loot this tomb, but soon traders saw an opportunity to profit from it and began to gather. Then, apparently, people gradually started arriving, and before people knew it, it had become something of town. So my grave became a kind of tourist attraction. It's literally a tourist attraction. It's normal for the tomb of a world-famous person to become a tourist attraction over generations. After Dinah's explanation, I murmured in awe with complete helplessness. Now that I've been told, even in the world I lived in, the pyramid had become a tourist attraction, and as such it wasn't so surprising. Although I am still here, so that my grave exists and has become a tourist attraction. Do you know how to say it? It's a little weird and disturbing, isn't it? Rufus-sama, please leave it to me. While thinking about such a thing, for some reason Ares beat his barato enthusiastically and with a vigorous facial expression. Unfortunately, judging by her face, she looked rather overly enthusiastic. I'm going to scatter these fools. It's outrageous that they gathered to raid Rufus-sama's tomb. After saying that, Ares' entire body was engulfed in flames. Hey, stop it, idiot! Are you planning to turn into a giant sheep here? You are the scandalous one, you silly sheep. Relax, Ares. There's no need to cause unnecessary problems. But there are no buts. For starters, the fact that I'm here means it's not even my grave or anything. I feel sorry for the people who built it for me, but that's an infrastructure that has no relation to me. I don't mind even if a place like that is raided. To prevent chaos from occurring, I first try to calm Ares down. That was dangerous. Despite his appearance, when I'm involved, he can become explosive quite easily. Are the 12 heavenly stars full of guys like this? It's great that they're loyal and all, but this is becoming a bit of a headache. Well, what now, Dina? Are we going to pretend to be a traveling merchant like before to sneak in? Of course. This place is a famous tourist destination, so there's no problem with street vendors passing through. Anyway, please leave all the negotiations to this Dina. Fumu, this advisor is as reliable as ever. Considering that there haven't been any problems after leaving things to Dina so far, I think you'll leave things in Dina's hands this time too. Or rather, if Dina hadn't been here, wouldn't I have been truly perplexed? Upon entering the city, the first thing I saw was a lot of temporary shelters made from unfurled tents. They are most likely merchants or adventurous travelers. On the other hand, I also see wooden houses, which I would say are for those people who had settled there to give their all to conquer or to support the tomb raiders. I also see inns and restaurants that create an unthinkable liveliness being so close to a tomb. Well then, they'll go find the person in charge to get a trading permit. Rufus-sama and company should, that and over there has a nice atmosphere. Centuredo, it's surprisingly useful. I wonder why it was so stealthy 200 years ago. Although it's a bit late, I wonder what Dina's race is. He doesn't have elf ears, so he doesn't look like an elf. He doesn't have wings, so he can't be an angel. He also doesn't have fangs, so he can't be a vampire. But there is no race of humans, dwarves, hobbits, or beasts that can remain young after 200 years. Judging by the color of his skin, he doesn't appear to be of demonic race either. Furthermore, just as I am currently hiding my wings, She could have easily faked her features using many different methods, so I cannot make an accurate determination based solely on appearance. The most likely possibility at this point is that it's an elf hiding his ear. If she were of the angel race, she should be disgusted by my wings, and if she were of the vampire race, she wouldn't be able to move during the day. And if that's the case, the question arises as to why he hides his features in the first place. Well, who cares? Whatever his race, that doesn't change the fact that he's been helping me. I suppose this is what is called an unjustified suspicion or mistrust. Let's go to the Indina suggested for now. It would be nice if there were any rooms available. Ideally, there would be 3 rooms available. First of all, since I am mentally a man, I cannot be in the same room as Dina. That said, since I am physically a woman, I also cannot be in the same room as an Ares. Ares and Dina are also of different genders, so it's impossible for them to be in the same room. Therefore, having 3 spare rooms is ideal. I opened the door while thinking about it and went inside. Inside there were 4 men who looked like adventurers and an innkeeper who was talking to them. After seeing me, Ares, as if what had passed through his body was an arrow shot from a bow, the innkeeper jumped over the counter and ran towards us. "Oh, welcome, ladies. It's so nice to be here. How lucky that a beauty like you came. If you want a room, it's available and inexpensive." "Huh. Hello, Uncle San. We just booked a room." "Then, okay. It seems this innkeeper is true to his wishes. In a sense, what kind of man would he be to prioritize us while ignoring honest past customers? This is what's called beauty always has an edge. Now that I've experienced it myself, it gives me a rather creepy feeling. Thank goodness it's cheap. Innkeeper, do you have 3 rooms available?" 3 rooms. It looks like there are only 2 people. There will be another person who will come after. I see. Of course he's free. Ah, it's free and available. That's great. I could only think that for a brief moment before the 4 adventurers angrily shouted "Hey dude, didn't you just say there are only 3 empty rooms? If you lend the lady 3 rooms, what are you going to do with us?" "It's lattice first. Give up." Centurado, I think I began to understand what was going on. In short, the adventurers were late or tabbers in their serial payments, and after paying the last installment, they wanted to book the place again. That's when Ares and I arrived, and the uncle decided to give us priority over them. It's not that I can't understand it, or rather, until recently I was a man, and even now my mentality is that of a man, so I understand it quite well. But order matters. Since they arrived first, they should have priority. So, is there a good solution? Well, it's not that there aren't any. Innkeeper, do you have a moment? Oh, Imam, give me some K. Now I'm going to kick these guys out for you. About that. But I don't feel very good about the idea of pushing out the people who were here before us. As for that, since we can't avoid it, we'll only rent 2 rooms. What do you think? Once this situation was reached, it could not be avoided. We're going to arrange for 2 rooms to be shared. We'll give 1 room to Dina, and Ares and I can share a room. Something like Ares attacking me shouldn't happen, and he probably wouldn't even think of me in that way. It's not the best, but it should be a better option. I feel that Dina will complain about being left alone. A room that could not be described as spacious. Not at all. In the room, there was a 7-sided table, and in front of it sat people who were not human. The 7 sides symbolized the elements that were said to make up this world: Centurado, water, wood, metal, earth, sun, and moon. And only commanders of the demonic race with the associated title could sit upon them. However, where normally 7 people should be present, in this place there were only 6, missing 1 individual who should have been sitting in the place for fire. What happened to Mars? A man who was sitting on would let out those words with disgust. They were equal in position, but opposed each other, although they were sitting in the same position and were comrades to each other. There was no such thing as trust or respect. They were all just thinking about planning how to take someone down. Who knows? He's probably dead, don't you think? The monsters under his control disappeared, and Ares left too. It's hard to believe he's still alive. The women sitting on the seat of earth spoke happily. Even though his comrade might be dead, there was no sadness or anger in that voice. In any case, he was filled with joy at portraying good job disappearing. Defeated by Migres, or perhaps betrayed by Ares? In any case, something like that happened, because without even knowing his own ability, he tried to manipulate the 12 celestial stars. In any case, even among the 7 luminaries, he was the weakest. It's a disgrace for the demon race to be killed by the 12 heavenly stars. Hey, stop it, idiot. That comment is a bit excessive. A man sitting in the water seat made a prediction about the cause of death. And, as if waiting for the moment, the woman sitting in the metal seat made a sinister joke. And the one who rushed to stop him was the man sitting in the Luna seat. Anyway, the truth is, someone probably killed Mars. And to top it all off, even Ares of the 12 celestial stars has disappeared. It's a serious situation. Finally, probably the leader of the group, a man sitting on the sun element, said that in a low voice, then looked at everyone around him. There is no resentment over Mars' death at this time. However, if someone were capable of killing one of the 7 luminaries, it would be a serious situation that could not be ignored. If it were one of the 12 celestial stars, or the 7 heroes, then it would still be okay. But what if it was someone else's doing? That would be a threat that could not be ignored. Venu, if I remember correctly, you should have been near Suval. Didn't you see who harmed him? Of course I saw it. Oh, and who was that? I don't know who he is. If I got too close, I was afraid they would harm me too. But I remember that she wore beautiful black wings. She was captivating to see. She was a beautiful woman. Responding to the man sitting in the sun with a lovely smile, the woman called Venus laughed joyfully, but the others around her were not in a position to do so. A beautiful woman with black wings who can defeat 7 luminaries. Upon hearing those words, there was no one who didn't think of her, not even those who were here. But it was impossible. He should have fallen 200 years ago. That's how it should have been. Could it be Rufus Mafal? As she was alive. Don't be silly. She should have been killed by humans 200 years ago. Rufus Mafal, to the race of demons. That was a name more terrifying than the heroes themselves. In the past, she had the entire world under her control, the supreme ruler who had almost unified humanity. His combat prowess had rivaled the entire roster of heroes, an existence that stood at the very peak. And above all, his very existence was the personification of fear itself. It wasn't a question of whether to fight her or not. As long as she was a demonic race, they were all defeated. As if to break their spirits, he would ruthlessly destroy his enemies and display the results publicly. There was no point in begging for mercy. He had once destroyed the warrior who pleaded to be let go because he had a family, seizing the enemy who tried to flee, then defeating it with overwhelming bravado. The existence of pure irrationality that overwhelmed and overpowered other irrational beings. She even split the invader into several pieces. She was the invader of invaders. This dark angel was an absolutely terrifying existence to the demonic race. Everyone was afraid of meeting her. You couldn't escape and you couldn't be saved. If you happened to come across her, it meant the end of your life. There was no exception. There was not one among the demonic race who had entered its periphery and lived to tell the tale. Fortunately, Rufus' actions were considered so cruel that even humanity began to fear her and rebel against her. Eventually, the group of heroes betrayed her and she was defeated, but the number of demons killed up to that point was countless. If she were indeed alive right now, it's possible that the military power and the situation between the demon race and humanity could be reversed. The possibility that the personification of fear was alive caused disorder in that place. The only black-winged ruler with whom the demon King Sama avoided a direct battle. If she is still alive, it is a crisis that completely overshadows the 7 heroes. Venus, do you know that person's whereabouts after that? Yes, he is currently in the royal tomb of the Blackwings. Okay, then keep an eye on her. As soon as you find out anything, come and let me know. Understood. After receiving the order from the leader of the 7 luminaries, the girl who bore the title of Metal acknowledged his understanding without wasting words. A light from the window illuminated her. That apparition where she made a slight bow seemed like a play. And with that smile, It was as if he were mocking everything. Author's note: the royal tomb of the Black Wings among those that currently exist, it is the dungeon known for having the highest difficulty. A pyramid with 108 floors in total, and a structure that is unaffected no matter how much you attack it from the outside. Inside, there are countless golems mass-produced by Rufus Mafal 200 years ago, even the weakest of them rivaling the strength of a sword saint. As you go up the floors, the quality of the golem increases. The level casually goes up from 300 to 400. The golems start working in groups and then function together in orderly troops. And when you reach the 107th floor, there is a level 600 guardian guarding the stairs. And after passing through, or rather, avoiding it, you reach the entrance to the upper floor, a place where the Libra of the scale awaits you, level 910, with fixed penetrating area of effect damage and defense. No matter how hard you fought, the game was over. Chapter 21, I received the keys to both rooms and went into one of them. Ares and I were in room 202, while Dinah's room was room 204. The middle room, room 203, was occupied by the adventurers from before, so we were somewhat separated from Dina. The room itself was, well, it wasn't bad. The wooden room was quite spacious, and the beds were sturdy. There was a bathroom, too. Nothing to complain about. No, in fact, it wasn't uncommon to find inns without bathrooms in this world. It was just a given in the game world. I was impressed by the advancements of the last 200 years. The accommodation was also inexpensive, only 30L. 90L for 3 people was a very reasonable price. Dina had a good eye for choosing this inn with just a glance. Well, let's wait for Dina. Yes, Mrs. Rufus. Although we were waiting for Dina, she probably wouldn't have much of a chance to act. Everyone except me would die facing Libra. Although Ares was one of the 12 celestial stars, like Libra, their compatibility was the worst. Ares specialized in endurance fighting using their abundant abilities, while Libra specialized in annihilating the target with maximum penetrating damage on first contact. Therefore, unless their HP exceeded 100,000, they would die instantly without hesitation. After being attacked, Libra couldn't heal, making her the easiest of the 12 heavenly stars to defeat. However, the attack was too powerful. I eventually recruited Ares, but unfortunately, he had to stay behind to fight Libra. Ares, do you know what the other 12 celestial stars are doing? Well, yes. I was focused on destroying Svalin, so I'm not sure about the details. But Ego Karos, the goat, invited me to go with him to the demon's lair, so Ego Karos should be supporting them. Ego Karos. His race was Demon Lord. What was this? He looked like the devil. Goat and sheep. He was completely different from Ares. He had the body of a man and the head of a goat. Bat wings sprouted from his back. This was the classic image of the devil. Well, frankly, he was someone who wasn't bothered by associating with demons. Or rather, he was more demonic than the demons themselves. Who else? Who else? Sully. I don't know. I see. So the 12 celestial stars are not fully aware of each other's movements. I thought I could find the others after finding a partner, but it seemed impossible. For now, I could only rely on Dinah's information. Until she returned, I could relax. While I was thinking about it, someone knocked on the door. I can open it, right? Yeah. Ares took the initiative and opened the door. It wasn't Dina there, but the 4 adventurers arguing with the innkeeper. Today was undoubtedly the first time I'd seen them. So what could they possibly want? It didn't seem hostile. Since Ares was speechless, I approached the door. I remember you 4 were the ones who argued with the innkeeper earlier. What's going on? Oh, we just wanted to thank you. Thanks to you, we don't have to camp outside. The answer came from a brown-haired man, probably the leader. His short, neatly trimmed hair stood on end. At first glance, it was clear he was a well-trained man. His piercing gaze was reminiscent of a carnivorous beast and exuded confidence. Oh, is that all? I don't care about that stuff. You're one of those who really follows the rules. Even if you don't mind, we do. Would appreciate it. That's just how we are. His tough guy appearance didn't match his sincere and honest personality. Considering the growing number of modern people who don't even say thank you, One would hope a young man like him would stay that way. By the way, I should emulate him too. We'll be staying in this town for a while. Please let us know if you need anything. Okay then. The adventurers left after saying this. It seemed they had genuinely come to thank us. Dina appeared to replace them and entered the room. I'm back. Oh, you're back. How is he? Success. I got permission to explore the royal tomb. By the way, who are those adventurers I just saw? Only a few rule-abiding adventurers. Dina's return meant we could openly enter the tomb in the name of exploration. Explore your own tomb should be a valuable experience. Let's relax for today and dive in tomorrow. Cool. I can't. On the second day, we stood in front of the tomb. There were so many people crowded at the entrance that it was impossible to move forward. They were arguing about something while blocking the way. Honestly, it was very annoying. Oh, sorry. Did something happen? Dina approached a man and asked him. Spiky brown hair and a muscular body. Was this the adventurer from yesterday? He confirmed our appearances and said, oh, are you here to investigate the ruins too? Oh, is this blue-haired sister the companion you mentioned yesterday? Yes. I'm Dina, the traveling merchant. What happened here? The adventurers considered his question and frowned. It seemed like bad news. A special investigation team was sent from Levitine 2 months ago. However, they haven't been able to establish the usual contact they did today. Yesterday, they were close to the top floor. Everyone is pleased with the progress, but perhaps they just arrived a little late? At first, everyone thought the same thing, but 5 hours have passed. It's strange that they haven't sent any communication magic after all this time. Upon hearing the adventurer's reply, Dina looked at Ares and me. We nodded silently and moved away from the crowd into the nearby shadows. What do you think, Lady Rufus? Libra probably hit them. It's definitely on the top floor. I think so too. They were probably hit by brachium when they reached the upper floor. The research team that lost contact must have been composed of talented individuals. I didn't know the tomb's level of difficulty, but it couldn't be too easy by today's standards. However, it was a pity they were skilled enough to reach the upper level. An encounter with Libra meant a fatal outcome for people of this era. I regretted to say their efforts were in vain, but as long as Libra guarded the upper level, there was no chance of victory. But there was a weakness. The brachium could not be fired in rapid succession. If they sacrificed someone at the beginning to waste the shot, the remaining members could challenge it with the seal brachium. But they didn't know that. If they wiped them all out from the start, no one would discover their weakness, their inability to fire repeatedly. If they survived to the top floor, it was only natural to challenge Libra, the last guardian, with all their might. The dead don't tell stories. They couldn't pass on any information, since they were all dead. This weakness was known only to Mizar and me. No one else knew about it. I arrived in this world just a few days ago, while Mizar had already passed away. The 12 celestial stars may have known as well, but they wouldn't share this information with the humanoids. Thus, no one knew Libra's weakness and the mountain of sacrificial victims accumulated to this day. But even if they did know, it would still deny them any chance of victory. In fact, Libra had no way to heal herself, nor could she raise her base stats. However, her level 910 was the highest among the 12 heavenly stars, making her incredibly strong even without brachium. Therefore, it would be impossible to challenge her, except for the 12 heavenly stars, the 7 heroes, and the Demon King. No, only half of the 12 celestial stars had more than 100,000 hit points. Since the 7 heroes were weakened, they probably couldn't manage it. Given the staff shortage, challenging Libra would be impossible. The number of victims will increase if we don't recover it soon. Fortunately, it did not aggressively attack countries like Ares. It would be worrying if the number of capable adventurers continued to decline. The humanoid's combat power was already low and could not afford a further reduction. I must reclaim Libra before anyone else ventures upstairs. Okay, let's both go. Yeah, I can't stand Libra, but leave the small matters to me. With Dina and Ares, I made my way through the crowd toward the royal tomb. I calmly ignored the voices trying to stop us. However, just as I was about to enter, someone grabbed my shoulder. Hey, wait, big sister. Are you really going in? You heard me. It's reckless. The investigation team is made up of 50 nationally recognized veterans. Even for them, it was impossible. He must be a good guy. From his perspective, I must be a naive woman trying to enter the tomb without understanding the dangers. He could have ignored us, but he went out of his way to stop us. Therefore, he must be a good person. However, I entered fully aware of the dangers involved. Or rather, no one in this world knew Libra better than I did. Thank you for your concern, but it's not necessary. Please let me go. The hand on my shoulder was reluctantly lifted, and I entered the royal tomb. As expected, the interior was a brick passageway. The surroundings were dim, and the darkness faded as one moved away from the entrance. Even so, this wasn't a problem as long as there was light. Ares extended his palm and created a flame, illuminating the place. We made more progress. As expected, all the traps on the first floor were already activated. Without any obstacles, we easily found the stairs to the next floor. After climbing to the next floor, a silhouette appeared before us. It was a simple golem made of solid rock. Checking it with the observer, I skill revealed that it was level 150 despite its appearance. For me, this was just a small detail, but it may be different for other people. Oh, a golem? Yes. This was something mass-produced by Lady Rufus for the final battle against the 7 heroes. Ah, I see. It's my golem. It's no wonder its level is high despite its rudimentary construction. When I fought the 7 heroes, I mass-produced these golems to compensate for my insufficient fighting strength. However, I couldn't usually produce several at once. I was limited to 1 golem per person. Even if multiple bodies were created, only the golem at the top of the item list would appear. All the others remained inert. Furthermore, if a golem was destroyed, the next one would only appear after the battle. Therefore, their mass use was prohibited. In addition, the maximum AI level for golems was set at 5. Golems with a high AI level required a long production time, making mass production of high-performance golems impossible. But the game has many gaps. If high AI golems couldn't be continuously produced, it meant that low AI, low-quality golems could be mass-produced. After mass-producing them, I could simply distribute 1 to each member of my faction, allowing me to use them all. I took advantage of this, and suddenly increased my fighting strength by allowing low-level faction members to use a low AI golem. Well, even then, they were just small fry against a high-level player. It seemed a large number of those poor-quality golems from back then were left wandering around this grave. Even though it's something I did, I could sense their hostility. This is because the golem's mental routine is to indiscriminately attack any creature within its detection range, except for living creatures of the Zodiac and other golems. Since Lady Rufus' country no longer exists, they would attack us as well. Oh, these golems are idiots who always attack the nearest target first. A golem with low AI was less intelligent than a monkey. It was simply a low-quality golem that indiscriminately and repeatedly launched normal attacks at the nearest target. Even if it possessed skills, it wouldn't use them due to its low AI, nor would it consider the conditions of its allies. At AI level 2, the golem used randomly chosen abilities regardless of the situation. Therefore, it was logical that a minimum of AI level 3 was required for actual warfare. From a certain perspective, my tactic of mass-producing golems was counterintuitive. The result was amazing. Common sense was important. Oh, by the way, Zodiac was the name of the country I built. Well, I guess we should destroy it. Crack. I cracked my knuckles and aimed at the golem. If the shoddy golem's ID made were causing me trouble after 200 years, it was my responsibility to get rid of them. But just as I was about to collide with the golem, someone stepped between us and blocked the golem's sword fist. Oh no, I won't allow it. A man who never forgets kindness shown to him. Jean, the adventurer, and the other 3 members of the adventuring party, Hawkeye. For justice, let me help you, big sister. A brown-haired adventurer and 3 other men suddenly interrupted. Honestly, this was unwanted help. Author's notes. Some configurations question why didn't Midgard produce golems en masse? Hey, I did, but Ares destroyed them all. Question instead of raiding the royal tomb. Cinchuredo, these weapons and armor will be available for purchase for a while. Perhaps wealthy people will buy them for self-defense or other purposes. After all, it's money. Chapter 22. Adventurer, Gene, according to what he himself said. He brandished his sword and attacked the golem. However, he didn't even break its rocky shell. Incapable of feeling pain or fear, his thinking was extremely simple, determined solely to strike the opponent before him. Free from fear and dread, even his mechanically repetitive attacks were a threat. Gene immediately stepped back to avoid that direct punch, but his face betrayed his nervousness. Ah, what a shocking punch. If you get hit even once, you'll be in trouble. Correction, although it seemed like a direct punch to me, it wasn't to them. Two adventurers moved ahead of the golem to cover Gene. Their weapons were two swords and an axe. Would one prioritize speed, while the other prioritized power? One man slashed the golem with multiple sword thrusts, while another struck it a heavy blow to the arm. The man in the back continued firing his bow, providing cover for the three in the vanguard. I thought it wasn't a bad combination, but cowboy level, 38 race, human class. Fighter 38 horsepower, 2747 SP, 110 STR, strength 135 DX, dexterity 90 VIT, vitality 95 INT, intelligence 70 AGI, agility 85 MND, mind 72 LUK, luck 31 Ricardo level, 35 race, human class, heavy fighter 35 horsepower, 3090 SP, 130 STR, strength 142 DX, dexterity 80 VIT, vitality 150 INT, intelligence 50 AGI, agility 77 MND, mind 42 LUK, luck 44 Nick level, 35 race, human class, light fighter 35 horsepower, 2100 SP, 145 STR, strength 110 DX, dexterity 101 VIT, vitality 90 INT, intelligence 72 AGI, agility 102 MND, mind 50 LUK, luck 62 shoe level, 36 race, human class, archer 36 horsepower, 2110 SP, 36 STR, strength 120 DX, dexterity 115 VIT, vitality 80 INT, intelligence 82 AGI, agility 70 MND, mind 45 LUK, luck 108 mass-produced golem level, 150 race, artificial life form class, none horsepower, 9087 9100 SP, 0 STR, strength 305 DX, dexterity 100 VIT, vitality 355 INT, intelligence 9 AGI, agility 108 MND, mind 15 LUK, luck 70. This was impossible. Perhaps it was possible with magic attacks, but these guys were all physical type. They couldn't break through the golem's defenses or reduce its HP. Despite their desperate attacks, the golem probably only took 2 or 3 points of damage per hit. In fact, so far, it had only taken a total of 13 points of damage. On the other hand, if the golem had hit them even once, it would have been a mitba. I couldn't help it. I felt bad for helping those who came to help, but it was better than watching them die. I sighed and looked at Ares. Ares, help them. Yes, please leave it to me. Ares responded cheerfully to my instructions, leaping from the ground to approach the golem. He moved nimbly through the adventurers who stood in his way. A flaming fist crushed the golem's head, and with the force of the blow, ripped its body from its grasp. The golem crashed against the wall, shattering into pieces and unable to move. It was a small fish for Ares. One blow was all it took against something with 9,100 hit points. The golem they were fighting was instantly destroyed. The four adventurers watched, mouths agape. Oh, as I thought, did this hurt his pride? While I was thinking about it, they started cheering like children. Oh, great, 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 great. Did you see that? It was great. Girl, how did you do that? Huh. Oh, that was quite a favorable response. But it surprised Ares, whose eyes were wide and who was stumbling over his words. He hadn't expected such a reaction, but for now, he needed to separate Ares from the men surrounding him. Please calm down, everyone. I know you're enthusiastic, but you're overwhelming Ares. Besides, Ares is a young man, not a young woman. Oh, my apologies, a boy. I thought it was a girl. This man named Gene was too noisy. While he was thinking about it, his partner, the lightweight wrestler, hit him from behind. Shut up, Gene. You're a nuisance to everyone else. At least there was someone calm and easy to talk to here. Honestly, I didn't like overly excitable people. How can I put it? It was too stressful for my ears. Well, this was a game, and I was a player. I see. Well, even though we came to help, they helped us. Thank you. It doesn't matter. I'm grateful for the goodwill. I tried to comfort Gene, who seemed a little depressed. He tried to help us despite his disability. I felt that such manly behavior deserved praise. In the blink of an eye, his face turned red. Such a simple man. Yes, I see. You're a very nice person. A good person. That description made me want to laugh. Certainly, my current self wasn't a scoundrel. I didn't commit any crimes. I was an ordinary person, but Rufa's Maffel invaded the world 200 years ago. She was a true villain, or even a villain among villains. To call her a good person was shameful. Oh, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Gene, an adventurer and a fighter. Light hunting, Nick. Our leader has caused you trouble. Apologies. I'm Ricardo, a top-class, heavyweight fighter. Nice to meet you. Archer, Shu. The four of them introduced themselves. I thought this group was too unbalanced. 3 of the 4 were warrior-type vanguards. There wasn't a single arcane mage or healer, nor was there a single scout. I thought Ricardo and Nick should become a mage and a cleric, respectively, leaving Gene as the well-rounded warrior. She would have been better as a scout instead of an archer. An archer wasn't bad, but confined spaces like this limited his abilities. It was generally better to have the rear guard made up of magic-type classes. For example, enemies with high physical defenses and low intelligence, like the golem from earlier, required magic-type classes. I'm a traveling merchant from Sopper. My rank is Forest Ranger. Actually, I had several classes, but that would be too unusual by the current standards of this world. Therefore, I chose the one that seemed most useful in the current situation. Unarmed combat was the specialty of the fighter class. A ranger who fought with their bare hands would be considered an odd ranger. However, if a fighter used ranger skills, that would obviously be abnormal. Therefore, I decided to call myself a ranger. I'm also a traveling salesman, Dina. My job title is Forest Ranger. Since Shed never used an explorer skill before, she must have been just blurting things out. There were many mysteries surrounding Dina, but I'd leave it at that for now. Even so, I'd prefer she choose a different class than mine. I'm a traveling salesman too, Ares. My class is Tracker, I think. And finally, Ares. He definitely didn't get it. He just copied his lines. What should I do about this? A group with 3 members being rangers. We became a team that had no idea about group balance. Indeed, Gene was surprised, composed himself, and said, "What a terrible group dynamic. Are you all really okay?" The leader of a group composed mainly of fighters was worried about me. What was this? An indescribable humiliation. This was awful. In fact, I was able to explore this low-difficulty dungeon by myself. Only a dungeon like the Goddess Sanctuary would require a group of 5 or more level 1,000 players. Oh, and one of the 5 players, Migrez, was taken down in one hit by the Guardian. Don't worry, our standards are high. High-level brute force? A fancy-looking party, but full of muscle-bound brains. What was this muscular leader of a party full of fighters saying? What should I do? I feel like knocking him aside with a giant boomerang right now. What did he just say? I wonder if he came here just to distract and stress me out. Well, then your fighting bravado will be insufficient. Fine, I owed you one yesterday, so we'll go as your bodyguards. No thanks. They were just a burden before. They couldn't even take 100 hit points off the golem. Why were they so overconfident? Thank you, but is that okay? Then please take care of us. No, thank you. Dina covered my mouth before I could finish and accepted them without my permission. I removed her hand and looked at her reproachfully, but Dina simply smiled and said, "Doesn't that sound good, Lady Rufus? Let's have a little fun before we get to Lady Libra. Since they've offered to accompany us, why not make use of what's available? Sometimes you're truly black-hearted." Dina smiled and said, "Let's use them as shields." I shuddered at her words. She seemed more rotten inside than I'd imagined. For now, it was fortunate that her rot was directed at my enemies. Or perhaps I simply hadn't realized when it was directed at me. Well, we simply have to bravado them without going too far. If we left them alone, they'd be destroyed by golems. If we pushed ourselves to the limit, their confidence would crumble. Therefore, we could only pretend to cooperate to defeat the enemies, even though Ares and I were the ones actually doing the work. In short, we could only secretly use them as shields, as Dina suggested, while we advanced. Oh dear, I sighed. I glanced at Dina to chide her for her selfishness and continued on my way. The four adventurers followed, with Ares and Dina trailing behind. Well then, let's go up to the highest level when Libra arrives. We advanced into the unnecessarily wide tomb. The only positive aspect was that the area became smaller as we ascended each level. Its pyramidal shape meant the journey upward would be easier. The problem was that the levels of the golems also increased. I heard a sound and saw that the golems had blocked the passageway. After checking, I discovered they were level 300. It seemed that powerful golems were about to appear. At this level, adventurers could be defeated in a single hit, so it was truly terrifying. We had to destroy the golems before they attacked the adventurers. Jair! The golems let out a strange cry and attacked the adventurers. Upon intercepting their attacks, they stopped for some reason. Ares also stepped between another adventurer and a golem, and this one also stopped. What was happening? Not only did they stop attacking, but they retreated when we confronted them. In the end, they mysteriously chose new targets and even targeted Dina, who was in the rear. Was it possible that they would recognize me and Ares as allies? Impossible. As for the golems on this level, I would have created them with a higher AI. These golems were smarter than those on the previous floors. I wasn't surprised that they could recognize Ares and me, even after the country's destruction. Otherwise, they would have attacked even Libra. Huh, why were they attacking Dina? Hey, wait a minute. Why is it only me? Lady Sopper, please help me. Seeing Dina being chased by golems made me feel a little sad. Ares also looked at her with compassion. Dina, your presence was so faint that even the golems forgot about you. In 23, I gently stopped the golem's fists and quietly ordered it to wait. Then I made it fly away to make it look like it was defeated. Destroying the low AI golems on the lower floors was the right thing to do. They didn't recognize me or obey my commands. They were broken machines that relentlessly attacked anything in their path. Destroying them was the right decision. However, the golems on the middle and upper floors were more advanced and could understand simple commands. I didn't want to destroy them, as they could recognize Ares and me, which prevented them from attacking. Therefore, I pretended to defeat them, leaving them unharmed. Wow, Saphur is amazing. Another golem flew away. Is she really a ranger? Jean and Nick were starting to get suspicious, but everything would be fine as long as my wings remained hidden. It had been a while since we had entered the tomb. We had reached the 106th floor. Since the tomb had 108 floors, we had reached the top after another 2. It took the previous research team a month to get here. After hearing the news, I felt both respect and pity for them. Considering their levels, even a single golem would be a tremendous threat. They were truly excellent explorers, having come so far despite their low level. What a shame. It was a devastating blow for the humanoids to lose them. Everyone, stand back. I noticed it when I saw the entity on the stairs leading to the 107th floor. What? Was something like this left? Twice the size of the previous golems. It was an enormous metallic guardian, 10 meters tall. Using expensive mithril, the most powerful one I could create without spending money was level 600. Before that decisive battle, I used the best available materials to create several golems for the defense of strategic bases. Although they weren't as good as Libra, created by Mizar, they were the highest level golems I could create on my own. Even so, she would likely lose to Levia, who was created from the water of the entire lake. It was no surprise that she was used for national defense. In the modern era, she would likely be the strongest golem. Well, the research team managed to decipher this. Most likely they left some companions as decoys and ran past. Goalie level, 600 race. Artificial life form attribute. Metal HP, 105-45,000 SP. 0 STR, strength. DX dexterity. VT, vitality. INT, intelligence. AGI agility. M&D mind. LUK luck. TSK. I couldn't see the full status. That meant it didn't belong to me. Unless the creature was an ally or the checker had twice the levels. The status would only show name, level, HP, SP, and attribute. I assumed its AI level should be 3 or 4, and yet it still didn't recognize me? Should I try? There was no reason for it to lack something that other golems possessed. Do you know me, Guardian? I walked indifferently toward the doorman. Jean chutait danger, and was ignored. So how'd it go? Was he able to recognize me? About intruder. Elim. Elimine. Ruru. I dodged his outstretched fist. Now I knew for sure. I had a bad feeling when I saw his HP decrease. I seemed to have been right. This one was already broken. Although it was still functioning, it no longer recognized me. I'm sorry. There was no other option but to destroy it. Since the other golems could still move, their current state wasn't simply due to deterioration over time. An enemy capable of reducing their HP to such a degree? It could only be the demons. 1 or 2 incursions probably wouldn't be enough, given the strength of the 7 luminaries. However, their HP would be reduced if they invaded them repeatedly, 10 to 20 times. Considering this, I was surprised that it moved. Sapphire, don't worry. He can't do anything to me in his current state. I responded to Jean's worried voice and took a step forward. Dodging the goalkeeper's attack, I entered her enclosure. A blow. I pierced him with a knife stroke, reducing his remaining hit points to 0. Purple electrical sparks flew as the metallic parts that made up his body scattered across the floor. A flash of light shone in one of his eyes before he collapsed to the ground. Aya, ga, intrude, eliminat, It was both funny and pathetic, as he kept repeating the same words like a broken record. I removed the metal fragments from my hand and walked past the doorman. With that, there were no more obstacles. All that remained was to stop Libra. Just as I was about to go up to the next floor, a voice, mixed with noise, came from behind me. Okay, come back, Rufusama. Okay, come back. I could barely hear the whisper, but I heard it. I definitely heard it. I stopped and looked at the fallen goalkeeper. As if blessing my return, his broken body extended a hand toward me, the one who had just destroyed him. You've worked hard. Good work so far. That's enough. Rest. Finally, the voice stopped. There was a sound of relief, and the intercom stopped working. This was unbearable. I knew there was no alternative but to destroy it. Even so, I couldn't bear it. How strange. My heart ached as if I'd made a terrible mistake. I shouldn't have interacted with him earlier. Wasn't this the first time we'd met? It was a golem, a tool that only moved when commanded. So why did I feel so bad? Only the 107th and top floors remain. Stay here. There was no doubt that Libra was ahead. The group temporarily disbanded. I must go alone. Jean, however, shouted against it. Wait. You're going alone. How absurd. No, it's for the best. No one but me can withstand Libra's first blow. Its brachium ability will erase you 30 times over if you come. Jean took a deep breath and looked at me suspiciously. His eyes didn't doubt my words. They questioned my very existence. You, what exactly are you? I'm a fool, but I'm smart enough to notice your exceptional strength. Halfway through, you crushed the golems, so we didn't have to fight them. You didn't even flinch at the previous golem's fist. You spoke as if you knew Libra personally. You, exactly. I don't need to answer you. I refused to answer and turned my back on them. If the question was directed at Ares and Dina should be able to come up with a better lie than I could. I couldn't reveal my identity. At least not now. Even though he was just a golem, I felt unnecessarily shaken. I didn't know why I was so uneasy. I really couldn't understand it. If he was the real Rufus, maybe I could. But I was different. I had no reason to feel sad, did I? Oh, what was this? What was happening to me? I went up the stairs and reached the 107th floor. At that moment, everything before my eyes collapsed, revealing a cracked, wide, and inorganic space. In the center was a girl in a maid's dress. No, a golem imitating a girl. The clothes I gave him had some patch marks. However, it wasn't enough, so some parts were torn. The joint was exposed, as was his arm. If you looked closely, you could see small cracks running along his body. An artificial life form created by Mizar, using materials Rufus, collected 200 years ago. It creaked as it turned its face toward me. Intruder confirmed. Warning: leave this area within 10 seconds. Any non-compliance or hostile behavior will result in immediate removal. He must have repeated it many times. A warning that seemed to have been taken from a template. I didn't answer. Without moving forward, I let my hair down. 10, 9, 8. I took off my glasses and reached behind my back to remove the bandage Migres had given me, slowly revealing my wings. 7, 6, 5. The countdown stopped. Without caring, I completely removed the blindfold and untied my wings. Despite her expressionless face, Libra remained motionless, as if in shock. The countdown didn't continue. I found it a little funny and spoke to her with a smile. It's been a while, Libra. What's wrong? You look like a pigeon shot with a blowgun. Have you forgotten what I look like? Rupa-sama? I silently watched Libra as she stood there motionless. First, I had to wait for it to finish. If it recognized me and I interrupted its attack, there wouldn't be a problem. If it fired brachium, I needed to counter it and stop its movements. Its damage didn't seem as severe as the previous Guardians. It shouldn't be too late to repair it. Match. Biometric data found. Probability of being the real Rufus Maffel, 99.999,89965. Inferring from the situation. Battle survival rate, less than 1. Overall probability. Conclusion impossible. Impossible. Conclusion. Conclusion with. Impossible. Impossible. Hey, there's no need to overthink this. This was wrong. The unexpected appearance of a dead body confused her. She wondered if this happened regularly, but she must be failing like the doorman. Even if she weren't, she'd been left to guard this place tirelessly for 190 years. Well, there was no way her judgment would fail. He'll come and fix you up now. You need a rest. Warning: if you continue to approach, the elimination condition will be met. I don't mind. I ignored Libra's warning and moved forward with determination. 1 step, 2 steps. Libra couldn't decide whether to attack or not. Meanwhile, I was getting closer. Okay, I've moved. Aren't you going to stop me? Program selection. Libra's eyes flashed, and his entire body glowed. First, a film of light enveloped the surroundings. It was an isolated space, allowing the brachium ability to prevent the enemy from escaping and avoid unnecessary destruction. In the center, the white radiance converged on Libra, shining like a star. An intense brilliance expanded and pulsed. Now, this would be the first massive damage I would receive since I came into this world. Honestly, I wasn't sure I could withstand the damage, but why? At that moment, I really wanted to be attacked. I didn't even understand it myself. Brachium activated, and the star exploded. The entire room was filled with an intense white light. An impact unlike anything I'd ever felt before struck me completely. The light roared like a storm, while colored particles danced and scattered through the space. Everything inside was barato, trampled, and destroyed. It ignored defenses. It ignored resistances. Ignoring even skills and divine magic, Ibarato tore through the target to inflict maximum fixed damage. Darn, that hurt, and it was hot. I felt as if my entire body was being scorched by the piercing heat, or rather charred. I knew my hit points were rapidly decreasing. Ugh, A dull thud escaped my clenched teeth, but I insisted on pressing on with this light. Honestly, I wanted to run downstairs and escape to safety right now, but I couldn't allow myself to. It was too unpleasant. Or rather, I couldn't do it all. Once the brachium was activated, it was best to consider escape impossible until it was over. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. I pushed through the glare and closed the distance with Libra. Meanwhile, the light stabbed at me mercilessly, constantly draining my hit points. It was truly brutal. However, it wasn't unbearable. Oh my God, I finally arrived. Libra moved as I approached her. The weapon she had concealed in her left arm, a bluish-white light sword, appeared. I narrowly dodged it and grabbed her left arm to stop her, and I activated the alchemist's ability, Total Repair. It was an ability that fully restored HP, provided the target was a golem. This ability was very inefficient, and not all golems could be repaired. Only those belonging to the user could be affected. Unlike the Guardian, Libra was supposed to be a golem I still possessed when I fell in battle. I decided to test my hypothesis. It seemed to have gone unnoticed. The cracks on Libra's body disappeared, and it regained its health. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting so long. How can I pick you up, Libra? Situation assessment. Probability of being Rufus Sama. 100 Rufus Samus identity. Confirmed. Completing the task of defending the royal tomb. Libra said and closed her eyes as if relieved. I gently hugged the girl who was finally able to rest after finishing her homework. Author's notes. Brachium, it was originally planned to be like the Giga Crush ability from Mega Man X2, but it was suddenly changed due to the question, could the royal tomb withstand it? So it was modified to an ability that fires after using an isolation field specifically for Brachium. Rufus, it's been a while, Libra. What's wrong? You look like a pigeon shot with a blowgun. Have you forgotten what I look like? Libra. Libra, you're an imposter using Rufus Samus' name. My, Rufus. Dan, chapter 24, after calming Libra down, I worried about what to do. Jean would definitely be suspicious if I went back with Libra like that. Especially if I tried to take her with me. They would object. In the worst-case scenario, they might demand that she be destroyed. Of course, I didn't want Libra destroyed, but this would put me at odds with them. Although Jean and his comrades were no match for me, I preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. Even so, I couldn't think of any good excuses. In the worst-case scenario, I could knock them unconscious and escape. There didn't seem to be any other option. Thinking about this, I felt a little depressed. Oh, Lord Rufus. Welcome back. It looks like you've achieved Libra without incident. As I stormed downstairs, Ares and Dina greeted me with smiles. In contrast, Jean and his companions remained motionless, their eyes fixed straight ahead. Dina, what happened to them? Oh, it would be problematic if we were reported on our way back, so I gave them a little suggestion. Suggestion? I've just planted false memories, so they'll think they never knew us. Also, I decided it was them who cleared this dungeon, so this should distract people for a while. The outrageous things Dina just said made me smile. All right, she could manipulate memories. How convenient, and yet terrifying. Though I genuinely thought it was good for an ally. My biggest worry vanished with that. As for Libra, it was already badly damaged when they arrived. The previous research team reportedly caused considerable damage. This should draw attention away from Libra. Did you have this in mind from the beginning when you allowed Jean's group to accompany us? Why else would we bother carrying a load? You are a terrifying woman. For Rufus Samus' sake, it'll become a demon. That's right, Dina. Ahem. I shivered slightly and wiped away the cold sweat as Dina puffed out her chest with satisfaction. Oh well, never mind. I should take some of the things stored here. After all, I promised Migra's ID leave behind some things I didn't want. For example, the equipment that adds 100 to attack power couldn't be sold, since we didn't have the proper sales channels. It would be better to leave that equipment for others. Okay, let's go upstairs. We headed upstairs, leaving Jean's group behind on the 106th floor. The top floor was an elaborate and elegant room. The ceiling, walls, and floor were all gold. To say the golden brilliance was blinding was flattering. it would be difficult to feel comfortable there. Jewels and gold coins were simply piled up. Swords and everyday objects were beautifully arranged. No, this wasn't a tomb, no matter how you looked at it. If it were my tomb, I would hate it because I wouldn't be able to sleep. It should be like this, but why did I get so excited when I saw this room? For some reason, I felt a sudden urge to take all the shiny things. Rufus-sama, please calm down. I'm calm. I should be calm, but I couldn't calm down. What's wrong? Oh, Rufus-sama, you used to love these shiny things and collect them in large quantities. I stiffened in response to Aries' words. Really? I didn't remember a configuration like that. I collected shiny objects because I loved them. Was I a raven? No, my wings were black, definitely. Let's take up the necessary weapons before Rufus-sama gets distracted. Dina, getting distracted isn't a problem at all. I can still see what we really need. Well, then how about you put away all those unnecessary pieces of gold you have in your hands? After Dina pointed out to me, I finally realized that I had a mysterious, shiny gem that I didn't know what to use it for. Oh shoot, I was doing it unconsciously. Well, yes, I wasn't interested in those pieces of gold. I didn't like money either. I preferred elegant things in darker colors. Aries-sama, Rufus-sama is just a crow now. Let's choose what we need. Yes, I understand. Huh. Not only was it useless, but it was also in their way. While I was thinking this, my hands picked up some strange objects. Ugh, I couldn't stop. My body naturally moved towards the shiny objects. Rufus-sama, that's just a ceremonial object for show. It's useless. Throw those things away. Rufus-sama, that is a brilliant item to look good. After making Dina and Aries angry, I headed dejectedly to the corner of the room. Ugh, it shouldn't be like this. I should be seriously looking for weapons, but my body wouldn't obey me. And then, I realized my hands were holding objects of unknown use again. Dina and Aries were looking at me with narrowed eyes as they gathered the weapons I had used earlier. Spear, greatsword, knife, halberd, Jamidhar. Tonfa, bunker pillar. It seemed like he was dabbling in every kind of weapon. By the way, my favorite weapon was the whipsword. I suppose that's enough for now. The others appear to be weapons Rufus-sama used in the past, but they're probably no longer in use, so let's leave them here. They should still be valuable in the modern world. What about golems? I'll also take the golems to the tower. Rufus-sama, can you gather all the golems that haven't been destroyed yet? After wandering around a corner of the room, my turn finally came. Even so, it was quite difficult to gather all the golems that hadn't been destroyed. However, if I didn't, there could be more victims in the future. I had no choice but to obey. I understand, but it will take some time. Anyway, I was useless here, so I did do what I could. This time he had no dignity. In the end, it took a long time to gather all the golems. This tomb was simply too big. Who built it? For the time being, I entrusted all the high AI golems to Dina, along with all the weapons. It seemed she could transfer any inorganic matter, so everything was moved to Mafal's tower. I also destroyed all the mindless golems that automatically attack people. Okay, let's go. Is it okay to leave Jean's party here? No problem. They'll wake up after a while, thinking they got here on their own. Upon waking, Jean's group would become the fortunate heroes who cleared the Blackwing Royal Tomb. Even if they were to misappropriate some of these treasures, it wouldn't be my concern. Wealth I couldn't bring back would only be a nuisance, so they could do with it as they pleased. Retrieving the weapons, the golems, and Libra was enough for me. Even so, this had to be my grave. My feelings were complicated by the thought that this place would become an empty ruin. The same thing happened on Earth, where tombs overflowing with treasure were dug up and looted. Under the guise of preventing grave robbing, scholars claimed to have discovered important historical relics and displayed all the corpses in museums. However, museums were simply not suitable to serve as graves. If I were to truly die, I would prefer to be buried in a simple grave that attracted no attention. We left the tomb and returned to the forest where Wed left Tanaka. I created a new maid outfit for Libra using alchemy. Afterward, I needed to clean her up and change her clothes. The task of cleaning her up and so on would fall to Dina. After that, we waited a few hours. Since Libra wouldn't move without orders, I told her to get up. Libra opened her eyes immediately. Good visibility, checking each part. No enamedes. Starting up. A flash of light shone in her eyes as Libra slowly rose. Upon seeing me, she stood and gave an elegant bow. Well, then I should take a look at Libra's condition. 12 celestial stars, Libra level, 910 race. Artificial life, form attribute. Metal horsepower, 120,000 sp. 0 STR, strength 5,500 DX, dexterity 4,900 VIT, vitality 5.020 INT, intelligence 300 AGI, agility 4.100 MND, mind 350 LUK, lux 600 M. She was exactly as I remembered her. Having 0 HP was a common trait for all golems. They did not spend HP when using abilities. Instead, their abilities were limited to a specific number of uses. The usage frequency did not reset until 24 hours later. Therefore, Brachium could only be used once. It would be useless even if HP-based skills were learned. On the other hand, a golem's HP could be considerably higher than that of other characters with the right materials. If the materials were truly excellent, a cheat golem's HP could rival that of a boss monster. However, a golem could only heal itself with alchemist skills. Since it had a lot of HP, this wasn't necessarily a disadvantage unless it took a very strong hit. For example, Ares had less HP than Libra, but because it possessed an automatic HP recovery ability, it was surprisingly difficult to control. If they were to fight, Ares would be killed in a single hit by Brachium before the battle even began. Good morning, my master Rufus-sama. Do you feel any strange parts of your body? No problem. I appreciate your concern. It was a smooth, beautiful voice, unlike the one mixed with radio noise when I argued with her earlier. She seemed to be okay, so that was a relief. Libra then saw Ares and bowed to her as well. It's been a long time, Ares. You're looking different than I remember. Is that the first thing you've said in 200 years? Ares fled in tears after being suddenly mocked for their appearance. Libra gracefully bowed again. It's a pleasure to meet you, stranger. I apologize for any inconvenience I may have caused you this time. This pattern again? That was to be expected. When the other golems in the tomb didn't recognize Dina, I expected the same from Libra. Both Ares and I, who had also forgotten about Dina, now shared a strange affinity with Libra. Libra, this is my advisor, Dina. Although her presence is weak, she was with us 200 years ago. What? Does it have a stealth mode that could prevent it from being recorded in my memory? Whatever happens, my presence cannot be so weak. I'm going to cry soon. Dina was on the verge of tears. She grabbed Libra by the shoulders and brought her face closer. Look, it's me. Look at me closely, please. If you look at me like that, I should leave a mark on your memory, right? No, the corresponding memory doesn't exist. But I found corrupted data from 200 years ago, deteriorated by the passage of time. Perhaps Dina Samus' memory is stored there. I secretly thought that, since Libra was a golem, he would remember Dina. However, Dina was very unlucky. Her memory was simply corrupted. Perhaps her data was stored in the hated memory section. Recovery is possible, but it will take a few months. Until then, Dina-sama will be recognized as a temporary advisor. Temporary? Dina was becoming increasingly traumatized by Libra, who didn't mince words. However, Libra didn't seem to care. Or rather, since Libra was expressionless, we didn't know what he was thinking. Even so, she couldn't doubt the loyalty of someone who guarded the tomb with such fervor. Beneath that icy metallic mask, there must be a burning soul. There probably should be. Libra, do you know anything about the other 12 celestial stars? I'm Sully. Since I was guarding the tomb the whole time, I have no information about the outside world. I asked Libra, but her answer was as expected. Since she was focused on the tomb, it was unlikely she had any information about the outside. Luckily, 4 of the 6 people were still aware of Dina, so there was no rush to gather information. So, Dina, where is the next member of the 12 heavenly stars? The next one? That's right. It's a bit far. Partheno-sama of the Maiden lived hidden away in a village at the foot of the mountain, 2,000 kilometers west of here. Village? Yes. In a wooded region with weak monsters, a defensive barrier was set up against outsiders. She lives there in peace. Oh, that was very gentle. It was wonderful, as this wouldn't bother anyone. Although I was slightly worried about her shutting herself away at home. Perhaps we could postpone it? Unlike Aries or Libra, even if we left her alone for a while, there wouldn't be any casualties. Ah yes, that mountain is the birthplace of Rufus Sama. All the Flugels who originally lived there were expelled. Now he occupies it as an uninhabited sacred sanctuary. I retracted what I said. I knew it, there were problems. Author's notes, weapons of this world. In this world, most real-world weapons exist. Fictional weapons, such as whip swords, are also common. Additionally, since the gunner is the advanced archer class, there were likely many firearms 200 years ago. These would be very expensive today. A high-performing firearm is essential in a fantasy world. Jean, this is incredible. I have the strongest sword. Sacred magic sword. Lucifer Ecthelian sword attack 150. A sword Rufus forged long ago when she was drunk. It's quite embarrassing to use, as you have to shout its name when attacking. But by today's standards, it would be considered a famous sword. As for the design, this sword looks like something you'd see on souvenir keychains. As a kid, I always wanted to buy those keychains with a dragon encircling the sword. In fact, I have a keychain shaped like one. Chapter 24, 2. We will divide the characters between the two of us as follows for now. Divided into 10 chapters each and alternating between us. To make this work, I will go back and edit my chapters to match my pronouns, names, places, titles, etc. with the table he sent me, since I had written my pronouns to match Shurim or those from the manga, and he had translated them to match real-life names and traditions. I will try to list here all the changes I can remember, although I may forget 1 or 2 changes. P.S. I'll have Chapter 31 ready as soon as Venka publishes Chapter 30, so I expect Chapters 31 to 40 to be released one after the other. Look forward to it, and here are the links you might need. Chapter 25, you did it. It was a success. The Kingdom of Swords, Levitine. Its center, the royal capital, was located in the audience hall of the royal castle. Normally, causing a disturbance in the king's audience chamber was forbidden. However, the room was now filled with constant cheers of joy. In the center stood a young man with black hair, about 15 years old. He was confused by his current situation. How did it all begin? The young man, who lived in Japan, followed his routine after school, diligently participating in his club's activities and then returning home. However, his everyday life was interrupted by a voice calling him to something extraordinary. Whoever can hear us, please help us. It was a cry for help. The caller's identity was unknown. The situation was unknown. Even the type of help needed was unknown. Normally, there was no duty or obligation to answer, especially when the voice echoed unsettlingly in one's mind. A normal person would feel more fear and suspicion than a sense of justice. He couldn't be blamed even if he ignored it and ran away. After all, people fear the unknown. He wasn't a bad person, even if he was afraid and ran away. However, he was such a good man that he could be considered ill. He was disoriented, or perhaps not quite right in the head. He wanted to help when someone was in trouble. He wanted to lend a hand when someone felt lost. This was virtue and benevolence. The desire to help others unconditionally and without hesitation, or the spirit of helping others without the slightest suspicion, was the quality of a hero. But as for his own safety, it was a reckless and thoughtless response. Or rather, he had completely given up on thinking. Therefore, the invocation, which required sincere acceptance, was performed, and he vanished from Japan. The hero's summoning was successful. This news spread immediately throughout the country. It was a dark place. There was no light in the darkness, as if the surroundings were completely isolated. Even so, I could see incredibly well in the dark. I could see my hands and feet clearly. I kept walking without hesitation. So I thought, oh, this must be a dream. As he walked through the darkness, A familiar room finally came into view. It didn't resemble anything had recently seen in the world of Midgard, but rather a room in a house in modern Japan. Enclosed by white walls, this common room was filled with everyday objects scattered across the floor, while comics and light novels lined a bookshelf. Indeed, yes, this was my room. The furniture arrangement, the computer on the table, everything matched my memory. But why? Why didn't I feel a sense of belonging in this room? It wasn't nostalgic. It wasn't familiar. It wasn't comforting. I certainly knew this place, but it was deeply uncomfortable, as if I were visiting a stranger's room. How strange. I wondered what was happening. Although I felt nostalgic when I saw Ares, why didn't I feel the same way about this place where I lived? I looked at the computer, which was still on. Xgate Online. The screen of the game she knew so well appeared, but it was strangely blurry and odd, as if she had been forcibly placed in a completely different game, losing all familiarity. But that wasn't all. It was on display in the shop window. I was completely absorbed in it, no doubt. But when I looked at it again, suddenly, something grabbed my shoulder from behind. They were thin, white fingers. The grip was chillingly strong and irresistible. It was too late when I tried to resist. Time ran out the moment they discovered him. He would just have to wait for the next opportunity. And so my consciousness was forcibly torn from sleep. Pasama, Rupasama. And I woke up. The first to enter my vision was Dina, who shook me. Then Ares and Libra, who were by my side. Please, get up now, Rufus-sama. Aren't we going to Vanaheim? Oh, that's right. Upon hearing Dinah's words, my confused consciousness became clearer. All right, that was the next destination. I felt like I was sleeping quite deeply. I'm sorry. I had a strange dream. I apologize for not waking up. What was your dream? What was it? I'm sorry, I don't remember. It seems like a strangely important dream, but I don't remember it at all. What the heck? I had an important dream, but I couldn't remember it. Well, I knew dreams were like that. Humans forget their dreams about 5.5 minutes after waking up. This dream seemed very important to me. Although, of course, it wasn't a great dream, so maybe there was nothing to worry about. Traveling in Tanaka, our destination was my hometown, Vanaheimer. This was a small nation in the mountains where the Flugels, self-proclaimed inhabitants of the sky, lived in small groups. More than a nation, it was more of a settlement. My surroundings were such that this was also my birthplace. Though my black wings, it was just a minor detail, so I didn't think much of it at the time, although it wasn't hard to imagine them hounding me for it. In the game, besides my black wings, there were wings of various colors. Now that would be a target for persecution. There were even those who changed the colors of one feather at a time to create an image. In comparison, I was considered quite simple. It's almost night. Let's stop here for today. Tanaka was out of control. He moved on his own, even when no one was watching him. However, sometimes he moved in strange directions or attacked monsters along the way. That's why I needed to control him. That's why Dina woke me up. It looked like a car, but it was actually a golem. It's worth noting that it was essentially a machine that automatically attacked enemies. Golems with level 5 AI, like Libra, obeyed orders with subtle details, such as avoid unnecessary combat. However, one had to be careful when dealing with level 4 AI. In short, he was like the priest in a certain role-playing game who constantly used instant kill magic against an enemy immune to it. After meeting these naive individuals, it should be easy to understand my caution. By the way, Rufa-sama, there's a country further on. Country? Yes, or rather, we're already inside the borders of that country. The capital, Jullerhorn, is a little further on. One of the 7 heroes, the Sky King Merak, founded this country. Most of the Flugels live there. One of the 7 heroes who are still alive. In fact, my goal was to meet with them and retrieve the 12 celestial stars. However, I hesitated upon learning that it was a country of Flugels founded by Merak. A country of Flugels. They would turn me away the moment I entered. Of course, it was impossible for them to capture or kill me. Since Ares and Libra were here, any aggression from the country would only result in a counterattack. In any case, I didn't want to cause any disturbances. In short, One of the 12 celestial stars had occupied his original home. No matter how much he thought about it, he would be considered a landmine by the Flugels. But even if he postponed the journey, nothing would change, and he would still go. Furthermore, I must cover my entire body with the cloak again. The wings lasted a long time. Many people would still remember my face. I understand. Let's stay there tonight, even though I don't really feel like it. Only 3 of the 7 heroes survived. There was no way to avoid them. Feeling like a criminal facing the gallows, I finally saw the kingdom Dina, mentioned as Tanaka, continued onward. My first impression was a strange country. Those words were enough. First, the buildings were white. The pure whiteness completely disregarded chromatic balance and appearance. It was impossible to distinguish private residences from the other buildings. It was simply a plain, featureless whiteness. The next issue was the location. Somehow, all the buildings were built on cliffs, or rather, they were constructed to cling to them. Even though there was a plain nearby, what was the point of building in such a place? It was like a Greek village I once saw in a picture, only much worse. There were stairs everywhere for visitors, but those stairs looked quite difficult to climb. The city was obviously built on the premise that you could fly. The strangest thing was that there were more cliffs on the other side. The other cliffs also had similar buildings. However, they were all black. As before, they were built under the assumption that one could fly. It was truly inhospitable for those who couldn't fly. And at the top of the mountain, a white palace of imposing presence stood between the 2 cities. What is this? What terrible capital! It looks really difficult to walk around here. The 2 towns straddled the sides of a large mountain. I found this city very intriguing. Equally impressed, Ares wore an expression of amazement. Well, having different colors was fine. It wasn't a design problem, but it was too extreme. One side was pure white, while the other was pure black. Seen from the side, it looked like a completely different city. What was this guy Merak thinking in this country? Dina, what's the situation here? It seems this country is currently divided into 2 factions in the midst of a civil war. Factions? Yes. First, there are the white-winged supremacists, who clung to the traditional belief that pure white wings are the pride of the Flugels and that other colors were unacceptable. Opposing them are the mixed-wing defenders. Originally, Flugels had white wings, so those with discolored wings were oppressed and persecuted, as you know. However, after Rufus Samus' death, this trend intensified. As Dina explained the situation to me, I felt a cold sweat break out on my skin. Oh, did this fight happen because of me? Were the Flugels persecuted by a dangerous character like me? During Rufus Samus' reign, discrimination and persecution based on wing color were forbidden. But after Rufus Samus' death, the white-wing faction began to reinforce its ideology of superiority. On the other hand, the mixed-wing faction, whose wings were of uncolored, fought for equal rights. For nearly 200 years, the 2 sides have been in conflict. Darn it, this was entirely my doing. What prohibited discrimination and persecution? I don't recall issuing such an order. In the game, there were Flugels with wings of every color. It wasn't so surprising anymore that nobody bothered to look at them all. This was completely different for me. It was a different world where one could witness the actions of the Rufus. What is Merak doing? Merak maintains a neutral stance. It seems to be trying to stop the conflict, but it's impossible to control the people. That guy's a man with a heavy burden. He's useless. Libra, don't say those things. In the game, he remembered Merak as an attentive person, capable of interpreting moods and never offending anyone. At least, he wasn't as useless as Libra claimed. If even he couldn't contain him, the conflict must have been considerable. Therefore, as long as I was the cause of this conflict, there was no way I could overlook it. So, where do we go? White or black? First, the black one. He probably belongs to the mixed-wing faction. Understood. I felt I would cause trouble if I ventured into the territory of the White Wings faction. Therefore, I decided to visit the Mixed Wings faction first, as they might be Barado tolerant. Of course, there was no danger of exposing my identity, but there was nothing wrong with being cautious. The Barado supports the Black faction, saved in memory. Next selection, black. What is this person saying? Libra said some odd things, completely expressionless, as usual. For now, he should just let it go. Was he serious or just joking? It wasn't obvious from his expression. It was instantly obvious when Dina made a joke. Aries was a novice, so he blushed at just that one comment. Of course, I should choose the teacher's favorite color. Or would it be better to use something that would be barely noticeable with minor adjustments? No, it's fine. I see. White faction. The popular standard. No, I didn't say I particularly like that. Could it be that she's taking an unconventional approach? Hey, this one was still broken. I hit Libra's metal head without saying anything. Are you really okay? You degraded tool? Those thought processes were really strange. It was supposed to be level 5 AI. I wondered if Mizar had taught it those weird things. Aries couldn't follow the conversation anymore. Could he? It was about time someone with common sense was added to put her in her place. Wanted someone who can play the role of counteracting Libra. Okay, first let's visit the Black Village. Tanaka, hide in the shadows of the nearby rocks. Yes, teacher. After descending, Libra led Tanaka into the shade of the rocks. Then, Libra covered her with a large cloth she found somewhere and returned. He was very competent when he performed his tasks correctly. Anyone could have done it, but his actions were quick and decisive. And how do we get to the village? There's a staircase, but, Dina said, pointing anxiously at the staircase. There was a staircase leading up to the village, but it was long, unnecessarily long. There were hundreds, even thousands of steps. If we used the stairs, it would be dawn by then. Please remain calm. We'll take you all. Program selection. Skill, Skyjet, activate. As Libra spoke confidently, her back opened and deployed a propulsion system. It was a mystery how her body managed to contain something like that. Apparently, she could fly through the skies. Well, the celestial jet skill was a general-purpose skill for golems. Items that allowed golems to acquire skills were sold for 200,000 euros in the game. I had Libra learn many skills. However, this skill had a science fiction theme. Where was the fantasy? Libra held me with her right hand, hoisted Aries like a barrel with her left arm, and caught Dina by the collar with her left. Dina let out an unladylike sound. Gew, but Libra didn't care. The vernier boosters lifted off with a roar that would confuse anyone nearby. And so he soared into the sky. Wait, stop. You're going to wake everyone in the village. Libra, stop. Author's notes. About Gyllerhorn, the citizens of Gyllerhorn are the Flugels who excel in battle. The terrain also favors them. Therefore, even without a guardian deity like Levia, the demons have no way to act. Even when severely weakened, Merak's intimidation skill always left the smaller ones of level 250 or lower immobile. So it's useless, no matter how small they are. If one of the 7 luminaries attacks alone, Merak will kill it. If 2 or more cooperate, there might be a chance of victory. But the 7 luminaries rarely cooperate with one another. Therefore, the stalemate continues. However, this balance would easily collapse if one of the 12 celestial stars were to join forces. Or perhaps it would perish as a result of civil war. Relations with other nations, it is a country somewhat closed off to contact with foreigners, so its relations are not very good. However, they maintain a minimal amount of trade. Svalin is an allied nation, but due to the nature of the Flugels, Gyllerhorn is not in harmony with the arcane nation of Svalin. They did not come to Svalin's aid because the mana that floods the region causes them great discomfort. Flugels who have been to Svalin always say that it is a place that reeks of surströmming and durians. Relations between Kings Merak and Migrez are former comrades in arms. They're close friends, but haven't had direct contact for 200 years. Merak tried many times to contact the vampire princess, Benet Nash, to form an alliance, but was always ignored. Their thoughts and actions are aligned. A true hero. Tanaka's size P. Tanaka has a bathroom and kitchen, so what size is it really? A. It weighs 20 tons, is 10 meters long, and 2 or 3 meters high. Its width is similar to that of a lane in Japan. It's a rather problematic size for use on a real road. It could be made larger if the number of passengers increases. A terrace could be installed on the roof of the second floor. Footnotes: Midgard is the world of man in Norse mythology. In this novel, the world of Xgate Online is also called Midgard. Vanaheimr is the world of the Vanir, deities of fertility and wisdom in Norse mythology. In this novel, it is the original home of the Flugels. Gyllerhorn is Heimdall's horn in Norse mythology. It will be sounded to announce Ragnarok. In this novel, Gyllerhorn represents the land of the Flugels founded by Merak. The Greek city mentioned in this chapter could refer to Meteora, where several monasteries were built on rock pillars. Merak, also called Beta Ursae Majoris, is a star in the constellation Ursa Major and the Ursa Major asterism. In this novel, Merak is the wing member of the Seven Heroes, also known as the King of the Sky. Vernier thrusters are rocket motors used in spacecraft for fine-tuning altitude or speed. Surströmming is a lightly salted and fermented herring from the Baltic Sea. Salt is used to prevent the raw herring from rotting. A fermentation process of at least 6 months gives the fish a strong, characteristic smell and a slightly acidic taste. A freshly opened can of surströmming emits one of the most putrid smells in the world. Benet Nash, also called Eta Ursae Majoris or Alcade, is a star in the constellation Ursa Major and the Ursa Major asterism. In this novel, Benet Nash is the vampire member of the Seven Heroes, also known as the Vampire Princess. A final wild boss has appeared. Chapter 26. So what's the situation, Libra? We arrived safely in the city. I don't think there's a problem. Teacher, are you kidding? This is a big problem. Libra brought us safely to the land of Gyllerhorn. Indeed, we arrived, but the means of transport was a problem. It brought us here using the Sky Jet's movement ability, but it was already late at night. At a time like this, it decided to move with a roaring jet propulsion. It wasn't hard to imagine people waking from their sleep with the noise. As a result, those who emerged from their homes eyed us suspiciously. Oh, really? It's very late. I'm sorry. You can't do this, Libra. If you make that loud of a commotion at a time like this, you'll wake up those who are already sleeping. No problem, Ares. According to my analysis, the combat strength of those who rose up poses no threat. I can handle it alone. They are no obstacle to my plan. No, it's not like that. The dialogue between Ares and Libra made me want to hug my head. What should I do? This golem maiden had no idea she was a nuisance. Was it because there were only battles in the game, so her judgments were based on combat power and threats? If it were a game, what happened would just be an internal matter. No matter how much noise I made in the night, the NPC didn't wake up. It seemed Libra lacked experience. Who are you? A man in his mid-30s spoke as we became the center of attention. Longevity was a characteristic of the Flugels, who remained in the prime of life for half their lifetimes. This man was probably an elder of nearly 1,000 years. His wings were slightly dull gray, so he wouldn't be considered beautiful. And not only him, everyone on this street so far had mixed-colored wings. None were like my jet-black wings, but there were others that were almost blue or red. This was truly the land of the mixed-wing faction. Oh, I'm sorry. It's very late. I'm Dina, the traveling saleswoman. We were in this town and woke you up by mistake. I apologize for the trouble. I'm also a street vendor, Sephora. Sorry to bother you. I'm traveling merchant, Ares. Golem escort of these three, Copernicus 4. We introduced ourselves to Uncle Flugel and apologized. That mouth of his, spouting arrogant words, even at a time like this, was rather odious. And Libra, without anticipating the atmosphere, arbitrarily chose an odd job and a pseudonym that sounded like that of a serious comedian. Well, it was still better than using her real name. Unlike Ares, Libra's appearance didn't change, so using her real name would give away her identity. But she wasn't Copernicus. You're merchants? This is an innovative way to enter the village. Dude, you don't need to go to so much trouble to congratulate us. We know our post didn't make any sense, so it's fine that you're mad at us. But he greeted us with a smile without anger. You must be tired after a long journey. I also have an inn at my house. If you don't mind, feel free to stay the night. Upon hearing my uncle's kind words, Dina and I exchange a glance. Despite being disturbed by our foolishness, he showed us the inn with a smile instead of getting angry. What a kind person! Strangely impressed, I followed my uncle and entered the inn. Was this inn made of marble? No, not just the inn. All the buildings in this city were made of marble. They were beautifully modeled with a unique sheen. It seemed that the art of marble construction was flourishing in this country. Perhaps there was a highly skilled alchemist. How much for one night? 25 euros for a room. He answered Dinah's question with a very precise price. 25 euros was equivalent to 5,000 yen. It was surprisingly cheap considering there were 4 of us. We paid without hesitation and were shown to our rooms. This is your room. Take your time, please. The room was surrounded by marble, which made it somewhat uncomfortable, but not without consideration for the customers. There was a soft rug on the floor, with a vase placed casually. We should be grateful that it didn't reflect light from every angle. Let's consider meeting with Merak tomorrow. While sleeping tonight, Ares is already falling asleep. It was already very late. Even though I was the one who was blown away by the explosive noise at that moment, it would be best to go to sleep. Despite Libra, the golem, Dina, who slept at an unknown hour, and me, the player who played all night, Ares was already very sleepy. But since he couldn't fall asleep before me, he had trouble staying awake. This was truly touching. I didn't mind if he fell asleep before me. Was it necessary to force myself to stay awake because of our teacher-follower relationship? Well then, good night. Good night. Dina and I got into our beds and closed our eyes. The mattress was a little hard, but that was just how it was in a fantasy world. Libra didn't feel like sleeping, so she stood in a corner of the room. Well, golems didn't need to sleep. Shed even guarded the tomb for 190 years. Still, it didn't matter if she could sleep. She just wanted to get some sleep. That's what I thought as I fell asleep. Who? Someone shouted furiously in an unpleasant voice, devoid of any kindness. A man with white wings, a close family barato, was shouting furiously at a young girl. A father was angry with his daughter. It wasn't anything unusual, as most people would have experienced it. But normally, there wouldn't be anger when thinking about the girl. No matter where he was, even if there was some resentment inside, the father wouldn't act on selfish anger. You, the neighbor's kids, said you hurt them again. Didn't I tell you? Don't hurt others. But Dad, they were the first. They threw stones at me. I just wanted to protect myself. Shut up. The shrill scream echoed. The young woman understood that this was the violence inflicted by the creature known as father. It had always been this way. This man had never heard the story from this side. He acted like a father guiding his daughter, but in reality, he only thought of himself. So, whenever it suited him, he was harsh with her. He would never utter words that comfort a child. It was all about his image. If the young girl did anything wrong, his reputation would crumble. That's why he was always scolding her and yelling like an idiot. I don't remember raising you like this. Have you misunderstood my teachings again? Huh? According to the man's commanding voice, the young woman thought, that's right. I don't remember being raised by this man. All she got from him was harsh words and harsh treatment. Did he make mistakes in his teachings? They were full of errors. Or rather, she couldn't remember him ever doing the right thing. There are no parents who don't love their children. This was just a beautiful saying passed on by someone who was the center of paternal love and knew nothing about things from other places. There were many parents who did not love their children because they were unwanted, annoying, or noisy. And because their wings were black, love left for such simple reasons. At least this girl never received love from that filthy thing called father. Liar. He muttered a word and the girl ran away. I don't want to hear that man's voice anymore. There's no point in talking anymore. That's someone else. It's simply another person who shared the same lineage. That's why it's not sad. It's not painful. These drops of water flowing down my cheeks are definitely not tears. She ran. She didn't know where she was running, but she ran as far as she could. There was no place for her in this town. The black wings of anathema. Just because her wings were black, she was alienated, distanced, differentiated, and discriminated against. Even though they weren't contagious, they threw stones at her. If she defended herself, they would blame her. His only ally was his mother, but his mother was ill, so he didn't want to worry her unnecessarily. Even so, his mother was his only salvation. If it weren't for her, he would have left this place long ago. Why do I have to go through this? Just because the color of my wings is different. Why? Besides her, there were other flugels whose wings were not white. In a sunless place, a place like a dirty slum, people in the same circumstances live together. It would be different if she stayed here. But if she left home, that creature called father might do something to her mother. Perhaps his violence would be directed at her. Why is the world so unfair? Why do I have to be so unlucky? She couldn't help but curse the gods. Which great God of creation? Which goddess of love? If there was a merciful God, why was the world full of inequality? The sentences didn't make sense. There was no one who wanted to get close to her. Nobody will help me. From a young age, she stopped depending on others. No one helped her, so she had to fend for herself. As long as she lived in the house, they would provide her with the bare minimum of food. But it wasn't clear how long that would last. Besides, more than anything, she didn't want to live like that. Therefore, I must become strong. I must be strong enough to overcome the inequality and irrationality of the world. I am still weak and immature now, but surely one day I will take my mother and get out of this miserable life. The black-winged girl, Rufus Maffel, swore strongly in her heart. What? It's just a dream. I put my hands to my forehead and opened my eyes. It was a strange dream. Yes, a really strange dream. Perhaps it was Rufus' past. At least, it was something I didn't remember. I didn't recall setting up such a scenario. However, if Rufus lived in this world and not in a game, she must have parents. Being chased for her wings was also easily predictable. This is what I thought. Before I became Rufus, there was the real Rufus. This body did not belong to me. The soul of the real Rufus should have been in this body. But right now I was here. I was the only player who knew nothing about Rufus' past. So where was Rufus? Had she been expelled because of my presence? Or was she asleep in this body? Or I was still trapped in hyperspace? Perhaps my current self was simply a fake. But if I were an imposter, why would this body have Rufus memories? Rufus' father, whom I saw in a dream, should just be a stranger. So why did I feel so angry? Why did the absurdity and irrationality of the world anger me so much? How can we explain these furious waves of emotions? Rupa-sama, your heart rate has increased. Pound. The only one who wasn't asleep, Libra, asked worriedly. She seemed to have no emotions, but surprisingly, I knew that she had the turmoil of emotions. He wasn't insensitive. He definitely had a heart. He cared for me and looked out for me. Strangely, it felt as if we'd been together for years. There's no need to worry. I was just dreaming about the past. Did you dream about the past? Oh, I just woke up like a little girl having a nightmare. Nothing to worry about. I couldn't tell him. I wasn't Rufus. Maybe I was just an imposter. And so, I remained silent. Author's notes. 7 attributes. The various attributes are generally classified as follows. Cinchuredo, visit the capital however you like, but don't cause any trouble. Early that morning, I told Dina and the others that we would be staying in the capital for a while. I was curious about the country founded by Merak. I was also concerned about the mixed faction that was in the same situation as me. The most important thing was to confirm what was inside Merak, so we couldn't leave too soon. Since learning that Midgard resided in this world, I had partly given up hope, but it wasn't that I felt there was no chance. The question was how to contact him. Unlike Midgard, he needed to consider the fact that he had not abdicated his throne. After all, this was a country of flugels, whose lifespan was different. Unlike Svalin, where there were many different humanoid races, this country was composed entirely of flugels. Unless there was significant animosity, there wouldn't be a change in the political regime for at least 200 years. In other words, it was more difficult to contact him than Midgard, who had retired. Solo action. No problem if we consider combat power. Tourism. Where should I go? Libra and Ares had no particular objections, seemingly enthusiastic about the sightseeing. No, I couldn't tell if Libra was enthusiastic or not. On the other hand, Dina was easy to read. A cheerful expression was evident on her face. Sounds good. They'll look into the situation with the White Wings faction. I might find something interesting. I found it difficult to investigate the White Wings faction, so it would be a great help if Dina did. A solo operation would scatter our fighting force, but there shouldn't be any need to worry about these people, even if they encounter some danger. Even if the 7 luminaries attacked, they could easily repel them. Libra and Ares were highly skilled fighters. As for Dina, I didn't know her strength, but she was smart enough to keep herself safe, so there was nothing to worry about. Besides, she could teleport, so she could simply teleport to me if I was in danger. Then leave for now. The meeting point will be this inn. With that, I left the inn. Dina left shortly after, heading off to an unknown location. Ares also fled in another direction. Libra. Oh dear, she was jet-propelled again. I told her not to use it because it was too noisy. The truth is, I didn't know what to do with her. So, should I take a look at this city? I left the inn and walked through the village. I didn't feel like I was attracting any attention. However, wearing a red cape that covered my entire body, it was only natural that I would draw some glances, so I gave up. It would be nice to have a slightly better disguise. Since Rufus was female, she should wear men's clothing. Anyway, she was male, so it probably wouldn't look that unnatural. Wow, what a good idea. I should create a men's outfit using alchemy later. After walking for a while, I saw a building that resembled a Greek temple surrounded by pillars. Although it looked like a temple, it was completely black. The entirely black temple gave me a disquieting feeling, but curiosity got the better of me. So I stopped and decided to go inside. I wondered if they worshipped an evil god or something. It was strangely exciting. As for the deities of this world, Alovenus was the goddess of creation and also the only deity in this world. Although the demons claimed the name of deity, they had nothing to do with her. They probably used the name of deity out of rebellion against Alovenus. There were also 5 dragons that controlled different attributes of metal and water, controlled by Alovenus. However, they never appeared in the game. Aside from the online version, neither the RPG nor the console versions included them. They were phantom characters whose stage images were only ever released. So what was worshipped here? Was it an independent religion? Or perhaps it wasn't even a temple? When I passed by other worshippers and entered the temple, I saw the idol inside. Hair that reached down to her waist. Jet black wings. A unique sense of style that involves wearing a coat over her dress. Without a doubt, it was me, Rufus Maffel. I looked at my own statue with strangeness. This statue, how strange. Are you a traveler? A soft voice spoke to me, leaving me stunned. Turning toward the voice, I saw a smiling young man with reddish wings standing before me. His face was neither handsome nor ugly. Rather ordinary, I suppose. Unlike the beautiful elves, Flugels generally had an ordinary appearance and generic faces. It wasn't that their beauty standards weren't high compared to humans, but there were also some ugly individuals. However, since Flugel beauty standards were based on wing color rather than facial features, no one paid much attention to an individual's face unless it was particularly ugly. In such a situation, the young man with the generic face and reddish wings. Well, he must have had a difficult life. You're quite surprised to see this statue, aren't you? Yes, I'm surprised. Does this temple worship the famous Supreme Lord? Upon hearing my response, the guy with the generic face looked gloomy. What? Was he upset because Rufus was criticized? I was just telling the truth about myself. It was kind of funny that he got upset. When I thought that, I almost let out a strange laugh. In fact, to the outside world, Rufus Sama was an evil invader. But to us, she was a savior. Oh, tell me about it. Somehow, this country, or rather, the mixed-race faction's impression of me was different from the rest of the world. I wanted to learn more about its history. I thought it might help me understand Rufus better. Did you know that Flugels are concerned about the whiteness of their wings? Oh, I know that well. Since the Flugels claim to be descended from angels, are white wings considered the unique pride of the race? Yes. However, not all Flugel are born with white wings. Some, like me, have wings of different colors. The beauty standards for the Flugels were dominated by wing color, followed by shape. The face and body were considered secondary, so people with wings of different colors were discriminated against. However, it was unheard of to find completely white wings. Most were slightly gray, and white with a light tint was the standard. Perhaps light gray was considered acceptable. Conversely, the darker the color, the stranger it would look. Of course, my jet black wings were out of the question. Furthermore, wings like yours mixed with other colors were also out of the question. Our situation was terrible. Now we have a town to live in and a certain quality of life, but before it was truly awful. The other wingmen don't even consider me a comrade. When I walked down the street, they pointed at me and mocked me. People in similar circumstances stick together. I lived miserably in the slums. Can you believe it? Because the colors of our wings are different, we couldn't get jobs, and we had to starve to death. What he was saying wasn't unique to the Flugels. People discriminated against others for trivial reasons, believing they were justified by group psychology. When one was in a superior position without the limitations of reason, even kind people could easily turn evil. The 21 subjects in the Stanford prison experiment were randomly assigned as either guards or prisoners. As a result, the guards in positions of power became unrestrained and abused the student prisoners, exceeding their duty. Finally, after only 6 days, the experiment was suspended because one student prisoner suffered psychological trauma. The student seemed eager to continue, claiming, "It's different for what we agreed on." This occurred despite knowing the prisoners were innocent and that it was merely an experiment. In other words, when men believed their superiority was justified, even kind people turned evil. They all possessed this quality. As a result, discrimination intensified based on the easily noticeable difference in wing colors. There was no exception among the Flugels who claimed to be descendants of angels. Every time I heard this story, I felt overwhelmed. The descendants of angels. Hearing this was enough to leave me speechless. We lived in fear every day, hiding in the shadows. It was miserable. Those days were truly miserable. But she was different. He raised his head and spoke with deep longing. Her wings were black, but she was more beautiful than all the others. Unlike those of us who could only cower in fear, she proved the value of her existence through her own power. Then, she ruled over nations, outlawed discrimination against the Flugels under her command, and treated us like human beings. Ah, yes. Really, when they praise you in front of your eyes, your back itched. I didn't mind being praised, but it would be uncomfortable if it was too much. Thanks to her, we were able to recover our pride. We're no longer a miserable existence. We can be proud to be Flugels with wings of different colors. Isn't this overpraising her? Have you forgotten that the 12 celestial stars, under Rufus' command, stole your homeland from you? I haven't forgotten. Rather, I think we reaped what we sowed. We betrayed Rufus Sama, subjugated her, and then foolishly allowed the demons to return. I think it's rather merciful that they didn't end us all. This was quite bad. I could clearly feel the anger emanating from this heated man. It was enough to make him reveal his displeasure to a wary traveler. Even so, I had to listen. Enough of that. To the rage that is brewing in the hearts of the people of this town. Those words could be considered an insult to King Merak. What do you think of your own king? My question stunned him. The next instant, his gaze turned sharp and cold with an icy fury. It was icy because there was no outlet for the anger. However, if the matter were right in front of him, it would easily burst into flames. The man answered without hesitation. He's the dumbest and most awful king. Calling him a hero or whatever makes me laugh. Ares walked alone through the dark streets. He had no clear destination and nothing to investigate. Since he had nothing in particular to do, he simply wandered aimlessly through the city. First and foremost, happiness for Ares meant serving his master. Currently, doing whatever was useful to him took precedence over everything else. For his master, whom he hadn't seen for 200 years, he wanted to do something to demonstrate his filial devotion. He wouldn't mind going the extra mile for it. That's why he wasn't very interested in strolling around the village. He preferred to return to his master. But I don't want to get in their way. Rufus was obviously very interested in this city. However, Ares might be interested in a city founded by the hero who betrayed him. On the contrary, he'd rather burn it down right now. But since his master wanted to go for a walk, he would obey without causing any trouble. Therefore, Ares couldn't do much. At most, he would simply refrain from disturbing his master's visits and remove any obstacles that might arise. Specifically, the 7 luminaries of the demons. They were probably plotting something in this town. Or rather, they had no reason not to. The survivors of the 7 heroes Migres, Merak, and Benetnesh were the strongest warriors among the humanoids. The demons could not rule the world because of their existence. Therefore, Mars of the 7 luminaries manipulated Ares to attack Svalin. Consequently, it was impossible for them to leave the country. And so, here we are. Ares had a strong feeling that someone was following him. No, was this person revealing their presence on purpose to warn him of their existence? In any case, they probably wanted to have a private conversation. If so, had better accept the invitation. Ares walked through the streets looking for an empty place. Finally, he arrived in an abandoned square. A park? Normally, there would be children playing here, but now there was no one. It wasn't late, so there was no reason for people to avoid this place. An anti-encounter barrier? Among the 7 attributes of this world, the lunar attribute included magic that could prevent encounters. It was a simple yet practical magic that allowed one to avoid encounters with unwanted opponents. This magic was highly valued by adventurers. 200 years ago, Rufus used to complain about how wonderful it would be if she could use it too. Even if she couldn't, the 12 celestial stars surrounded her and compensated for her lack of it. This was especially true for the magic she wasn't proficient in, which was complemented by the archer, the maiden, and the goat. The archer handled offensive magic, while the maiden handled recovery and support magic. Finally, the goat excelled at interference and disruption magic. Come out now, Ego Karos. It's you, isn't it? As Ares spoke, the empty space began to vibrate. Immediately afterward, a diabolical being appeared like a heat mist. It was a heteromorphic monster with a goat's head, a human torso, and bat wings. Its lower body fluctuated, as if it had no real substance. One of the 12 celestial stars, Ego Karos of the goat. As the man whom legends considered the personification of the devil, his dark eyes gleamed eerily to confront Ares. Author's notes. Difference between dragons and WIRM. Dragons, the dragons of this world, are mostly like Western dragons. There are 2 types, flying dragons and common dragons. They are the most powerful magical beasts. They originated from dinosaurs that did not become extinct in this world. Mutated by mana, these super powerful dinosaurs became magical beasts. It was natural that they would become uncontrollable monsters. The level depends on the source of evolution. A dragon evolved from a T-Rex would exceed level 700. Even demons leave the king of monsters alone. However, their population is small, numbering fewer than 100. They are an endangered species. Upon encountering them, one must be prepared for death. If more than half of the people present have black feathers, the dragons will flee. Lives could be saved by avoiding a confrontation. The WIRMS are elongated Eastern dragons. They were created by the goddess herself. There were only 5, each controlling a different attribute of metal and water, which she herself controls. Their level is unknown, but 1,000 is assumed to be reliable, as they govern the world system. Svalin's guardian deity, Levia, the water dragon, was an imitation created by Migres based on these legendary WIRMS. Of course, since water is ruled by the goddess, there is no true water WIRM. Dinosaurs aren't even monsters, just ordinary animals. Despite this, they are incredibly strong. Even without abilities or magic, they could kill demons. Their intelligence is low. They are dangerous creatures that would attack anything that crossed their path, be it humanoids, demons, magical beasts, or even other dinosaurs. However, their population dwindled over 200 years ago. Now, only a few remain scattered about. For some reason, they wouldn't hunt blackbirds and would even avoid them. Crow, even dragons and dinosaurs are afraid of us. Are we the strongest? Black Dove, that's right. Chapter 28. Libra flew through the sky, watching over the entire White City. It was 1,500 meters above the city. Not even the Flugels could reach that altitude. Therefore, it was in a position that would never be discovered first. Even at that distance, Libra could clearly count the number of hairs on each Flugel of the white streets. Libra recognized the white-winged Flugels as his virtual enemies. They were proud of their white wings and would excommunicate their master for his black wings, which were considered taboo. In other words, they were enemies of their master, and their master's enemies were their enemies. Libra hadn't acted until now because Rufus hadn't given her the order to attack. However, if they showed the slightest hostility, she was ready to attack the entire city with brachium. There would be no forgiveness or mercy. His primary criterion was whether something would benefit Rufus or not. If it was beneficial, he would provide protection and assistance. If it was harmful, he would eliminate anyone without hesitation. The only exception was his creator, Midgard, but he was no longer there. Breathing, actions, glances, speech. Currently, the number of Flugels who discovered the creator's identity has been judged to be 0. No unnatural aspects were found. Unnecessary attack. Continuous observation. Remaining on standby. With a cold, impassive, and almost masked face, the automated doll continued to observe from the sky. In case of emergency, everyone's physical data, facial features, and habits were stored in its memory. Then he noticed Dina, his companion, who had also arrived in the White Village. She was pacing back and forth by the clock tower in the center of town, seemingly waiting for someone. He had lost track of Dina, so the details were unclear. However, she seemed adept at gathering information and knew several places. Perhaps she knew someone in this village. Scanning the entire village, Libra's sensors detected a suspicious figure. He was an attractive man with green hair and sunglasses. Lacking wings, most would assume he was a human visitor. But Libra wouldn't make such mistakes. A single glance pierced his human disguise with mechanical efficiency. Skin color irregularities confirmed. Consistent with mimicry. Teeth confirmed by the raising of the upper lip. Vertical pupils confirmed, characteristic of demons, by the opening of the sunglasses. Probability of a disguised demon, 98. Complete recognition of the enemy. Speculating. Judging by their walking angle, line of sight, and path, Centuredo the weapons were for the gunner class, an advanced archer class. 200 years ago, this weapon was extremely common, but now it was considered an expensive item. With an abrupt and relentless descent that culminated in a shockwave and an explosive noise, Libra landed in front of the suspicious man. The metallic humanoid's descent crumbled the ground and kicked up debris. Libra emerged from the cloud of dust, blocking the path of the man believed to be a demon. Why? Is there a golem in this city? Warning to the approaching demon. If you come any closer, I will eliminate you by force. In that case, be aware that your life will not be guaranteed. You are strongly urged to retreat. Raising its alertness to attack at any moment, Libra issued its final warning, remaining vigilant. Meanwhile, its eyes gathered data on the opponent to gauge its strength. Searching Eye, one of its skills, had the same effect as Rufus Watching Eye. This skill revealed that the opponent was level 320 and had 25,000 HP. Unless reckless, Libra would lose against it. Even so, by current standards, its level was extremely high. What's this about being a demon? As you can see, I'm just a simple traveler who happened to be passing through here as a tourist. Eyes behind sunglasses, slightly raised upper lip, irregularities in skeletal structure, differences in flesh quality. All of this suggests that you are a demon who uses mimicry. I see. They discover my disguise. Well, that makes it easier. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Libra sensed a slight movement in the man's muscles. Then she felt his feet tense and his knees buckle. Concluding that he was preparing to take off and launch himself, Libra immediately went on alert and entered combat mode. Immediately afterward, the ground exploded and the man's fist was blocked by his arm. The fist was imbued with superhuman strength, but the blocking arm possessed superhuman hardness. A metallic clang was heard, and the man's fingers snapped. Hostile behavior confirmed. Switching to attack mode. She moved her arm to push him away and adjusted her line of sight to a point slightly farther away. Then, Libra's two eyes fired laser beams that pierced the ground. That man wasn't there. He moved toward Libra's blind spot with agile footwork and attacked from behind. However, what was a blind spot for humans didn't exist for Libra. Libra bent her arm at an angle impossible for humans and defended against his fist. She turned her head 180 degrees and fired lasers at him again. Wow! As the man swiftly dodged her attack, Libra pursued him even further. She returned her arm and head to their original positions, reversed her boat's direction while holding the machine guns, and without hesitation, fired at full speed, 1,000 rounds per minute. It was a ridiculous rate of fire, surpassed only by 2 cannons, which combined for a total of 2,000 rounds per minute. Naturally, their cannons had no silencers, so the roar echoed through the streets, disturbing the peace of the town in broad daylight. The man desperately dodged the bullets, lunged against the building wall, and jumped. But he couldn't evade them in midair, so Libra aimed at him again. She immediately equipped the next weapon to bring down the defenseless man. Skill select. Unlock the right arm limiter. Zubin el Janubi, the correct scale, release. Simultaneously with his statement, his right arm was freed. His fingers, palm, and forearm reassembled themselves, emitting loud metallic sounds. In just 1 second, his arm transformed into a meter-long cannon. Fire! At that moment, the windows of the houses surrounding Libra shattered. What erupted was a torrent of light. The white flame shot into the sky, accompanied by a purple flash of lightning. The man in midair gritted his teeth. Just as the man was about to be hit, a sudden gust of wind pushed him aside, preventing Libra's impact. And that wasn't all. He spun in the air as if floating on the wind, launching an attack against Libra. Libra fired his machine gun to intercept him, but all his bullets dodged him. I've got you. Libra used his machine gun to block the man's repeated knife-wielding blows, but the barrel of his weapon chipped and snapped in two. This was no ordinary blow. The man had an invisible blade that shattered the machine gun. In that instant, Censuredo, one of the 7 attributes. Among the 7 luminaries, the only one who can freely control wood, Jupiter, is my name. Tell me your name, doll. You shouldn't be an ordinary person. Without being asked, the man uttered his name and revealed his true form. His skin, similar to human skin, turned a sinister blue. Without his sunglasses, his green eyes had vertical slits. Although it wasn't obligatory to declare one's name after the other party had done so, it affected a follower's dignity. Since the other party had introduced herself, she felt she should reciprocate. It was her prerogative as a servant and the honor of being Rufus' follower. Therefore, Libra retrieved her arm and carefully lifted the hem of her skirt. Greetings, Jupiter-sama. I'm one of the 12 celestial stars, Libra of the scales. So, it is an honor to have met you. Oh, the scale, who is said to have the greatest firepower among the 12 celestial stars. I heard you were destroying the royal tomb, but it seems to be just a rumor. Jupiter laughed and readied his knife hands. They looked like ordinary knife hands, but they should be enhanced with invisible wind blades. Wood attribute, literally controlled wood along with the wind, which counted as part of nature. In terms of attribute compatibility, wood would outperform earth and be outperformed by metal. On the other hand, Libra's attribute was metal, which excelled at strengthening physical substance. Their body weapons and equipment could be enhanced to become metallic and crush their enemies. This attribute was similar to alchemy. In fact, it was more compatible with alchemists. Regarding attribute compatibility, metal surpassed wood and was dominated by fire. In other words, whether in terms of level or compatibility, Libra had the advantage. Analyzing this battle with few disadvantages, Libra calculated its probability of victory at 99 or more. But it couldn't be reckless or merciful. Libra kept its machine guns ready and extended its left arm. Skill select. Unlock the left arm limiter. Zubin Eskamali, the left scale, release. As if making a statement, his left arm transformed. His left hand vanished into his arm as if absorbed, replaced by the bluish-white glow of a light sword. If the right scale was the primary weapon for ranged combat, the left scale would be for melee. With this, wind protection was irrelevant. He could simply cut through anything. Incoming, the emotionless doll declared. The vernier thrusters on her back launched, and she flew toward her enemy. Normally, this was a park filled with parents and children. But now, only 2 people were present. The 2 comrades faced off within this mysterious barrier that forced others to avoid this place. Serving the same leader and being part of the 12 celestial stars, they were the powers of this world. One of the 12 celestial stars, Ares of the Ram, and also one of the 12 celestial stars, Ego Keros of the Goat. The atmosphere was nothing like a reunion between members of the 12 heavenly stars and old friends. Neither side was attacking, but both were ready to do so if the other made a suspicious move. They were determined to strike decisive blows without hesitation, even against their former comrades. Ego Keros, why are you here? You know very well why I'm here. I only wanted the lives of the 7 heroes. You should know that by now. Ego Keros responded to Ares with a deep, murky voice. It was a disturbing, reverberating voice, as if many people were speaking at once. His mouth, which he should have used to speak, didn't move at all. Instead, the sound pierced directly into the ears, causing discomfort even to those close to him. People of average mental fortitude would be disturbed simply by speaking to him. His voice always caused physiological discomfort, like a fingernail scratching glass. His presence, his confrontation, and his words were enough to drive anyone mad. He was the tallest among the numerous demonic beings. Was the demon lord's nauseating aura still active? Ares narrowed his eyes. Is that why you are willing to submit to demons? Naturally, I use them, while they use my power. We have the same objective in the current situation. Ares sensed something dangerous in his expression as he replied. He wasn't talking about defeating the 7 heroes. It was a perspective shared among the 12 heavenly stars to see them as hated enemies and wish for their death. But that didn't mean they should join forces with the demons. Ares had a cooperative relationship with the demon Mars, but technically didn't become one of them. They simply shared a common interest. He definitely didn't join the demonic army. Ares, I'm asking you again. Come with me and help me send the 7 heroes back to my homeland. Hell, I'm sorry, but I refuse. I'd rather die than join the demons. My only master is Rufus Sama. I feel the same way. I won't swear them any sincere loyalty. Just think of me as someone who's using you. Even so, I refuse. Even if I have to pretend, I want surrender to the demons. Ego Keros and Ares clashed in an atmosphere of extreme tension. Ego Keros considered using brute force to compel Ares to join him. However, he too was one of the 12 heavenly stars, so victory would not be easy. Weighing the pros and cons, the disadvantages seemed to outweigh the advantages. Therefore, the stalemate persisted. Despite the extremely tense situation, curiously, nothing had happened. At that moment, Ares threw a stone into the calm waters. Especially now that our true master has returned, I cannot do something so unpleasant. So the one who defeated Mars. Yes, it was Rufus Sama. He didn't die. His master was still alive. Upon hearing this news, Ego Keros was shocked. Then, Ares sent an invitation. Now it's my turn to ask you. Break your ties with the demons and return with me to Rufus Sama's side. It's time to gather the 12 heavenly stars. I can't do it now. Ego Keros, meeting with the master, that would be great. But if we don't defeat our hated enemies, history will repeat itself. I'll present myself to our master after sending those despicable heroes to hell. Ego Keros did not accept Ares' invitation. No, he could not accept it now. The hated heroes were still alive. The fools who hindered his master's supremacy were still alive. If he backed out now, the failures of the past would be repeated. He could only return to his Barato-S side after crushing all the hated enemies. My clouded heart is now clear. Look closely, Ares. I will defeat Merak and let this country sink into chaos. Chaos and ruin. And pain of those fools will be a tribute to our master. I will destroy the inner demons and offer them as a sacrifice to our master." If Rufus had heard this, he would have stopped him and said, "Stop, you fool." However, upon learning that his master was all right, Aegokeros didn't dismiss it in the heat of the moment. No, perhaps he didn't dismiss it, but he believed that stopping the heroes was for his Barado's sake. Therefore, he couldn't stop. He mustn't stop. Following the ruthless thought process typical of demonic beings, he believed that defeating all enemies was the greatest contribution he could make to his Barado. Goodbye, Ares. Watch with our master from that special seat as I paint this country of madness, blood, and death. After expressing his opinion, Aegokeros vanished. Ares had no intention of stopping him. Killing the 7 heroes was the shared desire of the 12 celestial stars. Ares had no reason to stop him. After watching Aegokeros disappear, Ares wondered if he should tell his lord. Rufus Sama didn't like massacres and excessive attacks against civilians. If I tell him, he'll surely stop it. But those people from the white city of this country persecuted Rufus Sama. Ares reflected. In any case, he should observe the people of the white village for now. Then, he would decide based on their personalities and mindsets. If they were different than before, if they weren't so obsessed with the color of wings, if their unsightly discrimination had lessened, he would tell his master. Then his master, who disliked seeing peaceful civilians perish for no reason, would undoubtedly arrest Aegokeros. But if they still tried to eliminate their ruler at that moment. Author's notes. The left and right scales the correct scale, Zubin el-Janubi Libra's primary weapon. It transforms its right arm into a railgun to fire a long-range attack. It's probably not an actual railgun, but something more in line with fantasy. If it hits a level 300 Jupiter, it would either die instantly, or at best be in agony. Father Jupiter-san is doing the best he can, right? Hey, Jupiter-san is very skilled at dodging. When he first saw him, he thought, he's weak, but what about that attack? Even so, he survived because he's Jupiter. The other 7 luminaries would have died. The left scale, Zubin Escamali Libra's primary melee weapon. In fact, he used it in the fight against Rufus. His left arm transforms into a lightsaber to attack the enemy. Its appearance is similar to that of a lightsaber. Lacking physical substance, it doesn't dull and can cut through steel like butter. If it hits a level 300 Jupiter, it will split him in two. Footnotes. Zubin el-Janubi, also called Alpha Librae, is the second brightest star in the constellation Libra. The compatibility of attributes refers to the relationship between the 5 elements in terms of their creative or destructive interaction. For example, wood dominates earth and metal dominates wood. Wood generates fire and water generates wood. Zubin Escamali, also called Beta Librae, is the brightest star in the constellation Libra. A railgun is a device that uses electromagnetic force to launch high-speed projectiles via a sliding armor that accelerates along a pair of conductive rails. A railgun projectile can reach several times the speed of sound, 343 meters per second or 1,235 kilometers h. A final wild boss has appeared. Chapter 29, The Country of the Flugels, Jullerhorn. Because of the color of their wings, the conflicts of the past persisted. This caused the capital to be divided into East and West districts. At that time, a girl who wasn't a Flugel found herself in the White City. A young woman with ocean blue hair that reached her knees and eyes of the same color, Dina. She stood in front of the clock tower in the center of the White City, crossed her arms and pouted. How slow. He was waiting here to exchange information with a certain person. He needed to obtain the necessary information clearly, concealing his own vital information and deceiving the other party into thinking he was the one who would benefit. He repeatedly rehearsed the conversation in his mind, but when the time came, the other party didn't appear. Seriously, making a lady wait that long. That's why this race is... Grumbling, Dina left. She couldn't prevent the other person from coming. She didn't want to act rashly, but now she had no choice but to go and find them. As she walked through the village, where everything was white, she observed the people who lived in this country. As a flying race, the Flugels' lifestyle was fundamentally different from that of humans. It was natural for buildings to have entrances on the second or third floor. Of course, there were also exterior staircases. Although one misstep could send someone tumbling down the cliff, the inhabitants didn't seem to mind. On the other hand, the walkways were unnecessarily wide compared to a human city, since the Flugels were more likely to collide with each other because of their wings. Everything, both good and bad, started with wings. This was what made wings wings. In fact, there was a saying that a person without wings was simply an ordinary person. That's why they were so obsessed with the shape and color of wings, despising those that deviated from conventional forms. Oh, as she observed the village, a strange figure appeared before Dinah's eyes. It was a suspicious person, completely covered by a cloak, similar to the one Rufus used to wear. Although it was completely white, the purpose of concealing their face and wings must have been the same as Rufus. After observing Rufus for so long, it was obvious that concealing the wings would make the cloak bulge unnaturally. Even so, it wasn't something that was immediately noticeable. Only people like Libra could see it with a single glance. Could this be an opportunity to obtain unexpected information? Noticing the strangeness of the person in the white cloak, Dinah's beauty shifted into a mysterious smile. Although she had been waiting for someone, it was the man who hadn't arrived on time. She was there at the agreed-upon time and place, so she had no reason to complain. Reaching this conclusion, Dinah changed her objective and began to follow the person in the white cloak. The hooded person moved toward a relatively deserted area, while Dinah followed carefully to avoid being noticed. There was no problem, there was no possibility of being discovered. Deception, swindling, and infiltration were Dinah's specialties. She was confident she could even deceive people like Rufus Maffel or the Demon King without being caught. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for her to follow the man in the white cloak. As he was an easy target, the man in the white cloak entered a small, dusty hut. Dinah approached the hut and cracked the door open. She squinted and peered inside. Besides the man in the white cloak, there were 2, 3, 4, 5 people in total. Judging by their clothing, they appear to be upper class. These 6 people were probably very influential and held a lot of authority in this capital. Their meeting in secret in a place like this, wasn't it really suspicious? Dinah pressed her ear to the door and concentrated on listening to the conversation inside the cabin. "You're late, Reed." "I'm sorry." The other meeting went on for too long. Apparently, the man in the white cloak was named Reed. When he removed it, white wings appeared as expected. He had a well-trained body and, by human standards, appeared to be in his mid-40s. His piercing gaze betrayed his unusual presence. He was clearly no ordinary citizen. "So what did the king say?" "It's no use. We can't trust that opportunistic king as we hoped. He repeatedly ignored my advice. He simply doesn't understand that those disgusting wings will only grow larger if the situation continues like this." Dinah realized that this was a group of people dissatisfied with the black community. It was a faction that clung to the traditional supremacy of the white wing and refused to acknowledge the other wings. They had no doubts about their own nobility and looked down on those with mixed wings. Therefore, they found it unbearable that the mixed wings, or dirty wings, as they called them, were building their own community as if they were equals. So, as expected, yes, we would have to crush the dirty wings that grow with our own hands. As she listened, Dinah covered her mouth with her hand. It was a dangerous topic. If they used the word infatuation, it would be impossible to calm them down. It seemed that their prolonged tolerance had reached its limit. But that, sure, this would get our hands dirty, but someone has to do it. Justice can't be defended with just pretty words. Even if someone has to turn evil, we must fulfill our mission. Didn't we all gather here today with that very determination? Justice. This word seemed like a joke to Dinah. Apparently, these people were lenient with themselves. In the name of justice, anyone could be forgiven no matter what they did. They must have thought themselves very noble for doing what others didn't dare to do and getting their hands dirty to enforce justice. Ah, How ridiculous! There was no more unscrupulous evil than that of those who clouded their eyes at the word justice. Furthermore, we have information that those vile wings are preparing for war against us. It will be too late for us if they attack first. Eyes clouded by justice, hearts full of suspicion. This is getting serious, Dina thought. They were convinced they were right and that they would fall victim to attacks from the other party. They had become a ticking time bomb. It wasn't clear whether Merak was aware of it, but the fuse for the destruction of this country had already been lit. I have already called our comrades who share the same ambitions to form a volunteer army. We are all in agreement. There are no differences in our concerns for this country. Reed's powerful speech prompted the crowd to raise their voices in cheers. If they were a minority, it would be possible to stop them. But if they were a majority, it would be impossible. Group psychology could corrupt normal judgment, leading to the mistaken belief that one was always right. And so began the final countdown to chaos. Furthermore, we have an external ally. Although he belongs to a wingless race, Jupiter Dano agrees with us. In fact, the information he has provided has been of great help. Jupiter, was this the criminal responsible for lighting the fuse? Dina concluded, but she was surprised that the director wasn't present. For such an important meeting, he should have been there to encourage them. Yet he was absent. Was it really right to stop there? Oh well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, he got some interesting information, so there was no need to stay any longer. This would be a good gift for Rufus. Without spoiling her sweet smile, Dina disappeared like the fog from that place. Jupiter unleashed gusts of wind against Libra's face, arms, legs, and chest. But she emerged unscathed. Like a demon of the seven luminaries threatening the world, Jupiter attacked with all his might. Yet Libra continued onward expressionlessly, as if she were a gentle breeze. It might be possible to scratch the machine guns a little after 200 years of deterioration. However, Libra's body was completely repaired by Rufus. In its current state, it doesn't have a single scratch. It was a tornado capable of uprooting enormous trees, but she ignored the blasts of wind coming from all directions as if she didn't even know they were there. Her most powerful ability, which reduced her own hit points when used, couldn't move her in the slightest. On the other hand, Libra's attacks were all instant defeats. If they landed, Jupiter would undoubtedly be taken out. A barrage of instant defeat attacks was no joke, and the accuracy was improving with time. He was learning his opponent's moves and making adjustments to compensate. Even so, this fragile balance was maintained only because Libra wasn't pushing himself to the limit. If he activated Brachium, it would all be over in an instant. However, he didn't, because Libra decided that Brachium should be kept in reserve. In other words, there was no need to use Brachium because the difference between their abilities was too great. Everyone in Gjallarhorn, including the king, could become an enemy of Rufus. Libra always believed this and prepared to respond accordingly. In other words, if he activated Brachium, he would attack the entire country of Gjallarhorn instead of Jupiter. If they became enemies of his master, he would instantly attack the capital with Brachium and annihilate the entire country. For that reason alone, he kept the Brachium in reserve, ready to activate it when necessary. Of course, there was probably nothing they could do if the people of this country turned against their master. For starters, they were on completely different levels. However, reality sometimes surpassed expectations. An unexpected force could emerge when the masses united. 1 in 10,000. Libra had already known this unreliable and unreasonable reality 200 years ago. Therefore, it would not make the same mistake again. It would not allow such a 1 in 10,000 chance to repeat itself. If it began to take root, it would be eradicated immediately. Therefore, it did not activate Brachium. Jupiter's condition was becoming increasingly precarious. This was unacceptable. Their compatibility was terrible. Jupiter grinned like a wild animal enjoying a challenge, speaking calmly. He had several minor injuries, and they were accumulating. The attacks had not struck him directly. He used his evasive skills to the fullest and dodged the attacks perfectly. But even so, the shockwaves alone were enough to damage his body. On the other hand, Libra took several direct hits, but remained balanced without taking any damage. It was as if it were saying it didn't even need to dodge. Metal, that is, steel. A barato as hard as steel. A sword capable of felling trees. An immense weight that not even the wind could move. Steel could be melted by barato, but the wind could never harm it. Against Jupiter, Libra was a natural enemy that could not be damaged and could defeat him with a single blow. However, only Jupiter could continue fighting so far. Among the 7 luminaries, he was the best at evasion and movement. Moreover, he could still perform attacks at his level. If he were one of the other 7 luminaries, like Mars, he would already be a corpse. Even so, being good at fighting was no guarantee of victory. At best, he could continue fighting, but his chances of winning were practically nil. I can't win this. As frustrating as it is, he'll have to withdraw. Upon hearing that the enemy planned to retreat, Libra withdrew her left arm and readied her machine gun. If the enemy continued attacking, she would defend herself with her steely toughness and defeat them with the right scale. But if the enemy escaped, it would be necessary to flee. Libra's maximum flight speed could reach Mach 5, but only if it was moving in a straight line and only after sufficient acceleration. In other words, its initial speed wasn't as high, nor was its maneuverability as great as that of something that could freely control the winds. If he tried to escape, it would be very difficult to catch him. It would be impossible to chase and capture him. Therefore, it would be best to resort to long-range attacks and take him down from behind as soon as he tried to flee. Unfortunately, I know this city better than you do. Sweating profusely, Jupiter ran toward the city exit. Libra immediately gave chase, but the city buildings were too crowded. This awkward situation arose because the Flugels had assumed there would be no one walking in the streets. This created a labyrinth for Jupiter to escape and hampered Libra's pursuit. He fled to the corners, hid inside buildings, and disappeared into the crowd. The sharp curves favored Jupiter, who was highly maneuverable. Furthermore, Libra had not obtained any information about this capital city. Given the difference in speed, it was impossible for him to catch up. For example, an Olympic gold medalist who was completely unfamiliar with the city would have a very hard time catching a child who knew the streets very well while playing hide-and-seek. This was known as the geographical advantage. Continuing the pursuit was a waste of time. Based on their speed and maneuverability, his calculations determined that the probability of a successful capture was negligible. Without sufficient information about the city, further pursuit would only lead to failure. It would be more meaningful to bring the information obtained from this battle to his master quickly. Libra thought this and ended the chase. Crack! A metallic sound echoed as Libra moved her head. She could hear a stone from 200 kilometers away. She searched for Rufus' voice and breathing and located her. As for Jupiter, it was useless since it blocked sound with walls of wind. It would be impossible to track it by sound. Current location, Black Village, Temple. Libra discovered her master's location, who didn't appear to be engaged in combat at the moment. She listened for other voices to check for hostile individuals. Yesterday, her teacher woke up in the night with an irregular heartbeat. Libra didn't quite understand, but she knew that people could have dreams. It was her teacher organizing her memories. In some cases, one could recall painful memories. Based on her teacher's reaction, Libra thought she had probably had unwanted dreams. As expected, this country exerted a bad influence on its ruler. Thus, he concluded that he must eliminate all obstacles in his path while they remained in this country. Libra could not be swayed by emotions. He would not be influenced by something as surreal as dreams. He would not lose his usual composure. He was essentially a tool. His existence was meant to benefit his master and eliminate any obstacle. The enemy's appearance and fighting style were recorded. He was a troublesome, low-level opponent who used evasion to run all over the place. She wouldn't lose. Victory would be easy if she had a reliable method to capture him. Unfortunately, he escaped this time, but next time will be different. He needed to prepare weapons and strategies to counter Brachium's speed so he could safely defeat it in their next encounter. He could eliminate it with Brachium, but he believed it was unnecessary. At most, using it as a deception and a threat would suffice. There was no need to fire a shot. Like a doll that had been reunited with its owner, Libra reflected. Weapons to defeat enemies, methods to eliminate them, and actions from the previous battle. He reviewed, calculated, and repeated simulations, searching for what would benefit his master the most. This was the meaning of her existence as a created doll. Chapter 30. This country had more problems than I thought. I felt it deeply sitting on the inn's sofa. First, there was the mobster-looking guy I met when I went to the temple alone. I didn't ask his name. For now, I should call him Red Mobster Provisional. The resentment toward King Merak that I mentioned was probably not limited to him alone. After all, a temple like this was built with a statue to publicly honor me, the most reviled person in the world. This alone was a public expression of treason against the king. I understood that the discrimination against the White Wing faction was indeed extreme, but to dwell on it was only adding fuel to the fire. I wasn't in a position to say for sure, but part of the cause of the discrimination against the White Wing faction was the Mixed Wing faction itself. However, it didn't seem to be the sole cause of the problem. So it seems the White City is preparing for a civil war. At that moment, we were gathered at the inn, exchanging the information we had collected that day. Dina was the first to speak, and her topic was how to drop a bomb. It was the unexpected news that the paranoid white villagers were preparing for a civil war against the Mixed Wing faction. They had even formed a volunteer army. Hey, Medak, what are you doing? Isn't it time for a civil war? If this continued, it would be the end of the country. There was no need for invaders. From their conversations, it seems Jupiter is fanning the flames of the white faction. Well, that's probably a false name. You've done a great job gathering information, Dina. I put my hands to my forehead. Good job, Dina. If we knew who the mastermind was, perhaps it would still be possible to salvage the situation. Perhaps there was a way to stop the conflict. Even so, it was doubtful that such a heated situation could be stopped. Reporting. Today at 13 hours, 23 minutes and 42 seconds, I encountered Jupiter, one of the 7 luminaries, in the White Village and confronted him. And Libra dropped another bombshell. It seemed like Shed fought a demon when she went to the White Village today. It was quite unpleasant to hear that this country, which would collapse even if left alone, was associating itself with demons. If we left without doing anything, this country would surely perish. In that case, the balance maintained by the 3 heroes would crumble, leading to a massive demon invasion. Based on my combat power and compatibility, my probability of victory is no less than 99%. However, if the opponent flees with full force, it will be difficult to capture him. To stop him in our next encounter, I request homing bullets and weapon maintenance. Homing bullets. These were high-precision munitions used by the gunner class. I had no gunner class levels, but I could still craft them. Libra also had no gunner class levels, but golems and monsters were fundamentally different from players. The problem was that Libra didn't have any ammunition. I remember they weren't that expensive. Don't you have them? I used them all in the defense of the tomb. All right. He hasn't risen from the grave in 200 years. In that case, he might be running out of ammunition, not just homing bullets. Well, then I should replenish them all. It was easy to buy ammunition in the game, but it might be very difficult to obtain in this world. I'd better make them myself. And that the machine guns don't break down after 200 years, as you'd expect from something created by Mizar. Write down on a piece of paper the ammunition and weapons that are missing. He'll make them later. Thank you. Libra didn't expend much ammunition, probably because its brachium was too powerful. Even so, it mattered whether it had ammunition or not. It needed to maintain its full combat potential. Ares would be next. Did something happen to you? Ares. Oh no, I have nothing to report to Rufus-sama. It seemed like there wasn't a problem on Ares' end. I was a little worried about his stutter, but I guess everyone has their own worries. Well, I'd be glad there were no more problems for now. And finally, it's my turn. In this black town, there was a bronze statue of me in the temple for some reason. This only unnecessarily provokes tensions between the 2 factions. We are undoubtedly witnessing rising conflict in the country. Well, isn't this a beautiful city? Teacher, I propose that we stand by the affected population during this conflict. I think that's fine too. You. When I raised the issue about the local population, this trio of idiots sided with him for some reason. No, it would be better to avoid civil war. What were we supposed to do with one side? No, would probably win. I usually studied the skill level of the people in this town. The highest level was around 50, even if there were tens of thousands of them. Centureto Dina made a sensible proposal while I was pondering how to stop the conflict. In fact, on second thought, I had no obligation to help this country. For starters, they considered me the villain of the world. The situation could get even more complicated if I got involved without thinking twice. Dina-sama. In that case, the balance formed by the three heroes would collapse, leading to a demonic invasion. It would be a disadvantage for us if the Demon King's army continued to grow. It is necessary that the heroes and demons remain opponents, at least until we regain our former strength by gathering the 12 heavenly stars. Libra gave an unexpectedly good opinion. Although it seemed like he was trying to profit from their fight, it was at least better than Dinah's proposal to do nothing. That's what I thought, but it was immediately rescinded. Therefore, I suggest we back the Shadow faction and stand against the opposing side, uniting the country in the process. It is not a favorable situation for the country to be divided. The possibility of mutual sabotage must be resolved quickly. Furthermore, when the Black faction comes to power, Gyllerhorn will become a pawn in Rufus Sam's chess game. Hey Libra, you're rotten inside. In other words, he wanted to eliminate the White City that blocked the path and let Merak and the demons finish each other off. It was certainly better than letting the people sabotage one another, since whichever faction seized power would unite to repel the demons' attack. But wasn't this a bit extreme? Ares was next, but he didn't seem to have a clear opinion. Well, for starters, he wasn't very confident, so he probably left the decision up to us. But what should I do? Dina and Libra seemed cold, but they weren't irrational. However, I couldn't simply destroy the city. I couldn't be so callous. At least, my current self didn't hold a grudge against Merak or his country. I would prefer to eliminate Jupiter and the other demons, and then leave things to Merak. Now, as Libra said, it would be disadvantageous for us if Merak and this country were defeated. Even so, I don't want to simply crush one faction. Anyway, let's capture Jupiter first. If all goes well, perhaps we can stop the civil war. Or rather, could they be the same person? Well, I think so too. Jupiter and Jupiter. Given the current situation, they were probably the same person. Dina thought so too, while Libra and Ares nodded in agreement. First, if Libra hadn't stopped Jupiter, it probably would have encountered Dina, given its travel route. Then Dina followed a suspicious person, who seemed to be named Reed, from the clock tower and learned of the plans for civilization and Jupiter. After some thought, it seemed Jupiter's destination wasn't the clock tower, but rather the hideout Dina discovered. Furthermore, Jupiter didn't arrive on time for the meeting with the suspects. It could be inferred that he left without warning due to his encounter with Libra and was forced to retreat. Therefore, the conclusion was that it was Jupiter in disguise. When Libra first encountered him, he changed his skin color to disguise himself as a human. This was becoming all too obvious. We could safely conclude that Jupiter and Jupiter were one and the same. First of all, there was no merit in humans bringing a civil war to this country. Why would anyone want to eliminate one of the heroes who served as guardians in times of crisis? But if it was the demon Jupiter masquerading as a human, I was convinced there would be ample reason to do so. Well, let's focus first on catching Jupiter. Perhaps the situation will improve after we capture him. Can we stop him? If possible, capture him alive. I want to bring him out and make him testify publicly. In the current situation, with morale teetering on the brink of civil war, I felt a scapegoat was necessary to stop it. Trying to stop it now would only draw both sides into conflict. It was difficult to acknowledge one's own mistakes, even more so when it involved an entire country. It was unavoidable. However, if the cause was a third party, the responsibility could be shifted. They were just manipulating us. Now, let's get along. It was a cliché used in novels and comics. In other words, create an easy-to-understand villain and blame them for everything. I knew it wasn't a commendable method, but the recommendation is to capture it alive. Understood. However, your own safety is the highest priority. If capturing him alive is too dangerous, this order is canceled. If you deem the situation dangerous, you may kill him. You may also retreat. For Libra's sake and the others, I surprisingly gave permission to kill. To me, their lives were the priority in this world. To me, homeless, Dina, Libra, and Ares were already my family. Therefore, I gave permission. I would choose to kill others rather than let them die. My ethical perspective was becoming strange. Where had my weak-willed self gone? The one who couldn't even face the corpses of small animals. Calm down, my lord. The previous opportunity for victory was not a mistake. With the right equipment, Jupiter will undoubtedly be captured. How reliable? Then I'll focus on transmutation to increase my chances of victory a little. Well, this time I would believe Libra. She had already said I could. Only I could believe her. Besides, only Libra knew what the enemy looked like, so she was the only one who could do it. I realized that Libra was silently watching me. What? Did he have something else to tell me? Or was he waiting for my order? Honestly, I wouldn't understand if he stayed silent. Should I say something? Well, let me put it properly. My faithful subordinate, one of the 12 celestial stars, Libra of the scales. I command you, do not die and bring me the demon in question. I await your fruitful result. Yes, my master. I gave my order. Libra, who was waiting, responded immediately. Apparently, she was really waiting for an order. If I didn't give it, would she just stare at me forever? He seemed like a difficult character to understand. Author's notes. Special weapons in the game bow. A long-range weapon that even non-archers can use. However, it is usually used by archers who have an advantage with the bow. Cannon. Centuredo using a mace is obsolete. The primary weapon for fighting monsters is a log. Its range and power are high, effective for dealing with groups of undead. The log acolyte will replace the striking acolyte as the primary weapon. No, impossible. This weapon is a log, gosh. In fact, it's stronger when equipped by a vanguard character than by an acolyte. Footnotes: the musket is a long gun loaded from the muzzle that appeared as a smoothbore weapon in early 16th century Europe. The trunk is, well, wood, generally the trunk of a tree. As silly as it may seem, there are stories that involve characters fighting with trunks, like an acolyte is an attendant or follower who assists the celebrant in a religious service or procession. It is also a job in the MMO Ragnarok Online, which includes a variant or configuration called beating ACO, which basically consists of an acolyte who empowers himself and strikes objects with blunt weapons. A final wild boss has appeared. Chapter 31. Well, this is getting quite complicated. I sighed aloud as I crafted weapons and bullets for Libra using alchemy. If I had to put into words everything I wanted to do while I was in this country, it would be to meet one of the 7 Merak heroes and determine if the one inside was a player like me or not. My intention was that if I could make that decision, I would quickly leave this place, but things just didn't work out the way I wanted. For some reason, things progressed to such a degree that we were one step away from having a civil war. And if I left things as they were, this place seemed like it would self-destruct. Self-destruction is useless. And if you ask me why, it's because if the country is destroyed and Merak is defeated, the humanoids will lose a guardian pillar and be even more cornered. And am half the reason for that civil war. So I can't ignore it. To put it simply, because independent Oregon, rather Rufus, was defeated 200 years ago, the relationship between the white-wing supremacists and the mixed-wing defenders, which was already tense to begin with, reached the point of no return where it wouldn't be surprising if they started fighting at any moment. So yes, no, this is not good at all. In any case, something had to be done first to resolve this situation. I asked Libra to capture someone named Jupiter or whatever, but it's probably best to take steps to do what we can in the meantime. Given that, the first thing that came to mind was for Merak to properly keep both camps under control. Honestly speaking, this was the best scenario with the least effort required. Personally, I thought all this was happening in part because he was undecided between 2 options. So, If I could somehow motivate him to act, then it shouldn't be impossible to stop the Civil War before it happens. However, it turned out I was a national bad guy. Furthermore, people in this country had long lifespans, so they remembered my face perfectly. TLN, shouldn't it be international? Or rather, there's even a bronze statue of me. In other words, for me, acting brazenly and openly was totally out of line. That said, wearing a full gown was also a bad idea. I looked suspicious, no matter how people looked at me. So in the end, I should try dressing in drag, just like I thought the other day. The problem of clothing could be solved with alchemy. First, I tied my hair behind my neck, and then I put on some fake glasses. Censurato the way I talk. TLN, remember that Rufus, as a character, speaks with contempt. I don't know about the UK or the US, but here in Australia, whether you're talking to a boss, a friend, an elderly person, a relative, or a young person, there isn't much difference in the way we speak. Yes, there's a slight difference, but not much compared to Japan. However, in Japan there are levels, so to speak of language. You speak differently to elders, seniors, young people, the boss, a friend, family, a younger sibling, an older sibling, and so on. English simply doesn't have as many tones or ways of speaking to accurately convey the way Rufus speaks. After getting dressed up, I stood in front of the mirror and looked at myself. How do I say this? Although it sounds barato, unusual to say, because the original is strikingly attractive, even while wearing different attire, I still look like a maiden. To a man, the face simply seems too beautiful. Perhaps something like facial hair would be. No, I suppose with this facial feature, it would just look unnatural. If I had known something like this was going to happen, I should have chosen the Strider disguise ability. It was an interesting ability that allowed the user to change their outward appearance for a certain amount of time. Dang, besides being a pay-to-win skill, it was just an appearance changer, so I thought I don't need it and ignored it, but if I had known this was going to happen, I should have taken it. TLN, P2W, also known as pay-to-win, is a term often used in gaming to mean paying real money to win, either by obtaining exclusive P2W items or gaining an unfair advantage with consumers, equipment, stats, etc. Nowadays, the term has become somewhat flexible and also includes anything you obtain by paying real money in the game's cash store, even if it's available to other players while playing the game. If you play mobile games, think of it as a microtransaction. And yet, my way of speaking is still there. Even though I tried, nothing changed. It's as if something is working against me. The way I spoke was stubbornly fixed on the way I was. Unfortunately, perhaps I had no other option than to be a mute character. Rufus-sama, are you alright now? 1. I don't care. While striking various poses in front of the mirror, Libra opened the door and entered. My current location, not that it mattered, was a small room within a room of an inn. Surprisingly, in this inn, each room had another small room inside. No, please don't say it's normal. In this world, this configuration is quite rare. Anyway, that's where I was putting on my costume. That's what I was trying to say. Initially, Libra wanted to help me change, but I rejected that proposal. If I left it in his hands, I was afraid he would force me to use something strange. What do you think, Libra? Is it right for me? Rufus-sama looks good in anything she chooses to wear. However, if I may be blunt, it is my opinion that her current appearance might lead some people to make certain assumptions about her. So what you're trying to say is that I don't look like a man at all? At least you look barato like a man than an Aries. But seriously, she had that personality that allowed her to say whatever she wanted. Well, even so, it's better than being too reserved. Or rather, Aries also said what he wanted and Dina did the same. So perhaps none of my subordinates knew the word moderation. If I had to highlight one thing, I would recommend sunglasses instead of regular glasses. I see, that was there too. In fact, my face was very well known, and there is still concern that regular glasses alone may not be enough. I accepted and nodded at Libra's suggestion and pointed with my finger towards the corner of the room. He'll make the sunglasses later. By the way, the bullet transmutation is already done. It's over there, so take the ones you like. Thank you so much. Libra thanked me and walked towards the place with the ammunition. Then Libra emitted a sound called gotcha gotcha, and everything was stored in her inventory. Wait, how'd he do that? It is clear that there is much more ammunition than his body size would allow. With this, the probability of successfully capturing Jupiter has increased. The next time I meet him will be the last. Libra said something really promising. It's not that it didn't sound a bit like a flag, but I really couldn't foresee losing it all. TLN, flag, is Japanese slang often used by younger generations to refer to something that might happen in the future. It can have multiple meanings if the word flag is placed before it, but by default it means something negative, for example, flag of death. Based on the strength of the 7 luminaries we had previously battled, laughs, Jupiter's level should be around 300 at most. Furthermore, Libra had the attribute advantage over it. Either way, it should be an overwhelming victory for Libra. Anyway, I should leave this to Jupiter, San, and Libra and think of a method to make Merak move. As for Aries and Dina, I should send them to keep an eye on the extremists. I was also interested in the plans of the White-Winged Supremacist Volunteer Army. By the way, Rufus-sama, I haven't seen Dina around here for a while. Do you have any idea where she might be? Can't you detect it using your sensor? No, there's no response from her within a 100 kilometers radius. I have no choice but to say that I think she's out of the country. While Libra questioned the strangeness, I thought, and put my hands together. He had probably returned to the tower using teleportation magic, which reminded me that Libra didn't know that Dina knew teleportation magic. There's no need to worry about that. She's a teleportation magic user. I suspect he has recently returned to the tower to manage the finances. Teleportation magic. Perhaps you mean Exgota? No, they haven't told me everything yet. I'm surprised. Could teleportation magic really exist other than Gate X these days? Libra's comment gave me a slight headache. What's going on? Something's happening. There's a certain feeling of unease, but whatever it is, it doesn't matter right now. Although I do understand Libra's surprise. After all, 200 years ago, there was no such thing as teleportation magic. Yes, exactly. There was no magic that convenient within X-Gate Online. There were many ways to travel. And of course, there was also a command that allowed you to move instantly from one map to another. However, it was a command for moving across the map instantly, and therefore it was considered as if the character had traveled normally and not teleported. The only exception in the game was the existence of X-Gate. However, it was treated merely as vocabulary or a scenario and never appeared in the game. And of course, it was unattainable. Therefore, Dina's teleportation magic is either an X-Gate or some new magic that was created and introduced in the last 200 years. But why? Why am I only remembering this now, after all this time? Why did I accept it as normal until now? Mr. Rufus? All right, now that you mention it, I haven't heard about Dina's explanations. When she gets back, let's try asking her. If I thought about it, there were many things about Dina that we didn't know. It was a known fact that she was originally a mafia, a background NPC, but aside from that particular piece of information, I didn't really know anything else about her. She was not a golem created by me like Libra, nor was she a captured monster like Ares. Not that it mattered. No, I didn't feel very good about it. But it was necessary that we sit down and talk things through once. Ugh, that golem had just went all out. Inside a forest some distance from the city, Jupiter shouted complaints while healing his own wounds. Everything was going according to plan until today. Calling himself Jupiter, he successfully infiltrated the white side of the city and even successfully orchestrated the civil war. All he had left to do was wait for the black and white factions to destroy each other, and then eliminate Merak after the country had perished. Of course, when it came to one of the 7 heroes, it wouldn't be an easy victory even if the stigma of the loser existed. However, he was confident of winning if Merak separated from his guards amidst the chaos caused by the civil war, especially since Merak excelled in the power of earth. Therefore, having an affinity with the wood element, he was in an advantageous position. The current location was approximately 500 kilometers from the city. I don't know how far away that Golem Maiden is, but according to legend, even 100 kilometers away, she can still pursue you. There are even stories of her shooting enemies from 200 kilometers away, so I'm going to be very careful and keep a considerable distance, as well as holding my breath while I hide in the forest. Traveling is a bit of a hassle, but I can easily cover that distance with my skill. But anyway, it's become a bit problematic. As long as that golem is in the city, they will detect me as soon as I approach it, and they will chase me. And if I decide to fight her, I have no chance of winning. Why did it really turn out this way? No, I know the reason. That golem is there because Rufus Maffel brought it to the city. But why now? Why did this happen at the worst possible time? Seriously, what is that person doing? I thought you were supposed to be monitoring Rufus to prevent something like that from happening. Look, it seems things aren't going very well for you. A cute laugh was heard, as if something funny had happened. When Jupiter turned his cold gaze towards the direction of the noise, what he saw was exactly that person he was thinking of, laughing with delight while cupping her hands around her barato. The moonlight illuminated her long, golden hair, which reached her knees. An exquisitely groomed beauty, dressed in a pure white robe, a completely enigmatic colleague walked towards Jupiter. One of the 7 luminaries, Venus, with the appearance of a beautiful young woman. She was the diabolical, who possessed the element of metal. That skin, as if it had some kind of camouflage, was a shade of white that almost seemed transparent, something that you really wouldn't think belonged to a race of demons. She was an existence, someone brought by the leader, someone who possessed the title of the sun. According to him, she was a true demon, but an entity shrouded in mystery. It seemed that the leader trusted her completely, but Jupiter had persistently felt some reservations about her. You scoundrel, you still have the nerve to show up like nothing happened. Oh, you're really scary. Don't get angry, I don't like it. Shut up. Why didn't you come to help me? And Barato, why didn't they prevent Rufus Maffel from coming to this city or make a report about it? Thanks to you, I'm in this condition. Oh, can you say that? I was waiting for you at the meeting point the whole time. Not only did you keep a lady waiting, but you didn't even show up. You're completely unreliable. You know, as he stared at the girl who was making it clear on purpose that she was faking tears, Jupiter's expression was so full of hatred that he felt his teeth were going to break from grinding too much. However, this didn't bother him at all, and he added more words. I was planning to write a report, you know. I seem to recall that you were the one who didn't attend the important meeting, right? Good. Then why did you let them come to the city? If it's you, shouldn't you have been able to stop them? Please don't say such unreasonable things. There is no way someone like me can stop that supreme ruler. All someone like me can do is keep an eye on where they're going, that's all. In response to what Venus had just said, Jupiter Barato in a way that she could hear. This person is always like this. Always so slippery and escapes the chase. So detestable. But I also feel bad about it, you know? So tonight I thought I should help you. That's why I've come before you. Help me, you say? Yes. It's on the way, isn't it? That golem. Even if it's just for a short time, I can handle it. Jupiter was suspicious of this suggestion. He was grateful for the suggestion itself. A life-saving grace. No. In any case, I really had no other option but to stick with that suggestion. TLN, for raw, we use, which is a Japanese proverb that literally means something like shipped across. I had to do some research on the proverb, but from what I've read, it means something like saving grace. If anyone has a better alternative, please let me know below. Is it even possible? If it's about 20 minutes, it's absolutely possible. 20 minutes, huh? 20 minutes is not a long time. But if I have that much time, as long as I get close enough to the city from the start, I can make the round trip. With it, I can go to the country, randomly attack the White City, and then just tell those idiots it's an attack from the Black City, and that will be fine. After I do that, those guys will just tear each other apart for me. Medak. As for Merak, he'll let it go. Once the country is destroyed, I will first wait for Rufus Group to leave. Even if it's that person, as long as the country disappears, they should lose interest and leave. Rufus is the enemy of the demon, but he should also be the enemy of the 7 heroes, so he should leave. After that happens, I can somehow assassinate Merak. Okay, make sure everything goes as it should. As for the signal, send it with this magic stone. This is a magic wind stone. That's right. If you use this, you'll know. Understood? Do things right. After saying this, Jupiter pushed the stone towards Venus, and then sat back down in that place. Venus also said nothing more and silently left that place. On that face was a smile full of contempt, even though he was supposed to be their ally. Chapter 32. The Spark of Fire of Gyllerhorn. There were many things I wanted to ask Dina, and Libra also slightly shifted her line of sight to ask me with her eyes if I should continue with them now. However, I remained silent and shook my head slightly, telling him not to do it. It's because Ares was asleep right now. I didn't think there was any reason to wake him up. If we wanted to question her, we would have to do it tomorrow, and as such, we will begin the questioning of the accused. Everything you say will be etched in my memory, so please hold nothing back and reveal everything. Huh. The next morning, Libra and I captured Dina, who was still half asleep when she got out of bed. We took her to the table and surrounded her so she couldn't escape. TLN. The word used is rinko, which means to take a person somewhere, but it's a specific Japanese phrase used only in situations where the police are taking a suspect to their next destination. A police car, a police station, or a courthouse. In this case, it's used to mean taking because they're technically in the same room, but it's a bit of a comedic way of saying they're acting out a police interrogation. In fact, I also thought it was time to analyze the mystery of Dina. TLN, reference to a doctor. For younger readers, it means to dissect, or in simpler terms, to understand her mystery. For a character who was originally a background NPC, she was far too competent and, moreover, could use teleportation magic. It was as if she were simply asking people to be suspicious of her. One explanation was that its presence was so faint that we simply didn't notice it in the past. However, I don't think that was the case here. Honestly speaking, its presence is not faint. It's dense. Perhaps she simply changed compared to the past. However, looking at her present, it was difficult to imagine that she was so stealthy in the past. If it was a game, it was understandable. Yes, if it was a game. However, this was a reality. Besides me, there were also Ares and Libra. It seemed that Libra's data had been fried. However, it was strange that even Ares had forgotten about her. First of all, Dina, the teleportation magic you use, that is X-Gate, correct? Rufus-sama has informed me of the condition unusable without consent. This requirement matches the activation condition of Gate X. Ah, yes. That's right. Hey, she just casually admitted it. Or rather, if I think about it, it's not really something she needs to hide, nor did she try to hide it. It's a rare ability, but it seems I was brought into this world using that ability, and if I consider the fact that even the low-level young elf could use it, well, the fact that I'm thinking too deeply about it makes me feel silly. And next point, were you really? I know this from the vague memory of my past, but you were alive 200 years ago, which means that at the very least, you shouldn't be of the human race. That said, you don't seem to possess the characteristic features of an elf, a flugel, or a race of vampires. I'm just a half-elf. Now that you mention it, there were things like half. If she was a half-breed girl born between an elf and a human, it can explain both her human appearance and her elf lifespan. In the game, the characters cannot turn into halves. So this is also completely my mistake and misunderstanding. TLN. Half is Japanese slang. Details in footnote 2. What about all the different skills? I have trained as best I could for the last 200 years, so that this time it doesn't fade into the background, Because it's important, you had to say it twice. I totally understand and I sympathize. What should I do? There's nothing more to ask. She had easily and completely overcome our questioning in that way, and Dina seemed somewhat euphoric about it. I looked to Libra for help. However, she casually made an X with both arms. Apparently, in this interrogation, I was the one who lost, and the final verdict was not guilty. Maybe I overthought it? The headache I felt at that moment could simply be a normal headache and a mere coincidence. It didn't seem to have any special meaning behind it. This is not good. This is quite embarrassing for me. Or rather, I should simply use the observing eye. I knew why I hadn't thought about it, or felt like using it against him until now, although it was a little strange. Dine level 300 species, half-elf class level, acolyte, 100 priest, 100 wizard, 100 horsepower, 11,000 SP, 9,800 STR, strength attack power 650 DX, dexterity 1,000 VIT, vitality 683 INT, intelligence 3850 AGI, skill speed 900 MND, mental power 2967 LUK, luck 643 WoW. This Dina is actually quite strong, isn't she? Not quite like me or the 12 celestial stars, but this is something at the level where she could fight the 7 luminaries on equal terms. Although I feel there is something crucial that I have overlooked, but as I was thinking that, Dinah's line of sight passed by me, and she looked at the clock hanging on the wall, as if something had come to her mind. Suddenly she raised her voice slightly and said, "Ah, that's right. I just thought of it, but if it's Libra Sama, I can take her anywhere using my teleportation magic." That's impossible if it's me, but with Libra it's fine, right? Yes, inorganic objects and items are not included in the X-Gate terms of use. Otherwise, the clothing would fall apart when worn. And Libra Sama is a golem. Therefore, she can be transported using X-Gate. This meant that the reason I couldn't pass the X-Gate requirement was due to the fact that, deep down, I didn't fully trust Dina, or I was subconsciously rejecting her. And the fact that he doubted her at that moment meant that he didn't fully trust her. Perhaps this was seen as a rejection of her, and that's why I couldn't fulfill the prerequisite. Darn it, it means that if I didn't doubt her for no reason, I can also teleport to her. If you want, do you want to try it now? Instead of using it for the first time when we really need it, it's probably better to experience it in person a few times first so that, when we need it, the skill can be used immediately and efficiently. Libra, what do you think? Personally, I think it's worth a try. I have determined that there is no problem with it. Jupiter has not approached its vicinity either. Until I have a way to conveniently and accurately determine my movement, I believe the probability of me using this gap to my advantage is only around 5. Libra itself previously informed me that its maximum detection range was 150 kilometers, which meant that we could determine from his statement that, at the very least, Jupiter was not within the surrounding 150 kilometers. Therefore, Libra's statement that she could not make use of space and appear unless she moved at the same time as teleportation magic was reasonable. Then it should be fine. There shouldn't be any problem. Probably. With that in mind, I allowed the teleportation magic to be tested. That's true. While we're at it, why don't we try reordering the Rufus Sama equipment we recently acquired? I'm not sure which weapons are useful or not. I don't know much about weapons, you see. Understood. Teacher, can I have about 10 minutes? You can. The scenario where Jupiter could appear in a span of only 10 minutes would have to be very exceptional. Therefore, it should not come to fruition. So, calmly, I said goodbye to them. After watching them teleport away, I went back to my room to waste time. I suppose we can start moving after they both return. And then, I suppose we'll talk about how to get in touch with Merak. After thinking that, after only 7 minutes, there was a sign that someone was attacking the white side of the city, and there was a lot of commotion. Seriously? Throughout his life, the King of Heaven Merak had lived alongside glory. Having good features was a given for him. He possessed a very powerful innate divine magic potential. And most importantly of all, he was born with pure white wings that shone even brighter than light itself. His father was the king of the Flugel race, and his mother was the righteous queen. He was blessed with everything he could possibly need from the moment he was born, the pinnacle of existence from the very beginning of his life. A son of the light of God born into royalty. That's what they called him, and he himself had no doubt that he had to be above the others. He believed he was special, that he was a son born to the king, and that he possessed a superior innate potential. So it was normal for him to lead the way and guide other people. He had believed and was certain that he would save others when they struggled and were lost. However, it was a predetermined path for him and never something he could participate in. The fact is that, since he was born, he never had to make a decision on his own. But she was different. Rufus Maffel was different. For a girl with forbidden jet-black wings, glory did not exist. She was in a position completely opposite to his. A sinister and sinister girl, daughter of the devil, abominable, and repulsive. They gave her those names, threw stones at her, and she was constantly exposed, watched, and treated with contempt and mockery. Even her name, Rufus Maffel, was created and given to degrade and deprive her, a name created by combining the names of two evil demons, Halfas and Malphas. TLN, Halfas, Malphas, Rufus Maffel. In reality, he most likely had a different name, his real name, but they didn't even allow him to call himself that. However, he did not let himself be bravado, but rather took it as encouragement to keep going. Note, crude wordplay, using it as a pun for sustenance, but here it means a source of encouragement. She turned the whole world against her, then bravado them, mocking the entire Flugel race who were crying in the small settlement, calling them small and insignificant. She waged indiscriminate war against several countries around the world, and ironically the way she conquered them was just like her devilish nicknames, making everyone fear her and think of her as if she really was the daughter of the devil. But to Merak, she shone brightly. The throne Merak occupied was bestowed upon her. It wasn't something she earned through her own power. Merak's subjects were people who had been there from the beginning. They weren't like her loyal servants, who had followed her of their own free will. Merak's life was predetermined from start. It was nothing like the lifestyle she had chosen, the one who has and the one who doesn't. Black and white, light and darkness. Without a doubt, Merak was in the most favored environment. However, when you actually open the lid, she sat on the only true throne, and she had already ascended to a position of existence that not even the demon race could touch. And before he knew it, he was admiring her. Could he achieve what she achieved? Born with black wings, exposed to a harsh environment, and yet turning everything around and reaching that point. Could I do something like that? Impossible. There was no way he could do it. She was the definition of a ruler. Whatever the circumstances, however harsh the conditions, she would be the one to cling to supremacy and reign supreme. That was what it meant to be a true ruler, a true king. As a result, even now Merak was reflecting. From the day he took the life of Rufus, he had been questioning himself every single day. And without a doubt, I always came to the same answer. I'm not qualified to be king. Therefore, king, you should show the power of the heroes to the despicable mixed wings and make them calm down. No, more than that, we should simply exile them. Citizens' stress levels are also rising. This is happening because you are strangely lenient with them. Merak was thinking while people watched and sang around her. These people had emphasized the importance of the whiteness of their wings. However, that was the old way of thinking. If you maintain that mindset, then the Flugel race was destined to degenerate at some point in the future. To begin with, the absolute number of the Flugel race was low, and the number of children born with a mixed color was quite high. In a place where there was an abundance of mana, the rate of occurrence was very high. Perhaps the amount of mana in the air turned the wings black. This means that the color of the wings is determined before Flugel is born based on the abundance and quality of mana. Therefore, perhaps it indicates, maybe having black wings is superior in terms of quality? Perhaps even the fact that Flugel's base wing color is white is due to the fundamental reason that Flugel had lived on the mountaintop, where there was only a little mana in the surrounding environment. That was how Merak had been thinking about things lately. And if this line of thinking were correct, it would mean that the Flugel race was not only holding back, but had also been trying to reverse the beneficial evolution with which it had been endowed. To begin with, although these guys had been chirping like they were cool, the original inhabitants of the country were the mixed-wing Flugels. Originally, the country of Gillerhorn was founded by Merak for the mixed-wing Flugel who had lost their home due to persecution. It was a way for him to atone for the sin he had committed against Rufus after betraying her. Ironically, however, these men were themselves pursued by one of Rufus' subordinates, one of the 12 celestial stars, Parthenos the Maiden. TLN, Virgo. As a result, Merak accepted them since there were no alternatives, but soon after these guys began to assert their power and started throwing stones at the Flugels with mixed color wings. There is not a single difference compared to before. In any case, it was these guys who were becoming arrogant and insolent, and the mixed-wing Flugels were the victims. Therefore, Merak should have reprimanded them. He told them to be reasonable and keep quiet. However, Merak was also fortunate enough to sympathize with the white-winged flugel. It was a tradition passed down for many years, common sense. Telling him to suddenly change that was impossible. Thinking that he should at least respect her point of view was also reasonable. The current situation was the result of his continued indecision. Black and white, the dissatisfaction on both sides had been building. Respect for Merak had been lost, and it had reached a point where it wasn't unusual for tensions to explode at any moment. I am incompetent. This was always the final result, the answer he arrived at every time he asked the question. It always ended with him despising himself. However, arriving at that answer today was not the end. The price of delaying action on this matter. The time had come to pay the price of that debt. A corner of the White City had exploded. The moment he received that report, he knew and learned that he had finally reached the stage where the civil war could no longer be stopped. Author's note: negative points about the 7 heroes Midgard. He was indeed a competent, wise king. Whatever they said, their country was actually very developed, to the point of being the most magically developed country in Midgard. He created the guardian deity Levia and the magical engines, and had various infrastructures to teach anyone about virtually anything with open arms, and was highly respected by his citizens. However, he was condemned very harshly and could no longer bear the words of praise he received, and ended up retiring as king. Upon passing to the next generation, he had decided to retire. After that, the humans who held the position of king were deluded by the power of the throne and proclaimed, "I am the king, therefore I am great," becoming idiots. This led to their relatives and children, who proclaimed, "I am a nobleman, therefore I am great," becoming generations of idiots. Finally, they reached the point of no return. He lived a long life, so he should have remained seated in the position of king, but he was often called incompetent, but he was not at all. In any case, the biggest problem was that he resigned from the position of king. Merak, even among the 7 heroes, he was the gentlest. As a result, he was not fit to be king. Due to his indecisiveness, he never said things clearly and always let himself be influenced by his surroundings. An introvert with non-existent leadership skills. Benetnash, a stranger. It possesses a high military power. However, it completely ignores all emergency requests from Merak and Midgard and shows absolutely no intention of communicating with or helping other countries. As king, he is better than the other 2. His country is prospering. Alioth deceased. Nose paste, Chapter 33. Ego Caro's ultrasound suddenly. The white side of the city was bathed in wind blasts, destroying many houses in the process. Many were injured during the process or crushed by buildings that collapsed on them. The White City, which should have been at peace, was instantly engulfed in confusion and fear, plunging the place into chaos. It's an attack. The people of that land have started attacking us. Jupiter, who had adorned himself with the appearance of a human, spread false information in that place. It was a fact that he carried out the attack himself. However, no one in that place knew about that fact. The place was already suspicious from the beginning, so it was normal for them to think that even this attack was instigated by the black people. The attack alone was enough. However, a subsequent voice echoed repeatedly inside everyone's head, whispering dark and maddening words. Just hearing that voice was enough to shatter people's sanity. It was a diabolical voice that infiltrated their sanity. It produced a discomfort dozens of times worse than the sound created by scraping glass with a fingernail, but that sound shook the heart of everyone in that place. Destroy them if you despise them on that occasion. Only for a very brief moment, they glimpsed the incarnation of a demon. With a goat's head, a barado, and bat wings growing on its back, it was truly as if the drawing of a devil from myth had come to life and appeared as a shadow. That shadow had spoken to them, bringing out the hatred within them. Defeat them in the eyes of the people. Sanity disappeared. Sudden attack, confusion, fear, and provocation. As if to add something barado, a tempting call from the devil. This call of the devil awakened the Flugels will to discriminate against the other side, which had barely been kept under control until now, causing people to begin taking up arms.